No, enjoy that.
If you contact loudly, let me know on stage.
It's not in.
Putting angles out there. I love the angle.
Cool, so missing power and pain on football. Lovely, thank you.
Thanks.
Well, a very good morning from Rocket Paddle in Bristol, the home of the UK Open Paddle Counter Championships 2024. With another fantastic and exciting day of action, which will see champions crowned and victors prevail. Today is the second day of the County Championships, where this evening we will find out the men and women 2024 champions. Yesterday was as enthralling as we could have hoped when the eyes of UK Paddle watched the best in the country show the best that paddle has to offer. There was fantastic gamesmanship, excellent skill on display, and of course the night ended with the mixed final at this year's championship. It was Essex who prevailed after a year of coming so close yet no cigar, losing in 3 semi-finals as well as 1 final. Jake Bewley and Sarah Lockery put in a display that finally rewarded the Essex efforts as they defeated Hertfordshire in a close contest. I'm Alex Angiltka, and I look forward to bringing you what is bound to be another incredible day of paddle here at Rocket Bristol. And we're starting off the day with the women's event here on Court 1. We've got Sussex women versus Somerset women. The 2 for Sussex today will be Lucy Ward and Karen Hazard. And then for Somerset we have Natalie Ackland and Ines Beeson. Sussex got off to a good start yesterday in the group as well, winning their first game, won 2-1 against Gloucestershire. Went to a champion shootout, an 11-9 win in the end. This is the second game of the group stage for both these sides. Somerset, however, they'd actually lost their first game, lost 2-0 to Middlesex. They'll be hoping to try and get a win here and hopefully qualify for the semi-finals, although Sussex could make it dead and buried if they can find their way to victory here. Looks like we are about to get underway here as well. They've done their warm-ups. They've been lovely to speak to this morning as well. Very friendly natured, and there's good community feeling in here. And we're underway with our opening game of the day. It's an early start. Obviously may feel a little bit rusty to begin with, of course. It's quite chilly in here as well. I can imagine it takes a bit to get the temperature up for the players, their body heat. Straight away we're seeing just with the flow of the game. Won't quite be in full flow yet. It goes for serve from Ackland. Some fantastic backhand work there in that rally as well. First rally of the day, puts Sussex ahead in this opening tie. Fantastic work defensively from Ines Beeson there as well. Fantastic defensive work again from Sussex there, just allowing Somerset to make the mistakes. And that would be the first leg for Sussex in this opening contest. Somerset just trying to find their flow at the moment. But Sussex, of course, have 2 highly ranked players, 2 top 50 ranked players in Lucy Wade and Karen Hazard. Both partnered up as well. They actually lost in the final of the seniors grade 2 in Stratford at the start of the month. The event that happened there. They did win last year's mixed event though. Not this year's. Essex were crowned champions yesterday. It was Lisa Phillips and Tom Cartledge who defeated Surrey in the final. In the women's event, however, they did beat Oxfordshire and Dorset, but Essex won in a champion shootout to advance to the semi-finals last year, knocking Sussex out. But Sussex off to a good start on their opening game yesterday against Gloucestershire. So the opening point again goes to Sussex way. Somerset just struggling to ease their way in at the moment. That's unfortunate there for Somerset as well. Some good defensive work from Beeson again, who transitioned from the two-hand grip to the one hand. They have a shot back over the net, but Sussex once again just slightly too much on that occasion, forcing Somerset to play. That's a good point for Somerset as well, just to get their way back into this game. Need to build some momentum now. Acton laughing that shot off slightly as well. And a bit of miscommunication there has allowed Somerset to tie the leg. Good work there from Ackland to see the weakness in the middle. More good backhand displays as well defensively. But that time Sussex used it to their advantage. Now that they're going to go for the backhand. Put a bit more power on the shot. Those smash hits can be incredibly hard to defend against if enough power is generated. That was an initial fantastic serve there from Hazard as well. Well defended initially by Ackland, but unfortunately got caught wrong-footed there. And Sussex will take the second leg. A fantastic shot. I mean, they know to aim for the back wall, hope that it does hit off the cage because it doesn't bounce back properly to the opponent. And at the moment, Wade and Hazard in full control of this tie. That's another fantastic point, a fantastic rally once again. That all came as well from Wade, who just sent a deep lob, which allowed Hazard to come towards the net, take a more attacking stance there, get into a position where she's able to use the Vibra in order to grab the point. And a good initial serve there from Beeson as well, who's been impressive in this tie so far. Unfortunately, nothing to show for it. It's still 2-0 to Sussex in the legs. Brilliant work once again there from Somerset, who are just 1 point away from grabbing their first leg. What we're noticing as well is the way Ackland likes to send those deep lobs towards the back wall. It hasn't quite paid off so far, but in that rally it did, and it allows Ben Beeson to move into an attacking position. Fantastic work again, more backhand work, which just works to their advantage as well, Somerset. And once again, we're seeing that deep lob, which allows Somerset to take their first leg of the game. It's now 2-1 up for Sussex. But Somerset building some momentum now. Ackland, really good work there. And that does mean it is 2-1, and this set is wide open. We'll take a quick look as well at the two Somerset players. We've got Ackland and Beeson. Ackland, who's 44 years old. She actually started the National Premier League season, ladies double Southwest region with 1 win and 1 loss. Ines Beeson went 10-0 in the North Somerset Summer League season when she was playing for Wales. And this year is the first time that Somerset will be competing in the women's division of this competition. They did, however, take part in the over 50 county championships, being rewarded with a win over Avon for their efforts. And I think they'll be incredibly happy with how that last leg went. They were behind as well early to the dominant Sussex display. But able to get one back, and with half the deficit now in this set. As the teams switch over. Got a fantastic day of paddle here for you, of course. Both the men and the women's champions will be crowned. Terrific work, more attacking, more offensive from Ackland that time, usually going for the deep blob. They swapped over roles then as Beeson, who sent them back. And Sussex just struggling to transition. They had the front foot, but now they have to work more defensively. And what we can hear as well from Hazard, I mean, that's a fantastic shot as well from Somerset in order to take the lead early on in this leg. Now 30-0 up. We're hearing Hazard say "you" every time she's expecting it to come to Ackland, playing the captain's role really well here. And now Sussex get their first point of this leg. Just a quick break as well as Wade and Hazard have a quick chat. Hazard may be seeing a weakness in that Somerset defence. They've defended most things that Sussex have thrown at them as well in the last 2 legs. They've been able to counteract the smash hits. Now be way to serve. And well, what may have potentially happened there for Sussex to tie the leg up is that usually when Ackland serves, Wade serves, should I say, she tends to go from the opposite wall, but that time went right up the tee. And it then allowed Sussex to move into an offensive position, which Somerset were not able to defend. Second serve from Wade. That's just fantastic paddle there from Hazard. Saw the lob ball, was able to use the vibro once again. That offensive, incredibly aggressive offensive shot to now take the lead in this leg, and Sussex 1 point away from taking the 3rd leg in the set. Fantastic work once again from Somerset. And that all came from Ackland, who had to transition on the ball, but hit off the back wall, and it took an awkward bounce, which almost left Ackland wrong-footed. Did well to get it to the back of the opposite side of the court. Now Somerset have tied this leg up. And And there we go once again. Hazard just showing that dominance there to make Sussex go 3-1 up in the tie. Beeson just struggling to defend that Vibra once again. Sussex now 2 legs ahead once again. And I take an early lead in what is the 5th leg of the game. And Somerset, you can tell they've lost some momentum now, struggling to just get the ball over the net at the moment in this leg. They need to reshape, refocus. It's not over until it's over, as they say. There'll be a second serve for Akron though. There will be another Sussex point there, just not quite hitting the court first. And we're just seeing these difference in rankings, of course. I mean, at the time of the draws were made, Sussex had an overall ranking of 3rd in the women's division, whereas Somerset 16th. Good work there, good way to get the first point of the leg. A bounce back point. May not be enough in this leg, but will certainly help the confidence. Uncharacteristic mistake there from Hazard as well, not able to get that ball back after hitting off the wall. And it does allow Somerset back into this leg. And fantastic once again from Somerset. Hazard just no down the frustration there. Initially, it looked like Beeson probably should have gone for a smash hit, but instead sent it to the back wall again. But it does tie this leg up, and this is what we love about paddle. You never know who's going to win until it's completely said and done. Brilliant work there from Wade, using the Badeo in order to get it back over, and wins Sussex's 4th leg of the tie. As we'll take a quick drinks break. Unfortunately for Somerset, they did bring it back to 40-all in that leg, but unfortunately not able to finish it up. Just have another look back at Sussex as well. Karen Hazard, she's obviously the player to watch, has shown her skill and her ability already in this tie. She has represented on the international stage and also impressed at the over 40 championships. They took place here at Rocket Paddle in Bristol back in June. Sussex did ultimately lose in the semi-final to Surrey. And Surrey's 2-0 win, who then went on to win the entire championship. They did come 2nd in the group, only losing 1 game to Essex. But for now, their focus is on this game against Somerset. And even though they are 4-1 up, there is no place for complacency. Good first serve there as well from Hazard. Taking the early point in this leg. Once again, at Hazard serve, too much for Somerset to defend at the moment. Just bounces perfectly towards the wall. Doesn't come away from it. Fantastic shot from Hazard, and that all came as well from Wade's 2 defensive shots where she was hugging the wall essentially, but able to get it back over the net, and it's now allowed Sussex to take another 14-0 lead and could take their 5th leg of the game, but it will be a second serve for Hazard. Well, that leg had a bit of everything, and that was fantastic work from both teams there. Sussex do take their 5th leg of the game. We had everything. We had a boast into a drop shot, and Somerset weren't able to take advantage of Ackland not being quick enough initially. Was able to recover, and then Wade able to get it back across, and then eventually Hazard, of course, just allowing it to hit the wall. And Sussex now 5-1 up. One more to take the first set. Seeing the good sportsmanship on display here at Rocket Padel Bristol, the 2024 UK Padel Open County Championships. And Sussex once again will take the lead in this leg. I think they've taken the lead in every leg so far. And another uncharacteristic mistake there from Sussex, allowing Somerset to tie the leg. And this is what Somerset need. They need to start building some momentum now. They need to get back into this game. Of course, there is a second set to play for, but not all hope is lost yet in this first set. As proven there as well, Somerset just need to keep digging in. They may be 5-1 down, but they have won a leg against this stronger Sussex side. There's no reason they can't do it again. That's 3 points. One there from Somerset from a ball hitting the net. One's from Hazard, 2 from Wade now. And Somerset may just take their second leg of the game. And that was just a very awkward shot to defend. Well placed from Hazard, who made it just bounce right in front of the wall. Took a double ricochet. Made it impossible for Ackland to get back across. And fantastic work once again from Somerset, taking the offensive position. And they do win their second leg of the game. And even though Sussex were in complete control, that may just cause a bit of doubt in their mind, maybe slightly complacent in that last leg. When Somerset in the competition, they finished second in Group 2 behind the eventual champions Gloucestershire. Somerset are a team that have no publicly available local paddle courts as well, and they had to travel as far as Bristol, even as far down as Torquay, in order to play any games at all. In the over 40 county championship, Somerset did finish third in Group 2. They gained 2 wins but lost the other 2. And they put on a solid display against a very dominant Sussex team. Can Somerset take advantage of this momentum? New Somerset, of course, mentioned already the overall ranking of 15th in the entire division. And the Channel Islands are lower with in 16th place. We'll be seeing them on court 1 later today, of course. And they'll take on Lancashire. That'll be the game right after this one on court 1. And of course, we'll have to wait to see how the game in court 2 is going on between Somerset and Sussex as well. Somerset taking potentially their first lead of a leg, taking the initial point for the first time. Wow, once again, good work there from Somerset, just seeing the ball. It's going to hit the back wall first. Maybe a slight bit of confusion between the two Sussex players as well. You can say that Hazard has taken the lead, but I think on that occasion we heard Wade's voice come into play as well. Oh, fantastic shot. Another Vibra this time from the Somerset, and it's Ackland. It made it bounce impossibly for Hazard to get to him, and Ackland had to think quickly and did make contact, but wasn't able to get any torque behind her defensive hit. And now Somerset have taken a 14-0 lead in this leg, dominant in this leg. A slight pause as Team Sussex will have another quick chat, another quick team talk. Almost defended pretty well there from Somerset, but Vibra just going the other way this time, which Beeson was able to make contact with, but it goes straight out of the cage. It allows Sussex their first point of this leg. But Somerset need to stay composed. They've taken a mighty lead in this leg. Can they finish it off? Can they bring it to a 2-leg difference in this first set? It'll be Wade with the serve. Fantastic backhand shot there as well by Wade to bring the leg within 1 point. Beeson did well initially, but then Wade able to put it through the middle. Ackland not able to get behind it. There we go, there's the Sussex dominance, able to just stay in it mentally. Now they've tied the leg, and they may just take the entire first set here. After being 40-0 down in this leg, can Sussex take the first set? And they do indeed, they take the first set, Sussex. Beeson not quite able to hit it off the ground. It comes off the cage first, and Sussex will take the first set in this contest. Have a little look back at Sussex as well in the over 50 county championships. Sussex did finish third in Group 2 on 2 of their 3 games, but not quite able to qualify. And then in the over 60 county championships in September, Sussex finished bottom of the group, losing 3 out of their 3 games. But since the beginning of the county championships last year, Sussex have won 1 title and made it to 1 final as well. And now Sussex will be looking to take the second set. And do take the first points of this game. Two deep lobs in a row, not able to be defended, and then eventually this allows Sussex to take a 30-0 lead in this game. Many viewers who are new to paddle, myself very much included in that, it does instead of legs, actually it goes games and then into sets and then the full match. As it goes out the cage and it allows Somerset to take their first points of the game. So it'll be a second serve. And so Sussex able to capitalise with another Vibra. And take a massive advantage in this first game. Be hoping to contain as much energy as well. And these are early games, and the first thing in the morning, Sussex would love to be able to take it 2-0 the entire match. See Ackland serve the ball. Well, it was a fantastic serve there from Ackland, but unfortunately it was defended well by Wade, and Mabisa not able to bring it back over, so it does mean that Sussex will take the first game in this set. We'll take another quick drinks break. Of course, well, Lucy Wade and Karen Hazard played a lot of games. Hazard especially has played almost 200 games in her career, has a 64% winning percentage as well. 63% in 2024 alone. Played 38 games, has won 24 of them. Her partner not quite as experienced, certainly done a great job this year, has a 59% winning percentage in 2024. That's out of 39 games, 23-1. Be Hazard with the serve. There will be a second serve. Reminder to any new paddle players as well, you must serve below the waist. Fantastic paddle once again from Sussex as well. It was a high, deep lob from Wade initially, which pushed Somerset into a defensive position. And it allowed Hazard to hit the Badea, which puts Sussex ahead in the second game of this second set. And will be Hazard to serve again. Sussex up once again, and what makes Hazard's serve so critical to that Sussex team, is so dangerous for opposition. She keeps it low and it barely bounces up, it hits the ground off the wall, and then defensive players have to get incredibly low into a stance that allows them to backhand it in the opposite direction and over the net. Somerset getting some support from their teammates who have taken a break on court 2. And once again, Hazard at low serve. Just a massive struggle for Somerset. And they take a 40-0 lead in this game. Once again, we just see it on full display there. And Sussex, a game of serving essentially from Hazard. Served it all on the plate, but Somerset not able to defend it. Now Sussex take a 2-0 lead in this second set. That was another awkward one again, and just a lack of communication there from the two Somerset players. Beeson apologising to Ackland. Sussex once again taking a lead in the game. A second serve from Beeson. Well, it's a shame, actually, because it was a fantastic backhand boast off the wall from Ackland. But once again, that dominance of Hazard just making it so impossible for Somerset to make anything happen. And the first mistake of his set from Sussex allows Somerset to get back into this game. Hazard once again using the backhand, hitting off the cage though. And it'll be a second serve. And not quite able to get it over the wall, and once again we've seen some fantastic paddle on display, not only in this game but yesterday as well. Of course, we saw the mixed final, Essex winning in that one. And later today on court one, we may see the return of Jake Bewley. And that time, Ackland not quite able to have it hit the ground first, just a bit too much on it, goes straight towards the bottom of the cage. I mean, Sussex will take the third game in the second set. Well, Somerset and Sussex both shared the same fate in the over 60 county championships, both finishing bottom of their group with 3 losses. Talked about Sussex earlier, but Somerset did the same. And it should be noted as well, but due to the lack of paddle courts in the area for Somerset, most of the players do come from a tennis background. I think we saw it there with Ackland's last shot. She wants to generate so much power. They're much more narrow than the typical tennis courts, of course. It's only a massive adjustment for tennis players and squash players alike. A few teams will have players from a squash background. Gets back underway in this second set, the fourth game of it. Sussex will take the first point again. And attempted Padea that time, not quite enough power though. Didn't streamline downwards, just looped slightly. So hits the wall before the back of the court. Unfortunate there from Beeson. And a good defensive shot initially by Beeson as well, which caused Wade to have to leap up in the air, try and generate as much power as she can. Attempted Padea, but didn't quite work out that time, and it allows Somerset to tie up this game. Based on a mistake, hitting straight into the net. Usually a shot that they've defended quite well today, Somerset. They've only really struggled with those low, powerful shots, trying to get under them. Potentially got a little bit too relaxed on that one. And now Sussex take a 30-15 lead in this fourth game. Now Sussex just 1 point away from taking the 4th game. Very dominant in this set so far. There'll be Wade to serve. It's a fantastic vibra there from Wade to take the 4th game of this set. And Somerset just reeling now, feeling the effects. They've had some really good legs, really good game, should I say, in this contest. Not quite able to capitalise though. Sussex showing that dominance once again. And it will be a second serve for Ackland. Somerset do take the first point of this game. Wade that time not able to get it over the net. Fantastic work there from Ackland as well. Went straight up the tee with the serve. And Wade stayed in a defensive position, not able to get her angles right. And the defensive shot does get back over the net, but does hit the wall. That's a fantastic vibra there from Hazard once again. Certainly her go-to smash. It's fantastically well to just generate enough power where it bounces off the court onto the wall and comes so far ahead of the defensive players. They're in no man's land. Sussex will tie this game. A good rally there between the two sides. Fantastic defensive shot early on in that point from Wade. Had to watch it off the wall as it came straight to her. Sussex once again taking the lead in a game. They've allowed Somerset back into it there, and Hazard just jumping up frustration there. Wade not quite able to lob it close enough towards the players. It's game point. And it will be Sussex's game again. They are now 1 game away from winning the entire match. Dominant display. Somerset kept it a lot closer in the first set, but really struggled to get anything going, not able to build any momentum. Sussex have found their groove now. They take a 5-0 lead in the second set. We're looking at experienced players as well. I talk about Karen Hazard, but the most experienced player on the court is actually Natalie Ackland. She's played almost 500 matches in her career with a 70% win percentage. Fantastic from a 44-year-old. This year alone, she's a 75% winning percentage. 31 games won out of the 41. But now, Sussex 1 game away from winning this contest and taking their second win of the competition. May just see themselves qualify for the semi-final. Oh, fantastic Padea that time from Hazard, making it impossible for Beeson to defend. And once again, Sussex take the lead in this game. And that was an awkward one for Wade to defend, in frustration, kicking the back wall. The lob just perfectly hits off the court and then barely kept ricocheted off the wall, making it almost impossible to divert it in the opposite direction. now Somerset tie this game up. That's unfortunate as well. Probably a poor decision there from Beeson. They're in an attacking position, not able to take advantage of it though. That's Sussex reading slightly. Now Sussex take the lead once again. They're just 2 points away from winning the entire match. Oh, a fantastic paddle on display in that rally. Well defended initially by Ackland, but Sussex too much once again. Wade just seeing the run of the defensive players and able to find those gaps, and now Sussex a match point. And there it is, Sussex take the match here on court one. A fantastic display from the dominant side, but Somerset can hold their heads high, competing incredibly well in a match that lasted just under 45 minutes. One of the quicker matches you'll see at this tournament. But Sussex take the first set 6-2, and then the second one 6-0, and they win here on court one. We await the result of court two to see if Sussex have swept Somerset or if it will go to a champion shootout. Well, welcome back to the 2024 County Championships. And even though Sussex did take the match here on court 1, Somerset took their own match against Sussex on court 2, which means we are going to a champion shootout here on court 1. For Sussex, it will be Karen Hazard and Olivia Collins. And for Somerset, it will be Natalie Ackland and Kerry Quirk. Just a reminder for those who may have forgotten or are unaware, it's a first to 10 shootout. They must win by 2 clear. And we're about to get underway here. So, can Sussex take their second overall match, or will Somerset be able to get their first win of the tournament? We've seen some fantastic intensity early on in this shootout. One of the longer rallies we've already seen today. Sussex taking the early lead. Hazard once again, too much for Ackland, as we've seen here on court 1 already. Will be Ackland to serve. Hazard that time putting too much power on it, and does allow Somerset to tie the shootout up. And we're seeing once again Ackland just go back to that deep lob. Once again as well, just Hazard just finding those angles. Very tricky to defend those ones if it comes off the cage. The defence's worst nightmare. Looks like it'll be Quirk to serve this one. That time Quirk too much. Ackland not able to get enough torque under the ball. Doesn't quite get over the net, and Sussex take a 3-1 lead here. Haven't seen too much of Quirk yet. He has gone for a drop shot a couple of times though. Good defensive player. And it will be Quirk with the serve. Collins with the serve, Quirk playing for Somerset. And Somerset are able to get a point back to make it 3-2 in the shootout. Now it'll be Quirk to serve. Fantastic rally there from the two sides. Quirk not quite able to get it over, wanted to hit it in the opposite direction to where Hazard was. Saw that Collins was in a much more defensive position, would have had to have made a sprint for it. I mean, Sussex have gone 4-2 up here in the shootouts. Well, Quirk, she's currently 0-2 in the National Premier Southwest region, which only started 2 weeks ago. She was initially a part of Surrey. Going for that drop shot every time, really trying to make defensive players come forward. Unfortunately with the smash, ricochets off the cage first, and now Sussex have a 5-2 lead, halfway to their destination. fantastic hit with the backhand there from Ackland. Another one of those low serves from Hazard to start off the point. And she seemed to come a bit further forward then as well. Hazard trying to defend the drop shot of Quirk, and Ackland using that to her advantage. That's fantastic paddle there from Hazard. A good defensive shot initially from Quirk, who had to watch it bounce off the wall low. And Hazard with a backhand sending it into the opposite direction of both the Somerset players. And now Sussex take a 6-3 lead here in the shootout. And that is why she's a top 50 ranked player. It will be a second serve for Ackland. Somerset need to stay in this game mentally. Keep their emotions in check. Oh, Hazard, fantastic again. Unfortunately, not quite able to have the shot drop enough, and Somerset get their 4th point of the shootout. Another fantastic rally, good defensive display. Quirk doing some fantastic work on my right-hand side. The same with Collins as well. She's allowing the ball to hit the wall first. Well, we are seeing a few more volleys in this shootout than we did in the previous game. Unfortunately, the deep block didn't quite work that time for Ackland. And Sussex take a 7-4 lead, just 3 points away from winning the tie. And it will be Collins to serve for Sussex. Which is a 70% winning percentage in 2024. There's Kerry Quirk for Somerset. See her defensive talent on display against a very dominant Sussex team, and Hazard shaking her, just shaking her head there. Really unhappy with that one. And now it makes it Sussex 7, Somerset 5. What was really good to see there, though, was Way Collins straight away came over to her and told her to shrug it off. Collins as well. She's only played 12 games so far in 2024. Has a 58% winning percentage, winning 7 of them. In her career, though, she only actually has a 26% winning percentage. But she's shown a solid defensive display so far in the shootout. Well, that was a fantastic rally between the two sides, but Sussex take an 8-5 lead now. Both sides trying to move the opposite team into a defensive position with those deep lobs. Unfortunately, Ackland just couldn't quite get it over the net. She struggled with that a few times today. That's a fantastic serve there from Quirk. Look at 8-6, and it's only a lot closer than Sussex would have liked this entire tie. But now Sussex do take match point here, 9-6 up against Somerset. Somerset need to keep their emotions in check. They need to stay in the game. Need to keep their cool. And it will be Hazard to serve. This is the worst position to be in if you're a defensive player. Dealing with Karen Hazard serves, those low ones. Oh, and unfortunately for Somerset, they do witness their second loss of the campaign. But Sussex prevail in this one, a 10-6 win in the champion shootout. Great work from Karen Hazard and Olivia Collins. Karen Hazard doing exactly what you'd expect from her, showing her dominance. And ultimately, it was a few of her mistakes which allowed other teams to score. If she can get rid of those for the rest of the tournament, she's going to be incredibly hard to defeat. Thank you for watching the first game here at the County Championships at Rocket Paddle Bristol. We'll be back for more action shortly. Well, welcome back to the 2024 County Championships. Our second game on Court 1. Today will be between the Lancashire women and the Channel Islands women. Both teams, two of the lower ranked sides in this contest. And we are underway. And straight away, Lancashire taking the first point of this first game. Catherine Davis, who tends to work with Jan Mort, her partner, who tend to partner up on most occasions. And also take the second point of the game as well. The Channel Islands consist of Katie Inder and Susie Cornick. And it will be Inder with the serve. Channel Islands just needing to feel their way into this game. They are the lowest ranked side in this women's division. They lost their opening game 2-0 to Essex, who, well, the #1 ranked team, so quite unfortunate to be drawn for the lowest ranked team against the highest ranked team, of course, and Lancashire do take the first game in very quick succession. A quick look as well, I mean, Jan Mort, who's becoming a bit of a local legend in the paddle world, of course, in the UK. We'll have a quick look at Women's Group 1 as well. As mentioned already, Essex and Devon with 2 points currently. Lancashire losing to Devon in a champion shootout. It was a 10-7 that game ended. And Essex, of course, winning 2-0 against the Channel Islands. Essex most likely will advance through to the semi-finals based on their ranking and based on the expectation. They did win their first title ever yesterday in the mixed event. Lancashire on the second serve take the first point of the second game. And the Channel Islands do get their first point of the entire matchup. Maybe that can feed confidence, of course. Unfortunately, Inder not quite able to find a reverse defensive shot there. That's a hard one from Catherine Davis. Plays for Team Rawdon locally. Once again, Inder just struggling to get it over the net at the moment. Lancashire take a 40-15 lead. There'll be a second serve for Mort. Well, the longest rally of the matchup so far allows Lancashire to take the second game in this first set. Inder once again just struggling to drop shot it over the net. And it will be Cornick with the serve for Channel Islands. Channel Islands take the first point of this third game. And end of that time, just straight up the tee, making it tricky for Mort to defend. This time Cornick struggling to get it back over the net, and Channel Islands take a 30-0 lead. Then get that first leg, and maybe able to build upon that momentum. Unfortunately, a crucial error there from Susie Cornick. It was there to be taken, but unfortunately generated too much power, wasn't able to send enough torque in a downwards motion. And it allows Lancashire to get their first points of this third game. That was a tremendous rally there, some good defence on display once again. especially from Catherine Davis, who allowed the ball to bounce twice off the wall and then a boast from herself. Mort able to defend a smash hit as well, before eventually it goes and hits off the cage, and it does tie up this third game. And now Channel Islands have taken a lead again. Can they get their first game of the set? It'll be a second serve. Cornick to take. Once again, just a bit too much on that one. Was in between a lob and a smash, I think, in her decision making. And it could cost her team. Mistake there as well, where Inder usually goes for the drop shot. Instead tried to go for a backhand smash, didn't work in her favour, and Lancashire took a 3-0 lead in this first set. It's about Jan Mort as well. She essentially put this county team together back in the spring, and she'll feel incredibly rewarded after this weekend. They may have lost the first game against Devon, but they're in full control of this tie with the Channel Islands. Mentioned already, Jan Mart and Catherine Davis have been a go-to pairing, and we'd expect the same as we've seen at this year's competition. They actually teamed with each other on the national tour in Wetherby back in September when they lost the consolation final. And of course, that's a bear in mind as well, they were drawn with two of the favourites in the championships, Surrey and Yorkshire, last season, where they finished last in the group. Lancashire take the first point of his fourth game. Davis to serve. And it will be a second serve as a stay. A bit of breakdown of communication there for the Lancashire side. Allow Channel Islands to tie the game up. This time it's Cornick getting the point. And Lancashire staying on the aggression there. Attack and display for that point. Mort with the double smash. And Davis cleaning up. Lancashire just 1 point away from taking the fourth game. And they will do just that. Talk about Jan Moore being a bit of a legend. He's played many and many a game, over 300 games in fact. Only a 49 winning percentage though, but I mean, she has still won 182 games in her career. Unfortunately, only 21 out of the 65 she played this year have ended up in a Mort victory. A good shot there from Davis as well, making it so awkward for Cornick, who was going in one direction and ball's going in the other. When you're going at full speed as well, it's tricky. Second serve. Difficult one for Mort to defend. When Davis getting the shot completely wrong there, went for the overhead. Just timed a shot too early on that occasion. And it ties the fifth game up at 15 apiece. Even though it is 4-0 at the moment in this first set, I think Channel Islands, you can see they're growing into this game slowly. Mort re-enters the cage. And it will be Inda with the serve. And that'll be another Lancashire point. There's some Channel Islands able to, this time there's Channel Islands who take the lead, in fact. Bounce off the wall first. Oh, fantastic drop shot, well defended. On a rally that ends in a mistake from Davis there, went for the backhand smash. Not quite paying off for a team though. The Channel Islands now take a 40-15 lead in this 5th game. Mort just talking to Davis, just encouraging her. It's a tremendous shot there again from Mort to now make it 40-30. Well, just seems a bit of an awkward one there. I think Mort expected it to go in a different direction, or maybe bounce out to her, but now allows Channel Islands to take their first game of the set. And of course, we mentioned they're the lowest ranked team in the women's division. The paddle is rapidly growing in the Channel Islands. Well, some have said that they're considering it to be a threat to tennis in the Channel Islands as well, which is quite incredible. And apparently the club has increased its membership by 40% since the county championships last year. Fantastic to see the growth in full display. That's thanks to the likes of Katie Inder and Susie Cornick playing today. And Cornick hasn't actually got a game on competitive record ever, so this will be her competitive debut as well here at the county championships. She'll be relying on Katie Inder to help her through it. Once again, getting caught wrong-footed there, just maybe allowing the ball too much time on her footwork to get behind it. There should be a second serve, and it will be. There's Villette. Maybe another point for Lancashire there, and I do quite like the let idea. It's good sportsmanship to see when a side is unsure who it should go to, so it just allows the serve to be replayed. It's an incredibly deep shot there from Davis. Got a bit too much torque on that one. Channel Islands with half the deficit in this 6th game. Lancashire still in control. Channel Islands tying it up here. Just allowed Lancashire to make mistakes. Just some awkward drop shotting there as well. Made it incredibly difficult for Davis to get around the ball properly. Came out of it very quickly, both standing in close proximity to the net. Well, Mort did do what I think might be the first sidewall boast we've seen today. But unfortunately, Davis not again able to get it over. It seems like the trend has swapped between Inder to Davis, struggling to get it over the net. Now the Channel Islands have taken their second game of the first set. 4-2 here. We have a game on our hands after Lancashire's rapid start. will be Cornick to serve. Davis just not getting the angles right on her shots. Too many mistakes have allowed Channel Islands to get back into this game. She'll be incredibly disappointed with herself. Cornick to serve. Once again, Davis not able to time the shot, not just getting in the right position. Maybe not seeing the ball as well as she usually does. Great shot from Ender as well, just making it awkward for Moore to expect the ball to go straight to the wall. It took a slight bounce on the court, and now Channel Islands have got a 40-0 lead in this 7th game. Unfortunately, mistake from Cornick this time allows Lancashire back into it. It will be Cornick to serve. Ender forcing a mistake from Davis once again, and Channel Islands take their 3rd game. It's 4-3 here after Lancashire 4-0 up initially. Let's talk about Lancashire as well, but there's a few aesthetic things to speak about. In fact, speaking to Jan earlier, and she was talking about the fact that everyone's very jealous of her bubble clothing that she has to keep it nice and insulated, because one thing, and I'm sure my media team will agree with this, it doesn't warm up in here. It certainly does not. I'm all going to shake their head and agree with me. But I'm sure the players will be feeling the heat out there on the court. But also, when you look at Catherine Davis as well, she has a very sparkly racket. Very pretty to look at. Glistens in the light. But unfortunately for her, it's not quite getting her angles correctly. Both sides will come back out. Lancashire 4-3 up in this first set. A lot closer than we were expecting it to be from the start of that game. Jan Moore just having a quick discussion. It will be Davis with the serve as they swap sides. Lancashire take the lead in this 8th game. Ender again. Ender a bit more aggressive now. In the early stages, going for the drop shot, now allowing the smashes, which Moore has struggled to defend against on a few occasions. Now it's Ender's turn to just not get it over the net, which seems to be the main trend of this game, actually. It's where most of the points are coming from players not able to get it over the net. They're going into a too aggressive position, potentially. There again, we see Ender using a backhand, but just getting too much to the side of the ball, not under it enough. Lancashire take a 40-15 lead. Fantastic rally in the end, which allowed Lancashire to take the 8th game to make it 5-3. Both sides not wanting to go into a defensive position, as seen there. All of them, all 4 players in close proximity to the net. And it was Lancashire who was able to take advantage, found that gap in between the 2 players, no one in a defensive area. And Lancashire able to take their 5th game of this first set. That will be a Lancashire point after the second serve. Into 2 serve. think that's an example of what India was trying to do the entire game before that point then, using that backhand swipe. Just cause a bit of spin on it as it goes right over the net, not much of a lob. And Davis there with the deep lob, didn't quite work out again. Hits a back wall first, and now Channel Islands are taking a 30-15 lead in this 9th game. As it comes off the shin of Mort. Channel Islands keeping it very close, but it looks like Lancashire are going to start moving away and create some space. Channel Islands bites back. Must have been about 3 or 4 volleys in a row there, and Davis be incredibly disappointed. A few drop shots there as well, but Channel Islands do make it 5-4 here. And talked about the fact that even though they are the lowest ranked team, they did have a great year at the county champs last year. Both the women and mixed teams made it to semi-finals. Women ended up beating Cheshire, Wiltshire and Devon to top their group, but eventually lost to Surrey in the semi-finals. And mentioned already, it's a tough draw this year, with only 1 team from each group qualifying for the semi-finals. And as most would expect, it'll be the #1 ranked team, Essex, who did beat the Channel Islands in the first game. Didn't take part in the over 60, the over 50 county championships, Channel Islands, but they did come 4th in their group at the over 40. They won the 1 game. They had Essex, Sussex and Somerset finish above them, and Suffolk finish in the 5th position of that group. And at the moment, once again, they're keeping it very close this game. It'll be Mort to serve. Well, there was a deep lob there, very deep lob from Cornick, which hit the court first, and Mort trying a defensive lob. Ends up almost coming out over the cage and into our media area. And now Lancashire tie it up with Endo putting too much on that backhand. Well, Cornick did incredibly well there to keep her team in it. There was almost a breakdown in communication between the 2 Channel Island players, but Cornick was able to get it back over, and then a smash hit straight into the corner, which Mort had to get right on top of. Another great shot as well there by Ender, making it too much for Mort to get to. Using the slower footwork to her advantage there, getting it over the shorter player. It's a brilliant shot there from Ender. Incredible work there. It came off the wall. She was able to just keep it down that left channel of the court. Yeah, it does hit the turf before the wall, and it has tied this game up. An incredible encounter between these 2 sides already. 5 apiece now. Which does mean it now goes to a 1st to 7. And it's Lancashire who draw first blood, making it 15-0. Lancashire take another advantage, they double it there, which is a shame because Inda, we can see what she's doing in the recent games of this entire matchup, is she's just able to generate as much or as little power as she needs to. Just in the arm alone is able to smash it towards a defensive player that has to adjust. And if she wants to take a bit off of it, she knows how to. And Lancashire take a 14-0 lead. Can they take the 11th game and make it 6-5 here in this first set? Be Cornick to serve. And it will be Lancashire to take the 11th game to make it 6-5. Mentioned already that they had a fantastic year last year, Channel Islands, and they're putting out a good display here as well. You've got players who, one player who's not played competitively yet until this tournament. Kitty, on the other hand, has won 27 career games, hasn't played in 2024 yet though. With a 36% winning percentage in her career. As both sides come back out onto the court to swap over. It looks like it will be Davis to serve for Lancashire. That will be an early point for the Channel Islands. Can they tie this game up and send it to one final game in this set? Channel Islands have doubled their advantage there. Another mistake from Davis. Tried to place it into that corner. Unfortunately hitting the wall before it hits the ground. Once again, Davis just not finding the turf at the moment. Now 14-0 to the Channel Islands. Could take it to that 13th game. We're starting to see the Lancashire players just get into their heads a bit slightly, as it will go to one final game to take the first set. Davis especially seemingly overwhelmed by the occasion potentially. Struggling to keep a clear head. Channel Islands keeping very calm even when they were behind. So now goes to the tiebreak, and it'll be a 1st-7. And it will be the Channel Islands to take the first one, so it'll be 1-0 to the Channel Islands. For anyone who's new to paddle, when it goes 6 apiece in the set, it then goes to a 1st-7 tiebreak. Lots of intricacies with paddle, but we love it. Just makes it a bit different, makes it unique from other sports. Also makes it more exciting. And that all came from Cornick there. She had to go deep. Got enough power behind the ball to send a deep lob back, which sent the attacking players backwards. They always take advantage and go 2 up in the tiebreak. More struggling just to get back over again. And well, I mentioned that quick start, that early momentum from Lancashire. I almost wonder if they got a bit complacent after that, because the Channel Islands have just come out flying since those first 4 games of this set. It'll be Cornick to serve. Once again, struggling to get it over the net to the experienced player Mort. She'll be incredibly disappointed about how things are going in this game. But There will still be another set to go if they don't win this one. And that's 5-0 for Channel Islands, the lowest ranked side. May take the first set. An attempted boso from Ender, but it does allow Lancashire to take their first point of the tie-break. Should be noted as well, actually, neither of the two sides took part in the over 60s or over 40s county championships this year. But Lancashire did take place in the take a place in the over 50s. They finished behind Surrey and ahead of Dorset and Cheshire in their group. They also finished second in their group in the mixed division. And now both sides come back out, swapping over again. Channel Islands just needing 2 more points to win this first set. The first game today only lasted just 44 minutes. It's these games that go to tie breaks, so it can last a lot longer. If it wasn't on the champion shootout, it certainly would have been a lot quicker as well. And Channel Islands just match point away from taking the first set. That'll be a second serve for Ender to take. And Channel Islands will take the first set here at Rocket Paddle in Bristol. As we said, the difference between the first 2 games so far, in that first game, I mean, first of all, the first game only took 44 minutes to get through. This one's already taken 31. But in that first game, it was a lot more footwork movement, deep lobs, smash hits. This one's been much more tactical in terms of the drop shots and trying to move players across the court. Also a bit more inexperienced for some of these players compared to the first game. But Channel Islands do take the first set 7-6. And we're just looking at Women's Group 1 as a reminder. Essex and Devon currently on 2 points. Lancashire have the 1. Channel Islands on 0. Well, as it stands, Channel Islands may be taking their first point if they can win the second set here. I imagine Jan Moore, to the experienced head, will be talking to Catherine Davis, telling her to calm down as well. Just to reel it in, try and keep the emotions in check. Channel Islands straight back out straight away, of course, just to get ready. They'll be feeling very confident after that first set, putting some good stuff, forcing the errors of Lancashire. Just a reminder, some of the other players on the team as well. Obviously, we don't know what's happening on court 2 as of right now. I'm sure we'll find out shortly. 2 other players are Kelly Jane Wally and Sue Tolman for Lancashire. And there'll be Claire Clark and Julianne Borenbergs for the Channel Islands. They'll be playing to decide what happens on court 2. And it will be Lancashire to serve through Jan Mort to start the second set. That's exactly what they'd have wanted, Lancashire. An early point, a good serve there from Mort. And she'll go in the other direction for the second serve. Unfortunately not able to torque it enough downwards there. Channel Islands tie it up. And this is where most of Channel Islands' points have come from. Big mistakes from Lancashire. We see that Jan Mort wants to use the inexperience of Susie Cornick to her advantage there, tries to serve it towards her, trying to make her play for it, defend her shots. Ultimately, Cornick got the better of the experienced head. Once again, Mort just smashing it when probably it's not necessary to. Or just not getting enough height on the ball. And once again, the low serve working perfectly against Cornick to make it 40-30 to the Channel Islands. And what was almost the longest rally of the day ends up with, once again, Jan Mott hitting it straight into the net. Susie Cornick had to adjust so many times to find those deep lobs. And we just had word that the Channel Islands have also taken the first set over at court 2 as well. Oh, and both have actually won the entire thing. My goodness, that was a quick game over in court 2. Thank you to the media team for providing that information. And these are Channel Islands who've taken the first game in the second set, are in prime position to take the entire matchup. They've now got 1 point on the table. Can they find the second one? And will be Channel Islands to serve as well in the second game of the second set. It will be Inda. And what's interesting to see as well is the way that even when Inda serves and Cornick is in an attacking position, she'll quickly come to the net as well and does allow that vulnerability. Cornick seems to work better as a defensive unit, as we see there with the deep lob. Unlucky there, a good attempt to smash hit from Cornick. Hits straight into the wall though. Now Lancashire take a 13-0 lead in the second game of the second set. That'll be another point for Lancashire. The deep lob not quite working out that time, but you can see Cornick just has a very good defensive position. He's able to get around the ball. And Inda, much more aggressive attacking player. But once again, just not putting enough on it there. Where Lancashire could have taken their first game of the second set, Channel Islands just going to work their way back into it. As we learned from that first set, it's certainly not over until it's over. Lancashire were 4-0 up in the first set. The Channel Islands ultimately won it in the tiebreak. Inda not quite able to keep it inside the cage. And Lancashire do take their first game of the second set to tie it at 1 apiece. And I think we're going to expect a close encounter the entire way through now, just like that first set. Well, aggressive play there from Cornick as well with the double smash. I mean, instead of getting overexcited, decided to reel it back in and allow Channel Islands to take the first point of this third game. And straight into the cage there by Davis. Channel Islands now 13-0 up. Just struggling to find a rhythm at the moment, Lancashire. Even when they do quite get a few points in a row, seems to lose their touch. Oh, that's a fantastic shot there to the back wall. Too much for Cornick to get onto it. Ricocheted off it. It just came a good yard or two ahead of Cornick to get onto. And actually get their first point of the third game. Second serve for Davis. Oh, Mort had control then. Inda did well with the backhand to get it back over. Mort not able to send it over to Cornick. Wanted to attempt a drop shot potentially there. Once again, Lancashire not finding rhythm. Channel Islands all over them at the moment, completely dominant. Even if the scoreboard does look close, you can see Channel Islands look so much more comfortable in this game. Inda as well, you know, she played 74 games in her career, 36% winning percentage. She hasn't played on record since 2021 either, when she played for the Warwick Boat Club in the National Open. She lost both her games in that competition. But you can see she's really helping Cornick all the way, always giving her advice, always chatting to her, always making her feel comfortable on the court. And I've been incredibly impressed by Susie Cornick today. Her defensive display, a phenomenal one at that. Could allow Channel Islands to take their second point of the tournament. Davis again, I'm not sure if they're potentially rushing the shot or just not reading the ball well enough to be able to get it over. The difference between the two sides, we're seeing Channel Islands go for those deep lobs, whereas Lancashire just want to swipe it across and make sure it's over. There we do see a lob from Davis. But once again, the swipe, which just allows Cornick to find that open position on the left side of the Lancashire part of the court. And that's a 30-0 lead for Channel Islands in this fourth game of the second set. Now the game points for Channel Islands. Mort this time. A few times she's hit into the cage. Not reading the ball. Mort allows Channel Islands to take the fourth game. They take a 3-1 lead in this second set. They will certainly be feeling confident halfway there now to winning the game. The entire matchup between Lancashire and Channel Islands. Mort and Davis just having a quick break just to maybe talk strategy, try and rethink a way of getting back into this game. At the moment being overwhelmed. And Mort did actually lose in the consolation semis at Middlesbrough on the seniors tour last month. Catherine Davis already mentioned, teamed up back in September at Wetherby, where they lost in the consolation final. Just not getting over that ball enough there, Davis. Maybe attempting to get under it more. She's had a few times now where it's not gone over the net. Maybe a second serve from Mort. And Channel Islands just look so much more relaxed in play. Not overthinking anything. We're just playing good paddle at the moment, just making it tricky for Lancashire. Although they do take their first points now, the team from up north. Make it 15 apiece in the fifth game of this second set. Fantastic shot. Always aim for the side of the cage. Definitely the general advice. If you're going to smash the hit onto the court, make sure it comes off the cage. It's so tricky to defend those shots. Once again, the power of Inder on full display there. Some Inder attempting the drop shot, not working out for her. Similar to the start of the game, not quite able to get it over the net. Using the top half of the racket on the backhand, not going to get enough height on it by doing that. A very fine rally there for Lancashire to get a 40-30 lead in the fifth game of the second set. Davis making Inder play aggressive, making her play for it. Mort with the serve. Oh, Davis this time once again trying to swipe. trying to make it hard for the Channel Islands players to defensively hit it back. That's a good low serve there. And Lancashire take their second game of the second set. I feel confident after that one. They look much more comfortable, especially with the serve. I spoke about Morton Davis, but with Indo and Cornick, of course, Indo mentioned already, played for Warwick Boat Club back in 2021, hasn't played for a club since. She's in the top 312 at the time that this draw was made, 312 ranking, whereas Cornick not technically ranked. Whereas Jan Moore is in the top 100. Catherine Davis trying to break into that mark. It's a margin that is tough to get into, but once you're there, you can certainly see why they're there. And it will be Channel Islands to serve. And the sixth game of the second set is Inda. Oh, smash hit there. Right to the side cage once again from Cornick. We talk about her defensive prowess in this game, but when she gets aggressive, she makes the moves happen. And it's what makes the Channel Islands such a durable and efficient team. Well, the drop shot was played perfectly by Inda, but defended sublimely there by Davis. And we're seeing some really good paddle on display in the second set. We'll see it again there. 15-all. Oh, another awkward drop shot, which Mort wasn't able to read. He got close to the cage, and Channel Islands take a 30-15 lead now. This time it doesn't quite work, and maybe this is the tactic that Davis has been trying to do all day. Make it tricky for them to get it back over the net with those swiping shots. Now Channel Islands make it 40-30 on the serve there, low one, which Mort is unable to defend against. Going to be Inda to serve again. Imagine it'll be another low one to the corner. Davis just struggling to get over the net. It seems that she's always trying to play the attacking shot. It's very rarely she tries the deep one, even when the two Channel Island players are close to the net. She's not sending them back into a defensive position, and it allows the Channel Islands to take a 4-2 lead in the second set. They're now just 2 away from taking the entire matchup. Oh, there's a lot of aggression on that smash hit there, the overhead from Davis, which Cornick defended well initially. But Lancashire do take the first point in this 7th game. And Inda having the same issue that Davis is having, trying to go for the swiping effort, doesn't get over the net. Fine deep lob once again there by Inda, making it tricky for Mort, who had to tuck herself right into the corner then to make anything happen. Had to generate more power than she wanted. And that ultimately led to Channel Islands taking their first point of the game. Corner going butchered there by Davis. Few deep shots and then the smash hit in the end. Cornick defended well initially, did incredibly well, but unfortunately not able to get it back over that time. Did make contact with the ball, but now Lancashire in prime position to take this game. Oh, the Attempted post there by India. It was a tricky one. It bounced and ricocheted between the two corners of the wall. And that was Lancashire to make it 4-3. Well, we expected a close encounter after our first set, and we are getting exactly as expected. Incredible stuff here at the County Championships 2024 at UK PADEL in Bristol. Just a reminder of some of the other games we've got going on as well here on Court 1 today. Up next, we've got the Warwickshire men going up against Oxfordshire. And back to the women's division for Durham and Cleveland versus Wiltshire. And that will take us to the midway point, the break point of the day to end the morning session. But now the Channel Islanders need to come back out. They need to find their rhythm again. Ultimately, it tends to come down to whether India can get it over the net, because Cornick is doing a sublime job of defending the shots coming at her. Davis starting to find her flow as well, making those smash hits worth it. Well, it was generally quite a defensive rally until Davis saw it. She saw the light, but unfortunately wasn't able to capitalise there. There's a perfect gap in the middle. Too much on it once again, though. Streamlined all the way through to the back of the wall. Channel Islanders take the first point in this 8th game of the second set. Awkward one, good shot from Mort. Get Lancashire back into it, 15 apiece now. Not easy for India to defend that one. Just bounced around in the corner and didn't lift up at all off the ground. Channel Islanders did exactly what they need to do there, push Lancashire back into a defensive position. Cornick with the double smash, well defended by Mort initially, then it just dragged itself away too much for Davis to get on the end of. Certainly a lot more patience from Davis though, in the last few points. Lancashire tie it up here as well in this game. 30 apiece now. India just going over to encourage her teammates. Oh, that's a tricky one. A fantastic drop shot there once again from Cornick this time. Both red shirts having to sprint towards it, try and get on the end of it. Breakdown in communication, unfortunately. The Channel Islands 1 point away, going 5-3 up. And there it is, Channel Islands now just 1 game away from taking the entire match. They will feel incredibly happy with the display they put out today, the performance that they've shown after the 2 losses yesterday. This could be a big moment for the Islander team. And it will be Mort to serve for Lancashire. And the atmosphere beginning to build as well as we're moving towards the midday point of the day. Many players in the vicinity. Men and women champions will be crowned this evening. I think just deflects off the wall there. Channel Islands will take the lead in a crucial game that could take the entire match. Quick reminder, the Channel Islands have already won on court 2 earlier. So it won't go. It'll only go to a champion shootout if Lancashire can win this entire tie. Oh, Davis once again not able to get it over and kicks the ball in the net in frustration. That's what you want to see as well here. You want to see some competitive edge from the players when they get frustrated themselves. Obviously they need to then keep a cool head, get back into the game. Calm minds prevail, but unfortunately not able to do so there. The swiping shot that goes straight into the side, and Channel Islands now are on match point. Can they get their second win? Not this time, as Lancashire fighting back, comes off the wall, 40-30 in a crucial game. Oh, that's a fantastic effort there. Great smash hit overhead towards the back wall. Too much for Cornick and Inders get onto. And it's tied up here. Can Lancashire stay alive for just a bit longer? Can they fight their way back into this game? It will certainly be one hell of a comeback if they do. And the Channel Islands have done it. They've won here on court 1 and court 2 to take it 2-0 against Lancashire. 2 points on the board for them, the lowest ranked team in the competition. And they have done their islands incredibly proud here in a match time of 56 minutes. Massive congratulations there to Katie Inder and Susie Cornick. Susie Cornick on a competitive debut this weekend has impressed me massively. Commiserations to Jan Moore and Catherine Davis, who put in a good shift there, but it just didn't work in pattern. Well, next up, we will have the Warwickshire men versus the Oxfordshire men here on court 1. But for now, we'll take a quick break, and we'll be back with more action here at the 2024 Padel County Championships. Well, welcome back to the 2024 County Championships. And we're in the men's division now. It's Warwickshire versus Oxfordshire. As Oxfordshire gets underway and straight away getting the initial point by smashing it out of the cage. The passer-by has had to go on and collect the ball. And a good throw over the cage as well. It's an early start, good start for Oxfordshire. And now Warwickshire able to tie the game up. So for Warwickshire today, we have Enrique Martinez and Andrew Smith. And for Oxfordshire, it's Gonzalo Navas and Miguel Caramalo. Warwickshire in the purple, Oxfordshire in the blue and black. Warwickshire, the second-ranked team in the competition. And another smash hit there as Warwickshire able to control this first game now and take a lead, 30-15. Navas did attempt to go out of the cage to try and hit it back in. But unfortunately, had no chance of getting that one. And it will be a second serve for Navas. And Smith able to get it back across there with the backhand as a swipe. A lot of power on display early on in this game, and Warwickshire taking early lead. Leading on, just 1 point away from taking this first game. And a second serve, once again for Navas to take. And there it is the first game, and it goes in the way of Warwickshire. Mentioned we have a second-ranked team overall in the men's competition, only behind the number 1 ranked Essex. Mentioned Andrew Smith and Enrique Martinez, who are competing for Warwickshire in this one. Smith, who lost in the semi-final of a men's double event on the Surge Paddle Tour in Harrogate last month, will be looking to make amends here. They've won their first 2 games though, Warwickshire as well. They beat Dorset and Gloucester in their group, most likely going to be advancing into the next round. If they win here, that will settle it. Just a reminder that the winners of every group go through into the next round, as well as the next best place, second place team, if that makes sense. And now they've swapped sides, and with Warwickshire to go again and take a lead in the second game. And they do again there as well, and just a bit of frustration there from Navas, who is wearing a cap actually indoors, which is interesting. So is Smith, but he's wearing his backwards. And Warwickshire 40-0 up now as it hits the back wall, that time from Caramalo. And this time he's able to get the point for Oxfordshire. Makes it 40-15. We just need to start growing some momentum now. They lost to Dorset in their first game. This is only their second game of the group. And Smith this time not able to get it over, and Oxfordshire now bring it back to 40-30 in the second game. Fast-paced action here at Rocket Paddle Bristol. And there is the smash from Smith. That's what he attempted the first time. This time it paid off, and Warwickshire take the second game in this first set. Now it'll be Oxfordshire to serve through Caramalo. And straight into backcourt. Attempted jumping smash hit there from Navas again. Doesn't quite pay off. And Warwickshire take the first point again in this game, the third one of the set. And it will be a second serve for Caramalo. Well, it was a great defensive shot back from Caramalo, but Smith too much for him on the second time of asking as he smashes it over and out the cage to make it 30-0 for Warwickshire in this third game. As the media crew get involved now as well. Good throw. Might see a few of those today as well. Andrew Smith especially, he's got Very fine build to him. He's able to generate a lot of power. It's like Caramalo not able to get it over, attempting his own smash hit. His serve is very interesting as well, as he seems to take a bit of a hop, bit of a skip with his serve, tries to generate a bit of power, maybe to keep it low. Well, that is just sublime paddle there from both players of Warwickshire. Initially fantastic defensive shot, drop shot by Martinez, and then Smith just boasting it against the wall. And it ends up being a boast drop shot almost, which allows Warwickshire to take the third game. And we're talking about that serve that Caramalo does as well. I suppose what it does do is Imo generates a bit of power low. It also keeps you on your toes. It stops you from being too flat-footed. Speaking of Caramalo, he lost it in the final in the men's double event at Smash Paddle in Bicester. He was partnered with Harley Dixon that day. He's not at the event this year. He's trying to break into that top 100 ranking. But Warwickshire in complete control, halfway to taking the first set. And it will be Smith to serve for the second ranked team. And once again, we're seeing that Smith smash go straight into the back cage. The aggressive manner of Warwickshire is too much for Oxfordshire to handle as well. If we do end up seeing an Essex versus Warwickshire final, it could be something for the ages, that's for sure. Once again, the Smith smash. I think that's going to be the common name for it soon. Able to generate so much power. He goes completely out. Although, in saying that aggressive nature, Oxfordshire need to see that. They need to try and move Warwickshire into a defensive position. They're allowing them to stay on the offense. Once again, Smith just getting it over the net. Catching Caramalo wrong-footed there, and Warwickshire take the fourth game of this first set. In the moment, a very dominant display. And it's not just Smith either. We've seen Martinez make some fantastic defensive stops. And he generates so much power to the point where he can smash it towards the back of the court without it even hitting the wall. That was the first time there where they attempted to send Warwickshire into a defensive position, but didn't pay off. And it will be a second serve for Navas. And an awkward one. Probably the wrong decision there. Needed to attempt a defensive lob over the head, just to get it over the net. Instead tried to swipe it. And now Warwickshire take a 30-0 lead in the fifth game of this first set. It will be a second serve. And once again, that time, they do just step up a bit there, Oxfordshire. But nothing is just working to their advantage at the moment. When luck is not on your side, it's usually with the opponent. Now be a second serve again. Clever drop shot. And a smash hit as well. Good work there from Caramalo to get the first point of this game. Had a bit of spin on it as well, that drop shot. Made it hard for Smith to get to. But unfortunately, it doesn't pay off this time. And it does mean Warwickshire take a 5-0 lead in this opening set. Of course, there's still a game going on court 2 as well. They started a bit before this one. They'll have to await the result of there as well. Well, Warwickshire, they came close to winning a tricky Group 2 last year, but finished behind the eventual finalist Yorkshire. We also played against Cheshire on court 1 last year, so this is their second time here on court 1. Michael Baines, who is here this year, he was phenomenal in that game. And now Warwickshire just one game away from taking the first set in quite quick time as well. As mentioned already, you want to get over these games quickly as possible. Save the energy for when you're into the next rounds. Martinez with the serve. And there it is this time. Is Martinez who's able to smash it over and out the cage. Initially, there was some good defensive work from Navas, who actually defended a shot that hit the side of the cage. But led to nothing as Warwickshire have taken a 30-0 lead, just 2 points away from taking the set. Be a second serve for Martinez. Oh, it was an awkward backhander to deal with initially, but great defending in the end from Navas, who was able to get it over. Caught Martinez wrong-footed, he was going in one direction, the ball the other. And when you're running, or sidestepping in this case, at full pace, it makes it very hard to adjust on the whim. And it will be Oxfordshire, Warwickshire in fact to serve. Oh, another smash shot, which does lead to another point. Not out the cage this time, but enough awkwardness, which caused the Oxfordshire side to stumble a little bit. And Warwickshire now 1 point away, set to point. Oh, but not this time. Smith attempting the smash again. Oh, that's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant from Oxfordshire. Great work initially from Navas, who was in complete control of that point, making both of the Warwickshire players run to and fro. And the smash hit out of the cage. And that will be the first set. Goes in the way of Warwickshire. A dominant display. And they're not overly happy on court 2 because the ball ended up bouncing into the other court. The players in court 1 have a chuckle about it. Court 2 not so happy. It's the competitive nature. That's at 12 minutes that first set. We could be in for a very quick game if they have an identical set again. Although it feels like Oxfordshire starting to find some rhythm now. Navas we're especially seeing it from, and they do open up the set. Navas with a nod of appreciation to his teammate as Caramalo serves. Oh, Smith again, not making the smash work. And Oxfordshire just growing back into this game now. Even though it is 6-0, they've shown some good stuff. But that time not able to get it over. Got over the ball on that occasion. The top half of the racket making contact. Straight into the netting. Well, that's a boast that leads to a point for the opposition. And Navas having to apologise to everyone near the bar going towards the toilets as the ball went flying in that direction. I think it may have gone into court 12. And that's Oxfordshire only 1 point away now from taking the first game of this set. Mind at Oxfordshire, they're the 18th ranked team in the men's division of this competition. Warwickshire the second. Oh, that was a lovely rally from both sides there. Initially, Caramalo saw that both of the purple shirts were in one side of the court, But Smith, who was further back, was able to take control of the situation. And Warwickshire able to bring it back to 40-30. Oh, it was Padel at its best that rally, but unfortunate mistake from Caramallo allows Warwickshire to take the first game of this set. Oxfordshire were in complete control, but two very competitive combatants on court one here at the 2024 County Championships at Rocket Padel here in Bristol. And the boast off the wall leads to the smash as well. Certainly a difference between the women's and men's games is the fact that with the women's games, if there's a boast, it doesn't usually lead to much for the other team. Whereas there's twice now we've seen the boast lead to a smash for the opposition. And Warwickshire have taken the first game of the second set. Talk about a few things as well, as all four of the players that they have, Warwickshire, ranked in the LTA top 50, suggesting they've got a strong chance of progressing from their group, of course. They do have Gloucester, who are the dark horses, who won many events at the age of the specific county champs. In fact, Gloucestershire had the most titles with 4 out of any of the other teams, and then Yorkshire with 3. Neither of these two sides have even made it to a final yet, although Warwickshire will have high hopes for their team this year. The only competition they didn't compete in was in the over 60s championship. They did top their group in the over 50s though. Sussex, Lancashire, North Scotland finished below them. They did lose to Gloucester in the semi-final. But they've been able to get revenge here as they beat Gloucester in the second game. They're certainly topping their group with a lot of confidence. Now Oxfordshire have a lot of work to do. And it will be Warwickshire with the serve, Smith. Oh, a big mistake there as well. Uncharacteristic in this game from Martinez to hit it towards the back wall. And Oxfordshire take the first point in the second game of the second set. So it goes the other way as well. Warwickshire tying it up. And what Oxfordshire need to do, they just need to get a few points together. They did that in the end, near the end of the first set, but we're not able to capitalise. It will be a second serve for Smith. Warwickshire just not finding that rhythm yet in the second set, but Oxfordshire will be hoping to try and get their first game of the entire match. And there it is, Oxfordshire do get their first game. And that will help their confidence massively. They know they can score on Warwickshire now as they go for another drinks break. I mentioned that Warwickshire, they did top the over 50 champs, lost in the semi-final. They actually came bottom in the over 40, where they lost all 3 games to Kent, Avon and the Channel Islands. I talk about win percentages as well. Of course, it's LTA rankings we speak about with Enrique Martinez. He's got a 76% career winning percentage in the LTA rankings. Won 32 out of the 42 he's played. Andrew Smith, who's played well over 400 games, which is incredible, with a 57% winning percentage, 244 wins. Now will be Oxfordshire to serve with Navas. Oh, a big smash there from Navas, the former Go Paddle UK team player back in 2021. Now take the second serve. Oxfordshire potentially finding a rhythm. Rally again. Oxfordshire coming out the stronger of the two. They seem to be working a bit more together now, communicating better on the court. Warwickshire just been a bit surprised in the second set. I think that they lost a point there. We can see that Oxfordshire being much more aggressive, not allowing Warwickshire to come forward towards the net, keeping that proximity away, making them play back deep. An unfortunate shot there. Mistake from Navas, which we haven't seen too much of in the second set. Ties up the third game at 30 apiece. Will be Navas to serve again. We saw an offense versus defensive display there, especially between Navas and Smith. Navas trying to go deep every time, Smith not allowing him to come back, and it does allow Warwickshire to take the next point, and they're now just 1 point away from taking this third game, should I say, in this match. Get over the net. Good idea from Caramallo, as both of the Warwickshire players were in defensive positions, and does allow Warwickshire to take the third game. Although looking at the scoreline, it's not overly telling of how the second set has gone, especially because Oxfordshire have made a really good showing of themselves. Once they've got on the front foot, been more aggressive, certainly worked out a lot better for them. Yeah, we've seen that a few times today as well, where Smith will aim for that side cage, making it awkward to defend, making it awkward to hit it back. And it allows Warwickshire to move into a more aggressive position. And will be a second serve for Martinez. That should be a Warwickshire point on that one. Just 2 away now from taking the third game. Does hit the wall. What I do like about paddle as well, and what you're maybe noticing if you're viewing here today, is the fact that we don't have referees, no umpires, so it's very much self-governed. There's always a good nature, good sportsmanship, good gamesmanship. That's why we have lets. Once again, Navas not able to get it back over. In fact, puts too much on it, tries to go deep into the corner, comes off the cage, and means Warwickshire are now just 3 games away from taking the entire match. Look as well, see Oxfordshire, they exited in the group stage of the County Championships last year. They came 4th behind Surrey, Buckinghamshire and Wiltshire, but did beat Somerset. They appeared on court once as well, when they played Buckinghamshire. They only lost in the shootout. Buckinghamshire, obviously a top team as well. They're the 10th ranked team in the competition. But now they need a lot more. They need a lot more if they want to win this game as well. They're almost there, Warwickshire, but Oxfordshire need to put on a hefty comeback. Just to apologise as well, it's actually a 2-1 to Warwickshire in this set. Still plenty of work to do, nonetheless. It will be Oxfordshire to serve. Well, Smith did really well then to send Navas into a defensive position, sending it right to the wall, right to the back wall. And then the attempted smash there goes straight into the opposition wall, allowing for it to be a Warwickshire point. Oh, that's an awkward one as well. Smith did really well. They had to watch it off the wall because it only just bounced off it. And he was able to just shred it right through the middle of the tee. Well, what we're seeing from Smith, and that was a perfect demonstration of that, is he loves that backhand, getting a bit of backspin on the ball, making it tricky for opponents to read it in the air. And as soon as it bounces, it just doesn't go anywhere, barely lifts off the ground, and Warwickshire take a 40-0 lead. And there's the Smith smash, not quite as smashing as it was earlier, but it does the job, and it means Warwickshire now go 3-1 up in the second set. Just 3 more to win the entire matchup. We will, of course, await the second game on court 2. Oh, and a bit of frustration there from Martinez, not happy. Lots to be happy about with their performance so far, though. Warwickshire, of course. And good work there once again. Oxfordshire make it 30-0 in the 5th game of the second set. There we go, Oxfordshire as well, just sending Warwickshire into a defensive position. And that's certainly the biggest trend of this game. Whoever's on the back foot will struggle to score points unless a mistake happens. It's a fantastic defensive shot initially by Navas, who just tipped it with his racket over the net after the initial smash, but then too much on it the second time from Martinez, and it allows Warwickshire to get back into this 5th game of the second set. Oh, and an attempted boast there. I'm not quite sure if he was trying to aim for the side or the back. Oh, most likely the back, so that's where he was, but it was a weird angle that he was standing at. Wasn't going to get much leverage on it. Now Warwickshire bring it back to 30-40. Quick moment to pause while the Oxfordshire teammates have a quick chat. And there it is, there's the Smith smash, which goes out of the cage. And he ties up this 5th game in the second set. And Oxfordshire will be reeling, wondering what's gone wrong after having a hefty lead in this game. They'll be massively frustrated. And there it is, Warwickshire taking that game to make it 4-1. And I think Oxfordshire need a moment's break just to refocus, reshape, strategize, break down everything that's happened so far in this matchup. We'll just have a quick look at men's Group 5. Warwickshire with the 2 wins on 4 points, potentially on their way to a 5th one. Dorset have 1 win and 1 loss with 2. Oxfordshire and Gloucestershire both struggling at the bottom. Warwickshire, all they probably need 1 point in order to win this entire group. And they may do that here. Still waiting to hear the result of Court 2. There's no game happening there now, so we will assume it's finished. We'll find out later after this game. Looking at the Oxfordshire side as well, you know, they've teamed up together before actually, Navas and Karamarlo. They lost in the round of 32 at the National Tour Grade 2 event at Ilford last weekend. And Karamarlo, he also lost in the final of the men's double in Bochester, as mentioned, when he teamed up with Harley Dixon. So these two aren't strangers to working together. And it will be Navas with the serve. It's a low one, it's an awkward one. And that's the sort of serve that's going to help Oxfordshire get back into this game. It's 4-1 in this second set. Be a second serve. Oh, that time just not getting enough torque on it, on that shot. You can see every time they want to send them back, want to hit the smash shots, try and make it awkward, make it bounce off the wall and come too far forward when they're in a defensive position. And there it is, that's where it works exactly like that, where Smith wasn't able to get under the ball properly. Now Oxfordshire take a lead in this 6th game of the second set. Oh, that's brilliant, absolutely brilliant from Smith. The Smith smash in its utter beauty right there. The initial smash by Navas, which went to the top of the cage, only took the 1 bounce, and Smith able to hit it across near the net. And it goes out of the cage to make it 30 apiece. Oh, lovely drop shot, well read there from Karamarlo. Saw the Smith slightly flat-footed there in a defensive position, expecting it to come to nearwards the backside of the court. And the drop shot, just catching him off guard. Rally is paddle at its best right now. Smith gets it across and he does get the point. And it makes it 40-all in the 6th game. Just a beautiful rally altogether. Both sides not wanting to give up that point. And the next one will take the game. And Warwickshire, if they take this next point, they'll be within 1 game of the entire match. Will be Oxfordshire with the serve again. Now be second serve. And there it is, Warwickshire, should I say. Oxfordshire not able to capitalise. Warwickshire taking the massive lead now, just 1 game away from finishing this entire tie. 5-1 up here. Completely dominant. Fantastic display. All credit, though, so far to Oxfordshire, who've really stuck at it. But Warwickshire just a bit too much. Oxfordshire, they came 3rd in the men's group in the over 60s. Lost to Essex and Buckinghamshire, but beat Suffolk. And in the over 50s, they came 4th. And the over 40s end up losing all group games to Gloucester, Cheshire and Buckinghamshire. So, unfortunately, it's not been the best of years in terms of how they've got on rewards-wise. I think they'll be very happy with the amount of players they have playing, being able to be here at the County Championships at Rocket Paddle Bristol as well, as Warwickshire take the first point of what could be the deciding game of the entire matchup. And once again, it just goes over the net, tips over, and there's a big grin on Andrew Smith's face there. Realising he got caught out. Not much could have been done there, though, from the Warwickshire players. It makes it 15 apiece. It will be second serve, Martinez. Oh, it was awkward and low for so long, and eventually it caught up to Caramalo as Warwickshire now take the 30-15 lead. They just need 2 more points to win the match. Oh, and unlike Smith, they're not able to get it over the netting. Well worked, well watched there by Navas. Making Oxfordshire play for it, making them play for the win. Big boast. And it will be a point there as well. And Oxfordshire now making it uncomfortable potentially for Warwickshire. There's a Smith smash, and it goes out the cage. That's a fantastic shot and a crucial point as well. Now Warwickshire, match point. And if they do this, they will most likely top of their group and qualify for the next round. And that will be that. Warwickshire get the job done here at Rocket Paddle Bristol. And they should now advance into the next round of the 2024 County Championships. So 37 match time on that one. It's only one of the shorter ones I had today, but one of the more impressive ones as well. Some fantastic paddle on display. That's some fantastic paddle all morning here, Rocket Paddle. And we'll wait to hear the result of the second game on court 2. But for now, we'll take a break in the action, and we'll be back for some more County Championship action.
the two men's room. Yeah.
What's in the men's for this?
Oh, welcome back to the 2024 County Championships here at Rocket Paddle Bristol. Had to wait our fourth game here on court one. Seen some fantastic action already in both the women's and the men's division. But now we return to the women with Durham and Cleveland against Wiltshire in what could be a very interesting clash as well, with the table very close. South Wales now on 4 points, winning both of their games, and Wiltshire now on 3 points. Durham and Cleveland, they're only on the just for 2 for now. There will be for Durham and Cleveland Hannah Stockton and Sue Fletcher. And then for Wiltshire is Alicia Hazard and Sophia Hain. And Wiltshire will be a huge point for them as we get underway now, and it will be a second serve for Stockton to take to open up this game. A game that could put them top of the group. Straight away making it awkward. Shot there by Hain to make it 15-0. First point of the game. Oh, it's a sort of backhand pancake type shot in order to try and get it over the net. From Stockton there, who will take the serve. It's 30-0 Wiltshire, taking an early lead. Once again, not quite able to get it over the net. It's Wiltshire in control of the first game, this first set. As we know from paddle games, though, it can take a while for teams to get into motion and find their pattern and their shape. A good defensive shot there. It was just sent through the centre of the tee, back by Fletcher, when Hain had to adjust quickly to try and get onto it with the backhand, but not enough torque to get under the ball. And it allows Durham and Cleveland to get their first point of the game, and that should be the first game done with Wiltshire winning the first one. Have a quick break. Let's have a look at both teams as well. Well, Wiltshire, who are one of the higher-ranked teams, actually the 5th-ranked team. And Durham and Cleveland are the 4th-ranked team, so 2 top teams going at it in this one. As mentioned already, Wiltshire, if they can win both games and gain 2 points, they may just go top of the group, depending on how South Wales got on in their last game. As they come back out now, and it will be Wiltshire to serve. That's Hain. Just an awkward shot at the feet to adjust to there for Hazard. Not able to get under it properly. Fletcher causing some issues there, sending awkward shots in the direction of the Wiltshire players. And a bit of a mistake there as well, because it could have been a Wiltshire point had that ball looked like it was most likely going to go and hit the wall. And there's the point they needed there, just to go back into the game. They are 1-up in games. 30-15 to Durham and Cleveland. Oh, and it's a drop shot. Great adjustment at the end. Faked what looked like was going to be a smash. Had both of the Durham and Cleveland players reeling there. And then just a simple drop shot to make it awkward. And a great serve as well there from Hayne to make it awkward again for Fletcher. That means Wiltshire take a 40-30 lead in this second game. And there it is, Wiltshire taking the second game. Once again, Fletcher not quite able to get under it. Seems to be who they're targeting in this matchup. That means Wiltshire are 2 up in games in this first set. Looking very strong. Just goes to the side of the cage. Not enough top spin on it though to send it to the court. That means Wiltshire open this third game up once again. Stockton not able just to get it over the net there, like the smash opportunity, trying to send the Wiltshire players into a more defensive position. Have been aggressive so far. Was well wide initially as well. I mean, it's another point for Wiltshire. It was all thanks to Hazard, who was just able to watch the bounce of the ball off the back glass, able to get it over. And now it'll be Fletcher to serve. A bit of miscommunication there as well, which can happen early on in games. We've seen that in most of the matchups we've seen so far, and it does mean that Wiltshire take a 3-0 lead in this first set. Wiltshire already overall rankings are 4th and 5th. Wiltshire actually below over 2, but looking much more dominant. Wiltshire the one of the 2 favourites, as said, of this group, clash in their final group game. It would have been a potential decider, but most likely not. It's more likely going in the way of just Wiltshire. We finished second last in their group, in narrowly missing out on qualifying. Beat Cheshire and Devon, but lost to the Channel Islands in Wiltshire. It was a great rally going there. And a perfect shot in the end by Hazard. Sends it to the corner, makes a ricochet, doesn't bounce up at all. And Wiltshire take the first point of the 4th game. Hazard not able to get it over the net though. Mistake there from the experienced head. It's an 80% winning percentage in LTA format in her entire career. That's over 100 games as well. And her serve is awkward enough for Fletcher. Unfortunately, doesn't quite know what was needed. Well, Hazard is just an absolute general on the court at the moment, sending the players everywhere she wants them to be, knows exactly what she wants, and her placement of those drop shots is sublime. And that will be the 4th game of this first set, and it goes in the way of Wiltshire once again. Complete dominance here against Durham and Cleveland. And we're going to have to take a second just to reset now up the 4th ranked team. It'll be Stockton to serve. It will be the second serve. It's an awkward one. Hazard not overly happy about one. Durham and Cleveland have taken the first point of this game, and could that be a point that just bolsters them a little bit, gives them the confidence to work against Wiltshire? They need to find a rhythm. It's very unfortunate. Before that rally, the ball was generally a magnet to Hazard, but that was more Hayne on that occasion. Had to rebound a few defensive shots with the backhand. And it will be a second serve for Stockton again. And this is a good game for Durham and Cleveland. Unfortunately, just making those mistakes once again, not quite getting it over the net with the footwork, or just come back a bit too quickly, not reading the ball. Durham and Cleveland could really use 2 more points. They need to win this first game for themselves. Once again, they've allowed Wiltshire back into it. Mistakes costing Durham and Cleveland at the moment. It's a 30-all in this 5th game. Comes off the wall last, and that'll mean it will be the 5th game. Not the 5th game, sorry, still 1 more point before the 5th game for Wiltshire, but they're very close to doing so. 40-30. There we go, once again, Stockton just not able to get anything to work for her side as Wiltshire go 5 up in the first set. And Stockton, who is the most experienced player on the court behind Sophia Hayne, actually. Sophia Hayne has played almost over 500 games, which is just incredible in LTA format, with a 66% winning percentage. She's playing a much more of a defensive player in this game, and that's working very well. Allows Hazard to be more aggressive, which Hannah Stockton's played almost 300 now. And everyone at the Durham and Cleveland women's team, part of Tennis World. The team of Tennis World, Hannah Stockton in the top 50 ranking. Alicia Hazard in the top 30. Certainly see why these two sides are highly ranked. But at the moment, Wiltshire certainly well on top. 1 game away from taking the first set. They do give up the first point though. Can Durham and Cleveland hold the lead now? Can they get something going? Can they make some momentum and try and finish? That's a lovely drop shot as well from Hazard, making Fletcher run from a defensive position. Had to go full sprint to try and make it. Unfortunately not there. And that's high IQ paddle. And a lovely serve as well by Hayne. That's her experience showing through there. Those low serves, just so difficult to defend. bad for Wiltshire as well. 40-15 up now. Looking to take the first set. And the first set will go to the team from the south. I don't know if they've actually done a let on that one, potentially. Just having a quick reset now. We're just waiting to see. There's going to be a larger break. Nevertheless, it will be a serve for Stockton. That does just come off the wall in the end. And once again, it will be Stockton's serve. Now it would be a second serve. They need to try and grow their way back into it. I think they'll need one of the breaks shortly. Another point for Darren Cleveland, making 15 apiece. And the second serve again. A fantastic backhand smash there by Hayne. Showing her experience once again there. Just able to maneuver her body around the ball, gets the racket perfectly where she needs it, and then places it right under the nose of a defensive player. Hayne once again making it awkward for Stockton. Saw that she was in a defensive position, took a lighter shot, not quite the drop shot, but certainly put it into the middle of the area. And the defensive shot not getting over the net again. Wiltshire in firm control of this tie. Maybe we'll take the first leg. And there will be now quick break and quick changeover. Let's have a look at the players as well. Talk about the experience in this team. Also look at Wiltshire, who have been fantastic so far. I mentioned they finished second last year in their group. There's a pairing of Sylvie Darren-Merrill and Alicia Hazard, who worked really well last year. They defeated Cheshire, and they both return this year, as we can see with Alicia Hazard on court one right now. The entire team last year hailed from Swindon as well. There wasn't any Wiltshire side there, be over 40, over 50 or over 60 county champs this year, but they are here at UK PADEL Bristol for the 2024 county championships, and in fine form as well, maybe looking to top their group. As Hazard gets us back underway with the serve. Fantastic shot once again, just straight down the central line of the tee, making it awkward. It just ricochets off the back box with no movement at all. Another example of it again there, Hazard just showing that she knows exactly where to put it every time. And wins another point for Wiltshire. 30-0 in the second game of the second set. Once again, Hazard winning another point. Just saw that Fletcher was sprinting forward to close proximity of the net. Was able to get it under her again towards the side cage. That's 40-0 to Wiltshire now. And at the moment, there's nothing that Durham and Cleveland are doing, but it's working for them. Now they're moving to a more attacking approach. It worked out that time as well, as Hayne got a little bit too confident on that shot. Maybe a drop shot would have been better on that occasion, but it allows Durham and Cleveland to get their first point of this game. Ooh, and very uncharacteristic of Hazard there, putting too much on it, not getting enough downward force. And Durham and Cleveland back in this game. That's an awkward one. Come on, a few times now today, going through the middle of the tee, making it awkward, and it stays low as well. When you aim it low at the back box and it hits the glass, it's so difficult to try and hit back over the net. And Wiltshire take the second game of the second set, but may just sweep. There is the point for Durham and Cleveland, maybe what they needed, taking the lead in a leg. They need to win a game just to help them get back into it. Not only does it help the score, but it helps how you're feeling mentally in a game. As soon as you're mentally defeated, it's incredibly hard to get back into it. There's a nice boast there, a lovely drop shot again by Hazard, making it look too easy. 15 apiece in the third game of the second set. Wiltshire, and there'll be Fletcher to serve. That time it's the Hayne smash that works. It was Fletcher initially who was showing off a few smashes, and they were working quite well. She was able to generate a lot of power from the ground. Maybe that might be something Durham and Cleveland need to think about in their approach for the rest of this game. But now Wiltshire 1 point away from the third game won in the second set. They do take it as well. They weren't able to get the length there, Durham and Cleveland. And now Wiltshire just 3 games away from sweeping here on court 1. Again as well, when I mentioned Wiltshire didn't compete at any of the other county championships this year, the age bracket ones. But here they're doing a fine job, second in the group, may go top if things go their way. They actually lost the Channel Islands team via tiebreak in the last group game as well last year. And, you know, that's something that could easily happen here today as well. But now it will be Wiltshire to serve. They just need 3 games to win. It will be Wiltshire to draw first blood once again. 15-0. Just mentally draining that Durham and Cleveland team now. They're not able to get anything going, not able to build any momentum. It's been incredibly difficult. Deep one that comes off the back of the glass. Once again, Durham and Cleveland, they tried the aggressive approach, it didn't work. Now they're trying the defensive approach, also not working. Awkward shots in the corner, being defended well. Unfortunately, not on that occasion. Hayne just knows how to keep it low and away from Fletcher and Stockton. There's a 14-0 lead in this fourth game of the second set. And there he goes, that is the fourth game done, and Wiltshire now just 2 games away from progressing. An absolute clean sweep of Durham and Cleveland here on court 1. Of course, we'll have to await the result on court 2 as well to see if this may actually end up going to a shootout. That's over the net there, good work from Hazard to get back. They've adjusted well. Oh, it's a deep one, does just come off the back of the glass. And it was a good rally actually for Durham and Cleveland, making it awkward, making it tricky for Wiltshire, making them work for it. That time Fletcher not able to get it over the netting. Whenever it looks like they can find a break, they don't capitalise and allow their opponents to get back into the game. That time, an awkward one. Once again, Durham and Cleveland take the lead. They really need to win one game in this set just to give themselves a bit of hope, a glimmer. And you could hear Sue Fletcher not overly happy with that shot. Understandably, it's now 30-all. Shot as well there by Stockton. Hazard not able to get under it that time. And even though Wiltshire have certainly dominated for proceedings, Durham and Cleveland are giving it a right go. Very defensive rally between Stockton and Hazard. Now the ball comes lower. Oh, that's an awkward one. It goes into the back of the glass and Wiltshire tie it up. Good rally overall though, very defensive at the beginning. We saw the pace quicken up and it was Wiltshire was able to find the point in the end. I mean, this would absolutely drain Durham and Cleveland if Wiltshire end up winning this game. For the intensity between the players, they know they can't give up this point, especially Durham and Cleveland. Incredible rally this. Oh, and it's still going, and that might just be it. Oh, it's a fantastic boast! And the rally continues. Neither side want to let anything go. It's the smash shot. It's the drop. Well defended, lobbed back. The longest rally of the day so far. Incredible, absolutely incredible. And Wiltshire come out with the point, and they're one game away from winning this entire match. Absolutely brilliant paddle there. So take a quick break, and I think we'll need a quick break after that one. I need a hot flannel. That was a fantastic rally. Absolutely brilliant from all 4 players there. That boast from Alicia Hazard, my goodness, that is sublime. And it all comes down to potentially one more game. They're 5-0 up. They may just sweep Durham and Cleveland here. It's been a tough day for them, but they really showed a lot of talent in that last rally. Absolutely fantastic stuff. I'm having to take a bit of a longer break this time, and I really don't blame them. That's the longest rally we've had here today on court 1. Defensive options, attacking prowess, just absolutely beautiful paddle. And that's what we love about this great sport. Coming back out now. And as I mentioned, you know, may have just drained, may have absolutely killed off Durham and Cleveland. We talk about Wiltshire. They drew first blood. Well, I think they're smelling it now. They can almost taste victory. Once again, Hayne just coming in with that smash hit. This Wiltshire 15-0 up in what could be the deciding match, deciding game of the match, should I say. And another awkward one. Hazard able to keep it low, sent it the other direction. She's an absolute manipulator with the racket and ball. Really awkward one there for Stockton. Those shots into the corner, they just don't bounce up, there's no height on them. And Wiltshire now 1 point away. And there it is. That will finish it up here. Wiltshire with the sweep, 6-0, 6-0. Fantastic display. The best rally we've seen today as well. Alicia Hazard and Sophia Hayne deserve a round of applause for their performance there. But now we await to hear the result of Court 2, and we'll be back for some more County Championship action. Well, welcome back to the 2024 Padel County Championships here at Rocket Padel in Bristol. And well, we thought we were done with Durham and Cleveland versus Wiltshire, but it turns out it's going to be a champion shootout. So after Wiltshire incredibly dominant here on court 1, Durham and Cleveland were able to get the one-up on them on court 2. So we are going to a first to 10 champion shootout. And it will be Wiltshire to serve with Mandy Donald, teaming up with Sophia Hain, who was fantastic on court 1 earlier. And I guess the first point, and it is in path of Durham and Cleveland. For Durham and Cleveland, they have Hannah Stockton, who returns to court 1. Was teaming up earlier with Sue Fletcher, but now with Libby Fletcher, who was able to get the win for Durham and Cleveland on court 2. A nice low serve from the experienced player. Oh, fantastic stuff there initially as well. Great boast from Fletcher, and Hain with the smash shot, which ricocheted off both boards. Unfortunately, she wasn't able to convert. Now Durham and Cleveland take a 2-0 lead, which is a massive shot considering what we saw earlier here on court 1 when Wiltshire were completely dominant. Oh, and it took an awkward bounce there. Fletcher wanted to take it the first time, waited to see if it would drop. Didn't bounce up for her though. And Wiltshire get their first point of the shootout. Once again, just misreading there. It's allowed Wiltshire back into the game. Just defensive errors from Durham and Cleveland for 2 points in a row. It's a fantastic serve from Hain as well, just making it awkward, keeping it low and in the corner. Definitely been the trickiest serve to defend today. And Wiltshire from 2 down, now 3-2 up. There will be a second serve for Stockton. And Fletcher just read it well. Saw that Donald was coming to an aggressive position as they go for a drinks break. And she's able to tie it up at 3 apiece, and we could be up for a fantastic game here. We saw a very intriguing rally, the best one of the day so far in the initial game here on court 1. Libby Fletcher using that experience. She's the GB women's captain. So yeah, finished 10th overall at the Euros, winning 4 games in the Euro Championships back in July in Italy. Fletcher, who defensively has been fantastic there, just wasn't quite able to bring the ball down enough, just hits the bottom of the glass, and allows Wiltshire to take a 4-3 lead. Another great paddle rally between these two sides. Will be Donald. Donald attempts for boast, but it goes high and up and it hits the ceiling. Which means it will be a point for Durham and Cleveland to tie it up. It was Donald that time, who lost in the consolation final at Stratford in the National Tour Grade 2 40+ event. Hoping to help Wiltshire to a champion shootout here at the County Championships and give them that 5th point on the table. Fletcher just seeing it down, wasn't able to watch the bounce well though. Tried to catch it. Now Wiltshire take a 5-4 lead, and it's staying incredibly close. Neither side looking overly vulnerable yet. Well, I think there's a bit of confusion here. It looks like Fletcher thought that it was called as a let for second serve. But Haynes saying she didn't hear it, but I believe we will just have a second serve. Good sportsmanship, as always. And that time the serve does work. Now it's 5 apiece. Will be Fletcher to serve again. Oh, Stockton and Fletcher are making the Wiltshire pair work. One of our media crew having to go over and grab the ball that's gone way over there. Hay not able to keep it down. She was leaning back. She had to jump up for it. Would be overhead. Wasn't able to keep it down though. They're both making Donald run around. But now it is 6-5 for Durham and Cleveland. Just comes off the wall there. Fletcher not happy with that one. I should wish he'd had that one back, and it is 6 apiece. It went 3 apiece, now it's 6-all here between Durham and Cleveland and Wiltshire in the champion shootout. Fantastic stuff on display here once again. A close encounter. Very different from the initial game here on court 1. Oh, Stockton frustrated there, not happy with her rebound shot, and Wiltshire take the lead again. 7-6 now. They just need 3 more points. A reminder as well, if it goes 9 apiece, it's the first to 11, and so on and so forth. All eyes on court 1 at the moment as well. Many people around the court just watching. And Durham and Cleveland able to tie it up again as it comes off the back wall. I almost wonder if we'll ever have a winner in this one. 4 fantastic players. Donald as well is in the top 100 alongside Hayne. All 4 of these players are top 100. Oh, an awkward one off the cage. Which puts Durham and Cleveland ahead again. Neither side being overly aggressive, but not too defensive either. They're still trying to feel each other out, trying to play chess with one another. Oh, there's the drop shot from Hayne. Bit of backspin on it as well. Fletcher wanted to charge towards it, but it just bounced away from her. She took the initial step. Makes it 8-all here now, which means one side has to win by 2. Oh, and it will go to Durham and Cleveland. 9-8, dramatic stuff here, the County Championships 2024. Will be Fletcher to serve. Oh, and it will be a second serve. They just need 1 more point, Durham and Cleveland. And that will do it. Wiltshire, who played incredibly well, so hard in that first initial game, have been brought down eventually by Durham and Cleveland in the champion shootout. ends here. Durham Cleveland 10, Wiltshire 8 here on court 1 of the 2024 County Championships. Up next here on court 1, we will have the men's division again, where it'll be Devon versus the number 1 ranked Essex. We'll see you soon.
Doubles, that's what it was.
Welcome back to the 2024 County Championships here at Rocket Paddle in Bristol. I'm now pleased to say I'm joined alongside Peter Odgers. Pete, how are you doing today?
Really good, thank you. Yeah, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. It's been a brilliant morning, brilliant day so far of paddle here at Rocket Paddle. But you were here yesterday, Pete. You got to call the mixed final, should I say. How was that for you?
Oh, it's absolutely fantastic. The day as a whole was brilliant from the off. As I mentioned a few times on air, it's fantastic for me. I'm seeing lots of people I used to play tennis with, and everyone's just so happy. Everyone's getting involved. They've got the bar here. So by the end of the evening as well, when the final was played, I think the drinks were flowing, the hog roast was happening as well, but the paddle on the courts was phenomenal. I thought the standard was so high, and as someone, I've got a tennis background, and just seeing the reactions, the tactical nous that was on show. I think the story was fantastic as well with Essex. They had an epic semi-final win over Surrey. Semi-final had always been the hurdle they'd really struggled to get over historically across all the age groups. Lots have been expected of Essex. They've got such a strong team in all the categories. So to finally get past that semi-final hurdle, and then the story of Hertfordshire actually in the final, a couple who were actually a couple, they've been playing paddle for a year and a half. I thought they played absolutely sensational paddle. They nearly caused an upset. They fought back, took the second set to a tiebreaker, which got all the players and fans who were watching. It was almost like the dream final, really, because to get over the line there, they were given a bit of a fright, but yeah, the class of Essex won through in the end, and so now, having talked about Essex, their potential at the county championships, they're now realising that, and they've got another strong team here today in the men's.
Yeah, absolutely. Just looking at the rankings going into this competition as well, of the mix, of course, Essex did eventually win that. They were the number 1 ranked team. In the women's division, they're the number 1 ranked team. In the men's division, which we're about to see, they're the number 1 ranked team. But is there pressure there as well?
Certainly. I think now, though, that mixed result might have released some of that pressure. The fact that they had, 8 semi-finals across the board, made only 1 final, that was in the over 60s, and they lost that final. So for a while we've been saying Essex should be winning, they should be winning this, should be winning that, and didn't. And they came unstuck in the big moments when it mattered most. So it's often the case with sport, when you see a team get over that line, when they're able to rise to the pressure, that monkey is off their back, and so they can play with a bit of freedom now, because they can come away, even if they do lose in the men's or the women's, they can say, well, we've won the mix, so the pressure burden is released somewhat. But as you say, look, they still have the target on their back. I think the match we're going to witness here, they are extremely the strong favourites. I know the Devon guys well, particularly Dave Palmer, and look, a lot of them are from a tennis background, a lot of them haven't played that much paddle. They're just natural gifted athletes and individuals, but they're playing against the likes of Jake Bewley and Elliot Selby, who played the sport a lot more. They know all the places to put the ball, they know how to play paddle. It's not all about power, and I think having that advantage is going to be key in matches like this.
Yeah, let's talk about this game then. You've mentioned a few things there already. It's the Essex men versus the Devon men, of course. And I can imagine from a personal perspective, you wouldn't mind Devon getting the one-up on Essex.
I mean, I'm supposed to be neutral here, but come on, Devon. As in, no, I mean, I was born in Cornwall, but Devon was the county I represented at tennis, and I actually played with Dave Palmer in the county team. And Dave actually, bizarrely, I'm the reason he got into tennis, because he went to my school and my coach was obsessed with NFL, and so we did like a draft format. I was the #1 tennis player at my school, and he was you had to pick someone lower down. I got the last sort of pick, and he was always just a really good sportsman, and he ended up about 5 years later being better than me at tennis. He was beating me at tennis, but he then played squash. He's played squash for England level, and his partner today is a over 45 England squash player. So look, these guys are a natural sportsmen. But I will always say I got him into tennis regretfully, because he ended up being almost better than me come the end of it all.
Well, as they say, sometimes the apprentices do become the masters, as Essex take a 30-0 lead very early on here. Jake Bewley showing exactly what it's about. He's got that casual swagger about him as well. He's wearing a hoodie in there, he's chilling, he just won a final yesterday, he's happy. Yeah,
I hope that sort of final winning that mixed hasn't gone to his head. He's not got, unnecessary swagger, but yeah, no, he's looking pretty laid back. It's very cool in the Rocket Centre. They keep the temperature pretty low, so they've had to wait to get on the court here, so he's feeling that he can get away with a hoodie.
I was going to question you about that, actually, because I see you've got the jumper on, but you've got your sleeves rolled up, and I think you're a madman, because it is absolutely freezing in here from my perspective, as Essex grab themselves another point. That time Glitter not quite able to get it over.
Oh, for me, by the way, it's all about watches. I'm a watch collector, so I've got to flash my watch. That's the reason the sleeves are rolled up. Pure ego. Yeah.
That's interesting to see, but we have David Palmer, as you mentioned as well, wearing the red headband today. So certainly an aesthetic look, which a lot of tennis players tend to wear. And unfortunately for him, it does come off the wall again. It means Essex do take a very quick lead, 1-up in the first game, in this first set. And already we're seeing that dominance from Essex.
Yeah, and look, Jake Bewley in particular, he's ranked 6th in the country, and he took over in the mixed. He's the main attacking player. If he is the one to dominate and dictate here, then it's going to might be a quick match, I'm afraid to say, for Devon, because he knows what he's doing. He again, his background is pretty much all paddle, so yeah, he was the main attacker in the mix yesterday, as in he was backed up superbly well by Sarah Lockery, who was just so consistent, so smart with where she placed the ball. But Devon's got to try and take him away from the net, trying to get the ball away from him today if they're going to have any success.
Potential miscommunication there. It's worked out well for Essex. Lots of backhand strikes, very defensive, trying to just swipe away. Oh, it takes an awkward ricochet off the cage there, and that will be a point for Devon. And that was Elliot Selby there, struggling to get it past over the net. When it hits the side cage, we know it can be awkward, but it's interesting as well, because Elliot Selby, he's the only over 30 in this men's Essex team.
Yeah, I mean, it shows you what a young, up-and-coming team that they have, real vibrancy. And again, he's someone with a squash background, as in, played England squash, and Dave Palmer's played a lot of squash, as has his partner, Jonathan Glidden, who's over 45 squash. So, squash players, the difference from squash players to tennis players, this is something we were talking about off air. They're very adept at the ball coming off the glass. They read the game very well. They've got great defensive skills. Sometimes they struggle a little bit with the overhead and with the smash, which is where tennis players are a little stronger. So this is where, if they do get forward, and Essex are both at the net, I think they would target Elliot Selby a little bit more. And the same as if Devon are both at the net, they're probably going to target Jonathan Glidden a little more than targeting Dave Palmer.
Yeah, as Palmer hits it off the back of the back glass again, and that means Essex take a 2-0 lead now. I want to talk about one more thing about Selby as well, and we're talking about partnerships, and obviously they have a left-handed, right-handed partnership, which, to most paddle players, they would know that's very important and can really win you games. Why is that?
Well, most attacking players in paddle play on the left side, and so you want to be hitting that off. Well, it's almost the off forehand, right? But it's actually more important for the smash. So we see here, Dave, as he goes up for the smash there, it's far easier to manoeuvre the body that way than it would be on the backhand side smash. The backhand smash is very difficult in terms of the logistics of it, where you are. So it's a lot easier. Most of your smashes are going to come down the middle of the court. So if you've got two players in the middle who both have their stronger shot in the middle, that's why a left-hander is very useful. I hope I've explained that well enough.
Yeah, Selby didn't quite demonstrate at that time, and it did allow Devon to get a point. Now Essex have taken the lead again, 30-15 here in the third game of this first set. And already we're seeing that swagger as we're talking about already with Bewley, but he's getting the ball over the net, and that's all that matters.
I was chatting to Chris Ryland, who's also part of the Devon team as well, and you know, again, he's got a tennis background, and they were saying, look, being here at the county champs, they're absolutely loving it. They're really enjoying themselves. They haven't played much paddle compared to other counties, but it's a sport that's growing really fast. There's a fairly new paddle centre now in Exeter, and so I'm sure it will grow and grow and grow in the county. But he was just saying, you know, it's not actually the power that they're struggling against with better paddle players. It's just that nous of where to put the ball, the bit of spin that they're playing with it, where it comes off the glass. They're not reacting to that as much as other people who've had a little more experience in paddle, and that's been their struggle that they've been saying. That's what they've been struggling to deal with. It's where the balls are being played, the spin and the reaction off the glass that they're struggling with here at the county champs.
Well, that's the left-handed smash hit there from Selby to make it 40 all here in the third game of this first set. And oh, that's a fantastic 180 strike there from Bewley, and that's exactly what he can do to take the third game of this first set. One thing I noticed there as well is what Devon were trying to do, it looked like, they were trying to aim those serves right down the central line, because they saw Selby was really struggling for those low serves to get it back over the net. Yeah,
I mean, that might be a weakness they could have spotted. I know that you obviously, with the serve, you want to keep the ball low, you want to keep it skidding low, so your opponent's going to have to hit up, and that makes it a lot easier for the net player. It also allows the server to get further forward to take over the net. Whether or not that is a weakness, I don't know Selby's game well enough, but it's something I'm going to keep an eye on now that you've mentioned it.
Gooden and Palmer, they have worked together before as well. They actually lost it in the final in the Devon County Championships, which was a closed event. And but Jonathan Glennon did win the Ashbury Masters last month, so he'll be coming in full of confidence, wanting to show something about himself against this #1 ranked team, which involves the newly crowned mixed champion Jake Bewley. Very unfortunate there. Some quick rallies going on in this game as Essex take a 30-0 lead in this fourth game of the first set. Here at Rocket Paddle Bristol, the 2024 County Championships, and it goes straight out the cage. A backhanded swipe, not getting enough lift on it, probably not getting under the ball perfectly well. And it allows Essex to take a massive advantage, a massive lead in this fourth game. Awkward one off the cage again.
So it's something you can say though here. I mean, look, Essex are dominating. It's 4-love now, but this is a great advertisement of how paddle is a leveller, because we are still seeing some great rallies, and Devon are involved in all of these points, but it's just that little bit of extra class that we're seeing from Essex. They would have played this sport a lot longer. They play it a lot more often, but it's still a really enjoyable watch, and you can tell both Dave and Jonathan are really enjoying the encounter, even though they're getting a little outplayed. I know Dave said to me off court, he said he's really enjoyed this weekend already, because he just said it's the first time really that he's been able to take on proper paddle players, and that's improving him, and he's getting a little more aware of what to do on the paddle court tactically.
And of course as well, anything can happen in paddle, as we have seen already in the last game here on court 1, where Durham and Cleveland was swept 6-0, 6-0 against Wiltshire, but they end up winning in the Champions Shootout. Anything can happen. Yeah,
as we saw there, great shot from Glidden up the line, just making sure that Bewley couldn't reach it.
Yeah, Palmer just struggling to get it over there. Once again going for the side hand, not trying to get enough height on it. Maybe attempting a drop shot there. And there's a smash that will work well. And then a boast as well, which is going to come right up to us and caught.
Yeah. Let's not forget as well the pressure for these guys playing on YouTube, and for Dave Palmer as well to have me commentating on him. I mean, that's huge pressure for him. He's got to step up here. We can't have any more errors from him.
Yeah, he might have to change the headband over potentially as well. There's a smash shot, but well defended by Bewley, but it's just going to come off the back of the glass, and Devon take a 40-30 lead here in the fifth game.
Come on, Devon, get on the board. We don't want any bagels here, not on TV.
Oh, there's the smash that we expect from Bewley as well. I think he wanted it to go out and over the cage, and then a bit of miscommunication between the two Devon players, with big smiles on their faces anyway, as it was going right over the net. Unfortunately for Devon, it does mean that Essex take a 5-0 lead in this first set, and they're just one game away.
Well, you know, no disrespect to Jonathan Glidden, but Dave Palmer's a fair few years younger than him there. It's laziness from Dave Palmer. How's he shouting you when the ball's right in the middle of the court there?
I think your bias is coming in there.
But is it again, the lob from Dave initially wasn't high enough for Jake Bewley. Look, I mean, it's difficult because Jake Bewley's a tall man, so we saw this yesterday in the mixed. If you're not getting him backpedaling on that lob, it's trouble.
Quick reminder as well that Essex won their first 2 games, on their way to winning a third as well, although Bewley gets it wrong that time. Very uncharacteristic mistake of him to hit straight into the net, whereas Devon, unfortunately, are knocked out of the tournament. They lost their first 2 games to the Channel Island and Hertfordshire. They want to impress in this game, as Devon and Essex are now 15 apiece in what could be the final game of this first set.
Well, even though they're yet to get on the board, they have at least got Bewley to take his hoodie off, so that's one win.
He's clearly sweating, he's worried.
Yeah. That's good length there from Selby.
And it's one of those ones as well where Bewley will get a lot of plaudits this weekend. You know, admittedly so, it's going to happen, but it's players like Selby, it's always the partners who are going to come up and still be a massive part of that Essex team.
Hugely, yeah, and we're seeing a lot of these balanced teams. It was the same in the mixed, as in, you know, as I said, Lockry was the quiet stealth, just, you know, getting the length of the lob right, putting the ball in awkward areas for opponents, which was just setting up the point time and time again for Bewley. And you know, it's that quiet, unassuming role, and that's exactly what Selby's doing here. He's just nudging the ball around, he's putting it in difficult spots, it's making that lob a lot harder to get the ball away from Bewley, and that's why they're dominating right now, Essex.
And Essex do take the first set as well. We go into the second one, and it was a clean sweep in that first one. And a boast from Palmer then is smashed over the top by Bewley. And well, we saw plenty of smashes earlier over the top of the cage, and Bewley just showing them again. And that makes it 15-0 in the first game of this second set for Essex. It should be said as well, with Devon, haven't got as much experience as they do, as the Essex lot do. With they didn't compete in the over 60s, didn't compete in the over 40s, but they were in the over 50s, and they came third in their group behind Gloucester and Essex, but ahead of Oxfordshire and Avon. So they've had success in the past year. They'd love to try and just push Essex to the extreme if they can, as it goes 13-0 to Essex in the first game of this set.
Yeah, and again, anyone watching from a county that we are, you know, that isn't participating here at the county championships, get yourself involved. As in, that's why it's great to see Devon here, even though, look, they're struggling, they're losing matches, but they're gaining huge experience from this, and they're also, all the players that I've been chatting to are having a great time. You know, who doesn't want to come here with, you know, a great place, test yourself against some British, you know, top British paddle players, and then you can have a beer afterwards. You can get some great food, and you're with your teammates and great camaraderie with everyone. So, you know, there's no excuse for counties not to be at the UK County Championships here in Bristol.
Yeah, if there's one thing I've learned from being here, it's a perfect place to indulge.
Yes, yeah, 100%.
Yes, and as Essex take another bigger lead, 40-15 now in the first game of this set. Backhand shots from Selby as well with that left hand. Comes across, just hit tips from the top of the net. I think that made it a bit awkward for Glidden there. And that'll be the first game of this second set done, and that will go in Essex favour.
Yeah, and as we saw there, you know, this was something we were talking about, squash players. Glidden with a couple of smashes there that he just didn't quite do enough with, and credit to Selby with his defensive capabilities, just hanging in that point. And okay, got a little lucky with the net cord, but maybe deserved that luck.
It's interesting as well because, you know, Jake Bewley, we're going to say his name a lot this weekend. I'm sure we'll be saying his name all into the evening. But last year, obviously, you had a player like Nikhil Mahindra, who he's not at the championship this year, but you know, he was here last year. He was the 4th highest ranked Brit male in the FIP at that point. And you know, he was a massive part of what helped Essex get to the rounds that they did, and he's not involved at all this year. So Bewley almost will feel that on his shoulders.
Yeah, I mean, but again, it just shows you the depth that you've got in Essex. And this is from UK Padel's point of view. You know, there are certain counties that have a number of paddle courts, and then once people get a bug for this sport, it's incredible what happens.
Well, I would say, I mean, you know, you and I, we've not been around the country and seen paddle everywhere, but would we suspect that's why Essex are the #1 team? Because there are more facilities, because there's more options to go and play.
Yeah, and as I say, like, it's very addictive as a sport. It's funny, actually, on the way here, as I was driving up this morning from near Exeter, as in, I was chatting to someone who works at Sky Sports, and he was saying that all the Sky Sports presenters and everyone there, that all of a sudden this last year, that's all they talk about now. They're all going to play paddle against one another. They're all chatting about playing paddle. It's like it's suddenly become addictive for everyone, and so everyone now who works in production behind the scenes they're going, oh, I want to try this paddle out, and it's just spreading. And so as much as in terms of facilities, it's certainly, obviously that's the main thing. You have to have a paddle court to be able to play this sport. But you know, if you have friends who start playing it, you then come along, you play it, and it's a ripple effect. And that's why it's great having counties here playing it more, advertising it. The fact we've got it on YouTube now, as in it's a sport that is just growing so rapidly in the UK.
Yeah, I mean, this has been my first taste of paddle, and I can say I am incredibly invested already as Essex go 15 love up in this third game of the second set, certainly in a dominant position right now. And I think at the moment, Devon, as you mentioned before, Pete, you know, they'll be feeling happy to be here, but I imagine it gets to some points in these games where you just sort of drain mentally and emotionally, and you almost feel defeated before the old lady sings, as they all say.
Yeah, I mean, it was quite funny you say that. So Dave actually just said to me, just prior to walking out on this court, he said, Pete, back in the day, the first bit of information you ever gave me, which was Berham, I don't remember saying this to him, but it's like, even if you're 6 love, 5 love down, 40 love, your opponent might break an ankle. So you need to keep chasing, get everything back, never give in. And actually, Dave is someone who's excellent like that. He's not someone who drops the head at all. And he's a natural sportsman. So they'll keep going, they'll keep battling here. But they've kind of probably got to hope for maybe a tumble at the side of the court with what we've witnessed so far in this matchup.
Yeah, it's a fantastic mentality to have as well, because as we know, it's not over until it is truly over. Essex won again. They've grabbed themselves another point, or we're just having a quick discussion.
I'm sure if there's anyone who played me at tennis, they might have been like, you weren't always trying until the last minute. I don't know how you had the cheek to give advice to others with that.
But here's the thing as well, this is something we've noticed a few times today, is the fact that, and I mentioned it earlier, but I'd like to talk to you about it. What's really interesting about paddle, it's such an interesting format anyway.
40 love.
And you know, they're asking us right now about what the score actually is, asking the media team, because it's all self-governed, there's no umpires.
Yeah, and then we saw this yesterday in the mixed final. Yeah, big final, it's the matchup for the title, and yet it was played in such a lovely manner. You know, there's going to be things that are very tight. Is it a double bounce? Has it, you know, what part of the glass has it hit? Blah, 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 blah. And some things are really tough to decide, but it's played in such a lovely spirit here. It's very competitive, but they've got the balance just right.
Essex are just 1 point away. Not going to get it that time, though. Devon bringing it to 40-30. And Essex, of course, they just need one more point then to take the third game of the second set. And we can see the skill on display as well. You know, what we see, the difference between Essex and Devon is the technical skill they have. Essex are happy to just do 180s and backhanders and behind the head and everything. They can just do it all. It's like a circus.
Yeah, that was a great serve though. Here's a chance then, game point, chance to avoid the double bagel.
40 all. Served by Glidden. To low one into the corner.
Oh, there we go. Devon on the board.
And I imagine your good friend David Palmer will be incredibly happy with that one as they do get their first game all done.
Well, he apologised, so I think that hit the outside of the racket. So a little bit of a miss hit, got a little bit of luck. But I think on the balance of play, Devon deserved a little bit of luck. And that's a great hold from Glidden. As I was just saying, right? Down a set, 5 love, 40 love down, you need to keep going. And they kept going there. They were down love 40 in that game. And yet they've got themselves on the board from love 40 down. Great effort.
And David Palmer, who's been smiling all the way through this game, the first time he doesn't smile is after winning the game. So it's I don't know if that's a good mentality or if there's something wrong going on there. But nonetheless, it will be Essex with the serve, and it will be Bewley into the corner. And a Bewley smash there. Oh, it's awkward. It does come over, back over net, and Essex go 15 love up in this fourth game of the second set. 2-1 to Essex. Devon finally getting it on the board. And we'll have to await the score of game 2 as well to see if this may go to a champion shootout. And it will be a second serve for Bewley to take.
And again, just not quite getting the height required on the lob, and easy pickings once more for Bewley. And not necessarily the power of that smash, it's knowing where to play it off the glass to make sure ricocheted away from Dave Palmer.
Well, I was just going to mention the smash actually, because we've seen it a few times from Bewley, who's able to generate so much power, and we saw it earlier with Warwickshire. They have a second overall ranked team. They have a player, Andrew Smith, and well, we end up calling it the Smith smash in the end, because he was just able to generate so much power that every smash went out of the cage, and that's a massive difference between the best players and the not best players.
Yeah, very much so. Yeah, it's the wrist snap as well that you get in paddle, which is pretty vital if you can thump it into the surface and generate pace to get it out of the cage. Points done, and as well as the top spin as well.
Good backhander there again from Selby, making it awkward. When a deep one, it does just bounce in the corner.
Just long, just caught the glass.
I don't think Selby expected it at first. There's good sportsmanship once again between the four. As Palmer will serve straight up the tee.
Yeah,
I don't think he'll be happy with that smash.
Yeah, a little bit surprised though that Bewley went to Palmer there. Something I was saying earlier on with Selby, with Glidden, not that comfortable on the overhead. So Bewley there putting one up for Palmer, who has got a tennis background, so he's a little more comfortable on the smash. That's sharp though from Bewley, spotting where the space was.
That's the thing, he's the kind of player that as soon as he locks in, he's the best player on the court.
Yeah, but that's the thing, isn't it? I'm sure coaches that will be working with him, trying to get him to keep the concentration throughout. I mean, if you're with Bewley, you'd be saying to him, right, this should be love and love. You need to, every single point here, you need to keep your focus, keep your concentration, so you don't have the dips. We saw in the semi-final in Surrey, played a brilliant first set, and then he sort of fell away second set, lost concentration. So if he wants to be the best in the business, he's got to get that concentration good, so there aren't any dips. We know the talent's there. There's no doubt about that in terms of what he can do.
And we may have arguably just seen the best shot of the game from David Palmer there. He saw that Bewley was in a defensive position, just into the side cage, drop shot, and it just worked perfectly for him. And it doesn't mean now, but it is 40-all after it hitting the net. But Devon have got a chance to take the second game of this second set. The next score will take it. It will be Palmer with the serve. That's an awkward one. And that does mean that Devon do take the second game. Comeback is on, it seems.
Comeback's on. Yeah, no, they're far more competitive in this match, and this is something I was talking about in terms of what Dave Palmer was saying to me in terms of they're not used to playing this level of opponent. So the more they play against them, the more comfortable they'll feel, the more they'll get used to the patterns, they'll get used to where their opponents are playing the ball.
Yeah, they seem to have found a bit of a flow now, a lot more confident. Happily take on the best of the best if they can. Oh, there's a boast from Palmer. And that was a whole awkward one. And that seems to be a thing that Bewley does, actually. He does tend to aim a smash at the feet of the players as well.
Yeah, again, it's similar to tennis in that respect, as in you want to be targeting the feet, because that's where you're going to have to hit up. It's going to be toughest for the players to get down. So it's smart to argue that, to put the ball down there.
I was seeing Bewley just be a bit of a general on the court there, manipulating where he wants the ball to be, where he wants the opposition players to be as well. Bit of backspin on that drop shot, and it was awkward for Glidden, who had to chase for it, sprinting forward, not quite able to get it over the net though. And Essex just certainly gone into a bit of a flow state, 40-0 up. And they will take the 6th game of this second set, which makes it 4-2. Essex just 2 more games away now from winning all 3 of their group stage games.
Yeah, really good game next round. Really good game that from Bewley. Devon just got themselves back into this set, and so just made sure that there's that little bit of distance between the two pairs.
And for any darts lovers, it's similar to what Phil Taylor was able to do, where someone would get it low, get ahead, but then suddenly he would just do a high check out, and it would be impossible then. Yeah. It would just kill you off mentally.
Just laying down that marker, saying, look, we're still a class above.
Another boast, but unfortunately doesn't quite go over the net. It would have been an interesting drop, although Selby was there. I think that's a big difference as well. You can see, like with the Essex side, as a partnership, they know where each other are every time. They know if someone needs to go further forward or someone needs to move to the left or right. They know it every time. Well, that time Bewley wasn't able to get it back over the net, and Devon will get their first point of this game.
Yeah, you can see also, Dave Palmer, you can see that tennis background in terms of how he hit that volley. Stepping into it, punching it through the middle of the court.
It will be Glidden with the serve, and it will be a second serve.
I think it's a double fault. Yeah, I think he's missed both there.
Unfortunately, it will be a point for Essex. That's a smash down, which has somehow come back as well. And again, backhand with a 180 from Bewley. Good battle between him and Palmer right now. A quick update as well on court 2. Essex are 1 set up. They'll be aiming to sweep Devon.
That's a brilliant rally there. And Devon's done so well to win that. Great defensive skills right in this deep corner from Palmer, because Bewley was working his magic early on in that point.
Unfortunately, will hit the back glass, but Glidden has shown a lot of fight in this game, as has Palmer. But it does mean that Essex are now 1 game away from winning this entire matchup. And we will have to wait what happens on court 2, of course. On court 2, it's Josh Gilbert and Ethan Bardo for Essex, and then Chris Ryland and Javier Castillo Lopez for Devon. Essex 1 set up over there.
Just as you were saying, Javier Castillo, he just tried a reverse backhand smash, so he was going backwards, flicking it behind himself. Nearly made it. It was nearly one of the shots of the weekend. Just missed it.
What a high deep lob. I don't think Bewley expected it to actually drop when it did. There will be a point for Essex as well, as it did just hit the glass before it hit the ground. Oh no, it has gone for Devon actually.
Yeah, Devon's point in that one, as in Bewley just got himself into all sorts of a muddle. I think didn't know whether to take it out of the air, didn't know whether it was going to hit the glass straight away, and ended up getting it all wrong.
Glidden having to sprint forward there for that one. Been put into a defensive position, and the drop shots they're struggling with, they've done well to counteract. Oh, and Glidden just caught wrong-footed there on that one, and Palmer looks exhausted, takes a massive sigh.
Yeah, and again showing his tennis thing. You know, he got forward there, used the power though, but didn't get the direction, so it actually ended up playing into the hands of Selby, who was very sharp on the 180. And then they've done a good job here, Essex, as well, just exposing the areas of where Glidden is on the court. They've manoeuvred him up and down and trapped him a few times.
Bewley there with the jumping smash shot as well. Helps he can get quite a bit of height on his jump, being one of the younger players of the competition, but also quite tall as well. And there's another one as well. He caught Palmer off guard, and he knew that Glidden was going to have to sprint over, sidestep. And he took advantage of the gap in the corner. One of the harder shots to defend those. Now they're just 1 point away from winning this tie. And there it is. Essex will take victory against Devon here, 6-0 to 6-2. And now we'll just have to await the second set on court 2. But thoughts on that game, Pete?
Yeah, a lot of fun. And again, a great advertisement for paddle. Look, we knew Essex, the calibre that they have, the history that they have, they were always going to be stronger than Devon. But we saw some great rallies, and also we saw a little bit of a fight back. Second set from Devon, they kept going, they kept their heads up, and they were able to, you know, ask a few questions of Essex. But as we thought, Essex the dominant team. So no surprises with the final score, but very enjoyable to watch, and I'm sure all 4 players will say they enjoyed the encounter.
Yeah, absolutely. Well done to Devon, who put up a good fight in that one. And as you say, Pete, it's a good experience for them in a match time of 27 minutes, that one. And it does mean that Essex will win every single group stage game, seeing how it goes in court 2, of course. Most likely Essex will probably win over there, already 1 set up. So for now, we'll take a quick break, and we'll be back with you shortly here at the 2024 County Championships at Rocket Paddle here in Bristol.
Well, welcome back to the UK County Championships at the Rocket Padel Centre in Bristol. And we have reached the crux of the weekend. We've got women's semi-finals, men's semi-finals, of course the women's final and the men's final to come. First things first, though, we are going to focus on the women's semi-final. Essex against South Wales. Big hopes for Essex. They've got the #1 player in Sarah Lockery, fresh from winning the mixed title yesterday alongside Jake Bewley, as well as other players for Essex. And they will take on South Wales for this one. We've got Jared Robinson, who's alongside myself, Peter Odgers. We will talk you through this semi-final. How are you doing, Jared? You've been busy again on the paddle court. How's your day been?
Yeah, it's been a great day. We got a win over South Scotland this morning and lost a tight one to the runners-up from last year, Yorkshire, in the men. So we didn't make it through to the quarters, but I'm happy to be here sitting with you today.
Yeah, and as for this semi-final, who are you going with? I mean, Essex, it feels like they've got the monkey off their back after winning the mixed last night.
I think it's going to be a really, really good match. I'm leaning towards South Wales, to be honest, in this particular matchup, but we have the other match on the second court, which might go to a decider, so we'll see. But in this match, my money's on South Wales. Again,
just to explain the format for everyone, it's a brilliant format as well, as in there are two matches that go alongside each other. We're focusing on the match here on centre court, which features Joe Ward and Sarah Lockery for Essex, and they take on the South Wales pair of Victoria Davies and Molly Walsh. And then on the other court, there are 4 other players playing, and if it is split, if it's one match win apiece, then it will come down to a match tiebreaker where one player from each team will pair up to decide it. And as you were just saying, Jared, that could very well happen here. South Wales came through their group, beating Wiltshire, Durham and Cleveland and Buckinghamshire, whereas Essex got the better of Lancashire, Channel Islands and Devon. They were semi-finalists here last year as well. They made 8 semi-finals across all the age groups in recent times, but they only made 1 final. That was in the over 60s. That was until yesterday, where they went and won the mixed. They've been talked about for a long time. They just seem to have so many players, Essex, across the board, men's, women's and mixed. I mean, why? Is paddle, there are a lot of paddle centres in Essex, I imagine. Does it just unravel when you get a group of people playing paddle? Is it infectious?
I think, yeah, the addictive nature of paddle means, you know, that a friend picks up the sport and, you know, they invite another friend to come down and play, and just the community grows. And paddle's such a community-driven sport where, you know, it's all about having fun to start, and these ladies have started taking it to the next level.
Yeah, a lot of pedigree on this court. Incidentally, if you were fortunate enough to be with us, with Sarah Lockery delivering that mixed title, she's a #1 player in the country. Joe Ward is her partner today. The slightly shorter grey-haired player, and this near side, that's Joe Ward. She's 19 in the country, and they take on the South Wales pair of Victoria Davies, who you may know the name if you follow your tennis, and Victoria Davies is going to get us underway. Ranked 11 in the country, alongside Molly Walsh, who's 484 in the country. Has clearly performed very well to get South Wales through the group. Group 2 they qualified out of. Well, there's not quite as much power in the women's game, but they make up for it in court craft and tactical awareness.
Yeah, great tactics there, using the lob a lot. Great spin from Lockery there, using that spin and to get it to off the back glass, and that's going to be a tough one to defend for South Wales.
Smart. Right close to the glass, so difficult for Lockery to deal with. What's going to be key to this encounter, Jared, for you?
I think the lobs are going to be key. You saw there Joe Ward hitting a really nice high lob with a bit of backspin. South Wales let those ones go, give up the net position.
It's a far better smash that time around from Molly Walsh. Good to see after missing a previous one. Incidentally, it's a first ever semi-final in any age group for South Wales. They've done a great job as well because they've made the semis in the men's event as well. So a big few hours for South Wales here in Bristol. Just overcooking that one. Molly Walsh at the net. It's interesting as well watching Sarah Lockery. We were saying this yesterday. She played with Jake Bewley in the mixed, and Jake Bewley was very much the attacking player. He played on the left, whereas Sarah Lockery playing on the left this time around, which is where she prefers to play. It shows you her versatility as a paddle player. Just putting too much on the lob there, though. So good start for South Wales. They secure the first game of this semi-final. What do you prefer watching? Do you prefer watching men's doubles or women's doubles?
I think they both have their pros. I think the women's game is a little bit slower, like you said, a lot more tactical. With the men's, maybe, you know, they got the big smashes that can go out the court. So the lobs really have to be on point. But I think it's both great to watch and try to get people into the sport.
Yeah, 100%. As I say, with the women's game, certainly often tend to see longer rallies, which is brilliant from a neutral's point of view. As ever, communication absolutely key.
It's really interesting. So Sandy from the paddle school has a great tip, and he says when you're watching pro paddle, as a amateur or club player, you should be watching the ladies' game because the stuff that the pro men's do, you know, from behind the sort of service line, kicking the ball out the court, it's pretty unrealistic. Where, yeah, in the women's game, very tactical, and that's what you should be watching as an amateur.
That's really interesting, actually. I find the same actually in tennis. As in the women's doubles, I think is far better to watch than the men's doubles because the men's doubles is players on top of the net, putting the ball away. It's quick points, whereas the women's, there's a lot more court craft, a lot more tactics going on, and again, if you are an amateur, you don't have that raw power. And right on cue, look at that in terms of when we're talking about touch. A little bit of backspin there, wonderfully played from Jo Ward.
Yeah, good 1-2, good deep serve into the back corner here, and then the drop shot.
First lob right, did Lockery, but second one was slightly short. That allowed Walsh to step up the court and be aggressive. That was Victoria Davies going for the ball there. And as I said earlier on, you may know her name because played in the first round of Wimbledon 6 times throughout her time as a tennis player. Also, it was a very good collegiate player, semi-finals of the NCAA's doubles championships. And her partner there was Helen Crook, who incidentally represents Essex at paddle. There's also a very good paddle player. So those two have followed the same transition from tennis to paddle. Clearly done it pretty well. Good shot right into the corner, pinning Victoria Davies right at the back.
Yeah, creating space with that middle volley, opening up the corner and then attacking the corner. Great tactics.
That's a super overhead. Hit flat, decent wrist snap. for those picking up a racket for a first time, Jared, in terms of the grip, is it a chopper grip that you tend to use? I mean, looking at Molly Walsh here, it looks like a slightly more eastern grip for her. It's a little different to the others.
Yeah, for starters, I would say continental grip for sure, or the chopper grip. I have seen a couple of players use that eastern grip maybe to get a different spin on that ball, but I think starting out chopper grip's the way to go because there's not as much top spin as tennis. It'll be interesting to see how she does on the backhand side because it's great for forehands, but if she gets it on a backhand volley, does she need to change grip? Will she have time to do that? So that's going to be something to look out for.
And again, great that you can have the versatility of different grips and different ways of playing this sport. Again, right into the corner. It's been a really good start from Jo Ward. She's been right on it from the off here. Again, it's Ward who finishes the point. So a deciding point. It's the third game of this opening set, the first semi-final. The other semi-final, incidentally, Yorkshire against Sussex. We'll try and keep you up to date with that. It's another vicious return from Ward, star of the show in that game. And it's an early break for Essex for a 2-1 lead. Yeah, we saw yesterday Sarah Lockery with Jake Bewley. She was the consistent, the almost stealth player, setting up the points, just prodding the ball into difficult areas, and then had Jake Bewley take over the court and was the finisher.
We've seen that a little bit here already with Jo finishing off, a couple of forehand volleys there, big smash, and it could be a similar situation here.
Do you often ever get two defensive players on the court, or is it usually both attacking or one forward, one back, so to speak?
I wouldn't say tactically you would go in with the mindset of being both being defensive. Yeah, I think you'd normally have the left player going a bit more for the shots, but like in this morning's match, Buckinghamshire versus South Scotland, our number one player, George Weller, he was just happy to defend. And I thought maybe that was the wrong tactic. He needed to be slightly more aggressive. But depends on the matchup as well.
Did he prove you wrong in the end, or?
They did lose in the third set super tiebreaker, and I did chat to him, and he agreed that he could have been a bit more aggressive, but he's so good off the back glass. He's giving himself time, but at the same time, I thought he was also giving his opponents time to get set into that correct position at the net.
Chatting earlier as to why players like having the forehand down the middle of the court. You can see there Jo Ward having to play that backhand smash right from the middle,
and Walsh struggling with the backhand there.
A little bit of wizardry, wrapping the racket around the outside of the ball.
South Wales lobbing really well, pushing Lockery all the way back behind the service line, but she's doing a great job of taking it out the air and still keeping that net position. So South Wales aren't able to take that territory at the net. Yeah, I see paddle very much as a territorial sport. If you think, hockey, rugby, you want to serve and volley, you want to get to that net, take that territory, and as defenders you want to throw up the lob, try get that net position away from your opponent. So that's kind of the goal number one, is get to that net when you have the opportunity.
Oh, it's a shame. Essex again taking over the net, but Ward on that occasion couldn't finish the point, and it's going to be another deciding point. It's been a very even start to this semi-final. Oh, it was initially great defence, but they could only hang on for so long. And this time Essex get the ball away, and with it they back up the break for a 3-1 lead. Authoritative play there from Victoria Davies, taking over, taking the initiative. You can see exactly what Molly Walsh was trying to do there. Wasn't far away from making it. It was where the gap was, just under cooking the volley. Targeting Molly Walsh again, and well, it was a little too hot to handle. Reminder that there is a big ranking difference between Victoria Davies and Molly Walsh, so you can understand Essex keeping the ball away from someone who's played at Wimbledon regularly. Molly Walsh showing, though, that she can be dangerous.
Yeah, I think she's got to take those opportunities and go for it. We're seeing her partner stepping up, really cutting those volleys as well. They're not going to win by just playing defensively. They've got to take the net, be aggressive. But yeah, they've already been pushed back.
Oh, it's so good from Davies. Getting right on top of the net.
Definitely a change of tactic there. I don't know if you can hear on the feed, but Joe's speaking to her partner when the partner gets lobbed. The player that's off the ball is communicating where the opponents are. So great communication there from Essex.
Top-tier paddle. Again, the lobbing from Essex has just been on point today. Weight of shot. Discussion here between Lockery and Ward. Both players playing so well. Who's going to take the return? I think after Ward had such a great return on the last deciding point, she's going to take one again. Oh, dissects the two. Threads the eye of the needle. Does Victoria Davies, and that's a big point to win for South Wales, because it just keeps them in this opening set. They don't go a double breakdown, it is just the one break. Essex leading 3-2. Is that the toughest place when you're both at the net? Who should take that in terms of who should call it? Is there a natural player? The left, I
think sometimes it's too good. I think depending on the angle, like if you're hitting to the left player, then the person in front of that player should probably be taking it. Sometimes it's too good, but my favorite saying when I was coaching paddle was solve the riddle, hit down the middle. It's a great, it's a high percentage shot, it's the biggest target area, and there's nothing wrong with going down the middle.
Does that ever change if you're playing a left-right combination?
That does make it tougher, so I do not enjoy playing against the left-right combo, because now sort of 80% of the court is covered by forehands. So if you pop it up a fraction too high, you're going to be done.
Big hold for South Wales, so it is Joe Ward serving 3-2 for Essex. What a vicious serve from Joe Ward. It's tough for Essex. We were saying about Victoria Davies and Molly Walsh being, in terms of experience and in terms of ranking, different. It's tough to know who you hit to if you're South Wales right now. What a service game that is.
I think that was the fastest game of the match so far with 3 golden points. So great for Essex, taking the momentum now in the set.
Of course, in terms of people watching, there's still a fair few watching this, a bit of encouragement courtside. Might not be quite as busy as it was last night for the mixed final, because of course this is a Sunday evening. Lots of the players have travelled across the country to get to here in Bristol. They might not be able to stay as long as they would have been able to do on a Saturday night. And lots of the teams have stayed in Bristol. As I say, great fun being had by all. If you are nearby, still time to pop along and watch both the men's and the women's final. Oh, missing it on that occasion. It was a good first volley, just slightly hesitant on the second.
Yeah, good injection of speed there.
Again, just pinning Walsh into the corner. It's a big game though for South Wales. And still battling away. You feel Essex, of course, have the advantage of one break of serve up. Oh, it's absolutely fantastic. What a rally all round. Essex were on the front foot, then on the back foot, and in the end, they win the day. It's yet another deciding point. We've seen a lot of tight games in this opening set. We've got another one here. I have to say, I agree with you, Jared. The communication from Essex is great to watch, constantly talking to one another. Oh, wonderful pass, a laser from Sarah Lockery. And that secures another break of serve. It's a 5-2 lead for Essex, and they're in control in this opening set. Is there much, Jared, that South Wales can do? What would you suggest tactically?
With so many golden points, it's such a close match. You saw in towards the end of that game, Sarah letting a few of those lobs bounce. So I think they're finding the range on their lobs. I think Essex are just doing a great job of defending. So Jo Ward works for the LTA, and she actually sets up the syllabus for the level 1, level 2, and she's in the process of setting up the level 3 syllabus. So she technically knows what it's all about, knows how to defend the corner, and has the skill and experience to pull those shots off. So it's great to watch.
So that's one of the reasons we're seeing so much communication. Knowing exactly where to be, help guard, they're guarding one another.
Yeah, and you've got the number 1 player on women's, so
been so impressive. I mean, it's so rarely have we seen Essex look out of position at all. Always seem to be in the right place at the right time. Oh, it's brilliant from Lockery once more. Maybe a little nick off the net, but maybe deserved the lot.
Great call from Joe, telling her partner that they're both in, but Lockery able to get it down to the toes. What a shot.
Being urged by Ward, but Lockery just not able to do it. But that's well played from South Wales again, judging the lob to perfection. And once more going down the middle, as you say. That's your tactic.
So tough to drop shots with these bats. So you saw Joe go for the drop shot there, but Walsh managing to get it. Without the strings of tennis, you don't get that same bite, and drop shot might not always be the best shot.
A couple of set points here for Essex. Well, what a sensational point to finish. A really good set of tennis. Entertainment throughout, but Essex really just had the edge throughout as well, as they take the opener by 6-2. Now, your thoughts on that opening set?
I think Essex just doing all the right things, coming up with the right shots on the big points. I think 4 or 5 golden points there, and they won probably 80% of them, so that was big in that set. So it's going to be interesting to see how South Wales bounce back and try and convert on the big points, maybe play a little bit more solid, try push Essex back and fight back into this set, into this match.
In terms of the, you were mentioning about Joe Ward being in charge of a lot of the coaching, is in to get into this sport, is in how much coaching do you need, or is it something you just pick up a racket and go find a court?
My advice is to get coaching early on, just to learn the tactics of the game, like you were asking earlier about the grip, you know, things like that. Positioning on the paddle court is so important. Like I was saying earlier about the territory, getting up to the net, serving and volleying. So a lot of players aren't comfortable serving and coming to the net. There might be good tennis players that are happy hanging at the back and grinding it out, but paddle, you really want to get up to the net. So yeah, my advice would be to get some coaching, even if it's just 2 or 3 lessons, a group lesson, and meet some people within the sport, and then from there go out and play, and then in 3 or 6 months time, once you want to work on a specific shot like a Vibora or Bandeja, or then go back to the coach.
Once again, the communication was spot on there. There was a sorry from Lockery. It wasn't quite the connection I think she was wanting, but got away with it. Everything working right now for Essex. In terms of the court positioning, off the return, the player who isn't returning, do they ever start at the front of the court, or is it always at the back?
That's a great point. They always start at the back. So the strongest position to be on the paddle court is both at the net. The second strongest position is both at the back. And the weakest position would be one up and one back. There's just too many angles to cover, and you're just going to be caught out. So you either want to be at the net or at the back. And another interesting point is when you're at the back is you don't want to creep across to the middle too much. So you see Lockery kind of in the middle of her half of the court on the near side, and won't creep over too much. If you start squeezing the middle, then your opponents will hit to the corner, which, as we've seen, is the most difficult to defend in paddle, that double glass. So I got shouted at a couple of times in Spain when I trained out there. is I would creep across because that would be a tennis move, and the opponents would hit it into the corner, and that's the wrong play.
It's all starting to make total sense as you talk to me, because of course in tennis you're itching to poach at the net, and so then if you are giving a bit more gap there, that's why you want to go down the middle if you're at the back.
Yeah, and I don't think you get as close to the net as in tennis. So if you see from the net, there's the door, then you've got the first post, then the second post, and you'd normally stand sort of on or just inside that second post, which is a little bit further back. So it's difficult to get it down to the toes because you don't have the strings to hit topspin. So you would kind of be on that post. If they hit a slow Chiquita, you can either step back and defend it that way, or step forwards and get it. And you don't want to be too close as well, because as you've seen, lob is such a crucial part of the game. If you get too close and you get lobbed, you give up that territory. So yeah, you kind of want to be in, not quite no man's land, but not too close.
A lot of lunging as well.
A lot of lunging.
Yeah, the times I have played it, the next morning the thighs are burning a little bit.
Yeah,
in a good way.
Yeah, a great tactic is to bring someone in with a Chiquita, bring them forwards, and push them back. So that depth element is so important. Where maybe in tennis it's a little bit more sort of side to side and create the gaps on the court. And paddle, that depth is I think a bigger factor because the court's a little bit narrow.
It's all really interesting stuff. Essex right now looking good here in this semi-final. They are up a set, they're up a break as well. A reminder that there is another match going on over on court 2. Don't quite know the score there, but it is Essex who are dominating this #1 pair matchup. A reminder, the winner of this one will meet the winner of the match between Yorkshire and Sussex. Yorkshire, the defending champions. They beat Surrey in the final last year. No Surrey, though, in the semis this time around. Just so good, top-class paddle from Essex. The defending there was outrageous. Ward with a 180. They're just here, they're everywhere. Can't get the ball past them.
Yeah, great counter-attack every single time. Losing the net, getting it back straight away.
You can hear the communication once more from Ward, playing with the top player in the country, but she's the one shouting, come on! And that little extra shout certainly, I think, made Lockwood go a little quicker. It's a real rarity. I haven't seen too many errors at all from Essex.
It's a great tactic, the serve down the tee, exposing the corner and going for it. The gap was there. 40 love up, worth going for it. Just missed it.
And again, the accuracy, the length, right on point. And it's another game for Essex. They lead a set and 2 love. Well adapted from Lockwood, getting a body out the way there.
Yeah, I think a bit flat from Walsh. So if you look at her smash, she's hitting it flat. It's popping up for Lockwood to defend. Where if we get to see a Lockwood smash in this game, she's getting that underspin, the bandeja, which if Walsh lets it go off the back last, it's going to cut right down.
Now look, it's whatever players are comfortable with, right? But if you were to coach Walsh, would you change that grip slightly just so she could get a little more revelation on the ball?
I think she's got to be comfortable with that. I've actually played against a ex-top 50 player who used that grip and used it effectively, and it worked for them. So I think as long as she's comfortable, I would take a look at the backhand. I think we've seen a few backhand errors, and maybe try to get the point across that it might be better to be strong on both sides. But her smash seems to be working pretty well. Just the backhand maybe a little bit weaker.
Oh, again, vicious from Lockery. Chiseling from the back of the court, and it stayed so low and whizzed away. Score update to give you all. Big score update as well. I can tell you that South Wales Essex are a set and 3-love up in the other match here, so they're looking very strong to make the final. And talking of making the final, Yorkshire have made the final. They've defeated Sussex, so they await the winners of this semi-final. And right now the dominance continues for Essex. They're purring. Ward and Lockery, they're going to be tough to stop in the final with this sort of performance.
Yeah, great change-up of speed there. Lockery hitting a few very fast bandejas throughout that game and just slowing it down there, getting a low one to the toes, and South Wales not sure what to do.
Yeah, so set and 3-love, a double break lead in this second set. As I say, Yorkshire will be in the final. They won this title last year, beating Surrey in the final. It looks likely it might be against Essex in 2024 here at the second edition of the UK PADEL County Championships. Here at the Rocket Paddle Centre in Bristol. Bristol very much the hub, the UK hub of this wonderful, very fast-growing sport. Let's not forget there was Bristol Surge as well, which has co-hosted this event. We've been here though at the Rocket Centre to cover all the action. A reminder, if you are nearby, nice way to finish the weekend off. Come and watch some top-tier paddle. Already watching here Sarah Lockery, who is the #1 player in the country. And, she's been showing everyone just why she's the #1 player in the country in this women's doubles semi-final.
Couple missed lobs there. I think South Wales struggling to deal with the smashes from Essex. Again, the middle ball from Lockery with that spin staying so low, setting up the easy one for Joe to unleash on that smash.
Lovely weight to the volley. Again, using a little bit of underspin and slice. Just skidding away. It's a class act. It's another game for Essex. They are racing away with this one. 4-love second set. Well, no matter what happens here for South Wales, it's already been a brilliant weekend for them. As I say, they're in the semi-finals of the women's, they're in the semi-finals of the men's as well. It's always going to be a tough task, though, against Essex, who are so loaded. It's one of the rallies of the match, and it goes South Wales' way. Essex finding ways to keep the point going time and time again. Eventually, though, it was too much.
Great play. We saw in that point a couple of low lobs, so as you get more advanced, you're going to be hitting low lobs and super high lobs, and I think Essex have done a great job of hitting really high lobs, taking that net away, but in that point, South Wales using the low lob to get the net.
You've got to make sure when you build these paddle centres, you've got a high roof, right?
It's great to have a high roof here at Rocket Paddle. Yeah, a couple of centres have a low roof. You go for a high lob and it's point done because you've hit the roof.
Been a power strike there from Molly Walsh, and they're on the board. They will avoid the bagel in the second set. They'll hope that's the start of a comeback, though, for South Wales. Yeah, nice and high roofs here at Rocket Paddle. In terms of spin, we talk a lot about, you were talking a lot about setting the point up with undercutting the ball. Just how important is that?
Yeah, when you're at the net, going for that cut is crucial. If you can get your opponents to use that back glass, it's going to be dying down, staying super low, and when the ball's low, they're going to have to lift it up. You're going to be on top of the net and be able to control the point even more.
And are you, I suppose, the more you play the sport, the more you get used to what it's doing off the glass as well, and what spins and how they react. Yeah,
so you can see how your opponent's setting up, what kind of shot they're hitting. You can see sometimes the kick smash, you know, it's going to be bouncing up off the glass and bouncing higher. That slice is going to be staying super, super low. And then when you get a lefty involved, their spin, if they're going for a V-borough with a bit of side spin, it's going to be bouncing a completely different way. And also the spin off the side glass. So you see Ward here serving with a bit of cross spin into that side glass. Oh, what a serve. It's going to be bouncing, shooting out in the corner. And on the other side, it's going to be hitting the glass and sticking really close to that side glass. So spin is crucial in paddle. You'll see some rackets even have like a rough surface to give some more revolutions on the ball. Some players prefer a racket without any surface, but personally I prefer a racket with a bit of roughness.
You like a bit of roughness, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so there's different styles as well. There's some that are that are built in the plastic. It's got some grooves, and there's some with like some bubbles. I'm sure Toby, if you chat to him later, you can get the inside knowledge of that.
Nice. Incidentally, guys, anyone watching the stream, if you have any questions for us, feel free to pop them down below. Good time to ask now. We've got Jared Robinson alongside myself, Peter Odgers. As you say, Toby will be alongside me a little later on. Just about the sport, how you play it, how you can get to play it. Really, again, I use the word authoritative from Ward, stepping into the volley, taking over. They're a game away from securing this match and perhaps helping Essex make the final.
going for the low lob there, just pushing it a bit long. But even if she did get it in, Lockery was there ready for a bajada off the back glass. Where the high lob would be sort of going really high, bouncing off the glass and staying close to the back glass, making it harder to counter-attack off that.
Oh, it's good communication from South Wales. They charge forward, but Lockery, as ever, alert to the danger and knows exactly where to put the ball. Just overcooked by Davies, who hasn't missed too many volleys like that in this semi-final. But here are 3 match points for Essex. Just overcooked. Well, it's been a great tournament for South Wales, no doubt about that, but it's Essex who come out on top of this one. A near flawless performance from Jo Ward and Sarah Lockery. And what it all means, right on cue, Essex have also won the other match, so they will make the final. They won the mixed, and they'll have the chance to win the women's doubles as well. Wonderful performance from Ward and Lockery. They win 6-2, 6-1 in 42 minutes. Your thoughts, Jared?
Yeah, dominant performance. I definitely shouldn't have put my money on South Wales early on, but yeah, just tactically, technically, doing all the right things. South Wales not coming up with the answers today.
Yeah, as I say, it's been a great tournament for South Wales. They're in the men's semi-finals as well, and first time that they've made it through to the semi-finals of the women's too. So they can certainly leave this event with their heads held high. But it's Essex who will go on to face Yorkshire in the final. That is a little later on today, but up next on this court, it'll be the men's semi-final. Join us for it if you can. We're going to take a quick break before returning. Well, hello and welcome back to the second edition of the UK Padel County Championships at Rocket Padel Bristol. And we are very much coming to the end of the weekend. Sadly, it's been a fantastic weekend. But what a way to finish. We've got Yorkshire, who are looking to try and defend their title from last year in the women's, taking on Essex, who were able to put on a show, if you were with us just a few moments ago, getting the better pretty comfortably against South Wales. They've beaten the likes of Lancashire, Channel Islands and Devon, whereas Yorkshire have come through beating Sussex in the semi-finals. And so, well, two really good teams. Jo Ward and Sarah Lockery for Essex, taking on Angela Wood and Sophie Cousins for Yorkshire. And I'm very happy as well to say that Toby Borden is alongside me. Toby, who's been representing Suffolk, but also from Hexa Padel. And there isn't a thing I've been told that you don't know about this sport.
Well, thanks for the intro. That's very kind. I'm sure there's a thing or two, that's for sure, but I'm very excited to be back in the booth today and can't wait for this women's final to take place. I think it's going to be super tight. All four players have played a lot with and against one another at various tournaments up and down the country, so I think it's going to be a bit of a classic, actually.
So you know the question that's coming, right? Well, first of all, we're going to say what's going to decide it. What's going to be the key factors for this final?
I think a lot over the weekend has been game plans and tactics. You know, everyone is playing good paddle out there, and it's who can stick to that game plan and execute it sufficiently enough throughout the duration of the game. And who can hold the nerve. It's a tough environment, this team paddle.
Is there a factor, the fact that Yorkshire are the defending champs? They've done it before. We've talked a lot about Essex being the nearly players.
Yeah, I think absolutely. You know, Yorkshire are always strong competitors, and they'll have their tails up for sure. You know, it's almost theirs to lose. But you know, Essex winning in the mix yesterday, they'll be pumped about that. You know, as we said yesterday, so many semis, and actually, can they use that? The men are still in as well, so you know they're after that clean sweep, aren't they?
Yeah, they could well, as you say, complete the clean sweep. It was a brilliant performance yesterday by Sarah Lockery alongside Jake Bewley as they picked up the mixed title. As we know, Sarah Lockery with a squash background. She is the country's top player, though, now in paddle, alongside Jo Ward, who has the tennis background. 5 times played at Wimbledon in the first round in singles, former world number 156 world-ranked player, but coach of paddle and tennis for the LTA. Big name is Jo Ward.
Absolutely. You know, and has transitioned so heavily now into paddle, which is great to see. And yeah, as you mentioned, you know, looks after the coach education for both tennis and paddle. So, you know, and tutors the sport, and so does Ange Crossley. So it's, you know, we've got a lot of experience out there on the court today, I'd say.
Yeah, incidentally, the Yorkshire on the far side, Ange at the net, Angela Wood, that is. She's, again, another player who comes from a tennis background, but she's fallen hard for paddle, because she was saying only 2 years ago did she first start playing at Harrogate, and then she started her own paddle club and at Wetherby, and so she manages that club and is also, well, a paddle coach there, but she was a tennis coach for 20 years prior to that.
Yeah, and it's so good to see coaches and tutors embracing both sports, and Ange has definitely done that, and you know, it's set up a great busy club in Wetherby, which is doing really well, and we want to see more of that.
Yeah, Sophie Cousins alongside her, as in, well, she was the one who dragged her into paddle, Ange was saying, as in, because
that's good.
She said, hey, look, this is a great sport, come and play. She's a PE teacher, it was Sophie Cousins, and said was also a very good tennis player, national tennis player back in the day, and so persuaded her. She used to represent Lincolnshire in tennis, so she was able to get her to yanked her over to Yorkshire, and they've reaped the rewards.
Yeah, absolutely.
But as you say, when you know how players play, how can that affect you?
I think it's, you know, we always talk about playing to strengths and playing to weaknesses, and the good thing is you could, and I'm sure they will have done, I'm sure they've been watching each other closely throughout the weekend. They may already have devised their game plan of what they're going to do. What will be fascinating to see is can they change that throughout the game as well? Not only from the players on the ascent, but if one of the teams is going down, can they then mix it up to claw their way back in? I think it's going to be. I think it's also important, you know, in the beginning, who's going to start fast.
So as you say, the start could be key. A reminder, incidentally, of how the format works. It's a wonderful format. We'll be watching the ones play here on centre court, then over on court 2 it'll be the twos. So there are 2 matches that run concurrently alongside one another. If those matches are split, it will then come down to a match tiebreaker, whether you'll take one of each of the teams to play a final doubles to 10 points. So we could have these 2 teams pretty evenly matched. When you look at the teams that we're going to witness, Ange Wood is ranked 3rd in the country, Sophie Cousins 4th in the country, and then for Essex you've got Sarah Lockery 1 in the country, Jo Ward 19, but of course has that knowledge, that understanding. We heard her shouting and communicating so well, of course her background in coaching. And so this match I think is pretty tough to call. Who are you going to go with though?
Oh, I think Essex are going to take it. I think it's going to be tight. I'm going to go 4-4 Essex.
Wow. I love how you go with the scoreline as well. You did the same yesterday, and you got the wrong team.
Yeah,
but you got the scoreline right.
Yeah, hedge my bets. But I think you have to, right? Why not?
Yeah,
I think
not?
4-4 Essex.
Put yourself out there. So here we go. Are we going to get that? It will be Yorkshire to get us underway. Sophie Cousins to start us off. To be a few nerves as well. Both of these women's teams would have been playing all weekend for this moment. Both teams winning pretty comfortably to get through though in their semi-finals. Such an effective shot from Lockery.
Smart play there from Lockery. You know, as that ball was going high, I was wondering why not take on the overhead, but she knew exactly what she wanted to do. Clever.
Am I right in thinking that'd be a bit harder?
Absolutely right. Yeah. So she's decided to let that ball drop. High bounce off the back of the back glass. She's tucked herself in behind and played an exquisite Bahada down to the player's feet.
Right into the corner. Really effective shot from Cousins. Of course, yeah, there's a number of technical shots that are played in paddle. Those of you that watch a lot of paddle will be well aware of them all.
It's great defence here from Lockery.
Just couldn't quite keep going, but the dexterity and ability to adapt her body to get the ball back time and time again was really impressive.
Yeah, it's strong play there from Yorkshire, really pinning Essex back and actually not allowing them to get to that net, which is going to be an area that, especially the majority of the players on court from tennis, who can assert themselves at the net for the longest and hold it there. As we all know, you know, 70-80% of the points in paddle are generally won from the net, and that's going to be key. And Yorkshire started strong there in dominating the net, to be honest.
Are you switching your call already?
No, I'm not.
But yeah, really good service hold there from Sophie Cousins. And
Yeah,
off
just
the mark.
Again, we talked a lot yesterday, didn't we, about length and how effective it was, and you saw that from Cousins' high volley into Ward in the backhand, in the back corner, and it was tough for her to defend, and that was really clever play. So I'm intrigued to see that battle down the line. Nice return to feet there from Wood. This is the battle we wanted to see. Constant flow, chopping and changing. Who's on the ascendancy? Great high lob again. Great pick up that from Lockery. This is sensational.
Oh, what a way to finish. That simply sublime point. As you were saying, momentum shifted one way, then the other throughout the rally. And it's finished in style by Sarah Lockery.
Amazing point. And it's going to be a battle if there's many more points like that. I mean, that is a hefty rally. Well played.
I mean, you were telling me, as in one of the beauties of this sport is the momentum shifts that you see, but we're even seeing that within the rally.
Absolutely, yeah. And that happens so often in paddle, and that's why you've always got to stay focused and stay in it, because, you know, tennis often, the point goes one way, and then finishes. It can chop and change so much inside the rally, as you say. That's a strong overhead there from Ward. Essex needed that. That was important.
Even to that point, though, because even with that overhead, Wood wasn't that far away from the 180 there.
No, they all read the walls really well now. You know, having come from tennis, it takes time. The paddle on display here is, and generally we said that all weekend, and having so many chats with different teams and players, the level from last year has gone up dramatically.
I know the Devon team well, and that was something that Dave Palmer and Chris Ryland were saying, is in, okay, look, they've only just started out, but just playing against higher level paddle players, understanding where the ball goes, understanding what it does off the wall, and they were really enjoying it. Even though they were losing, they were enjoying learning, playing against high caliber opponents.
It's so important. Good hold that there from Ward, and the smash before was super strong. I think she needs to assert herself on each point like she has been, and 1-1.
So it's going to be Angela Wood to serve next.
Just such solid defence from Lockery again.
It's classy touch as well, and from Ward, combining superbly these two.
That's what I was expecting with my assessment for the game. You know, Lockery soaking it up, that pressure, plays a super good lob. They come forward as a pair, and Ward can finish it off with a cheeky drop shot.
I feel like Lockery's a bit of a ninja. So stealth, as in goes about things quietly, but wounds opponents time and time again.
And it's that idea of just building and building. Oh, cursing the commentator again. But you know, rarely misses, but soaks up so much pressure out of that backhand corner.
And this is what we were saying yesterday. She was playing not on the backhand side, she was playing on the forehand side with Bewley, but
that's a great return. Showing
what a great paddle player she is by being able to switch, as you were saying, superb. Viciously low struck return,
and struck hard, and that's the other thing. You know, sometimes changing that tempo up is so important to catch players out, and Ward's leveled that back out. Beautiful.
Well, it's been a lot of fun to watch already, and we're only in the third game.
Yeah, it's tight, isn't it? And you can just see little different styles of play changing up there. Cousins going for the high forehand volley down the line there, cramped Ward up. It was definitely a change of tactic there. Good high lob that to take the net back. And again.
It's high level paddle, as you were saying. A couple of great lobs in there. And again, Wood and Cousins doing a great job taking over the net. Maybe a little overexcited for once from Ward.
Yeah, and you sometimes see that when it goes lob to lob to lob. Someone feels like they have to take a shot on, and maybe it didn't need to be that Bajado. Could have stayed in the point, but it's 2-1 Yorkshire.
Yeah, entertaining stuff so far. And well, we thought it would be 2 tight sets. So far, it's opened up pretty tight. 2-1 Yorkshire lead. We'll try and keep you up to date with scores on the other court as well as we go. A reminder, we have got the men's final, or men's semi-final and final still to come here on Sunday. And the men's event, the Scottish team's doing very well. Of course, it's East Scotland who are the defending champs. They're there through to the semis, as are North Scotland this time around. South Wales in the semis as well, and we believe Essex are there too. So that is to come. But right now we're focusing on the women's final. Hitting the cage and not getting the bounce that
clever.
She would have wanted.
It's clever play there from Cousins again to go down that angle. It's a tight angle down the line to play it. High risk, but she's played it twice now very effectively. And it may be a play that we see throughout the game now as it develops. Great defence. That's great defence from Ward, and so good from Lockery to, as I said, the ninja Lockery to stealth in. You know, brilliant pickup.
Don't leave your doors unlocked.
Absolutely.
If Lockery's around.
And it's about that, right? Well, you know, when I used to play tennis, not super high standard, my coach, as growing up, make them play the extra ball. But even in paddle, it's even more important. Make extra ball. You can see their Lockery out position, manage to just get it back, and Cousins miss.
Oh, what a shot that is. Bandera again from Lockery.
That's superb. And again, talked about it a lot yesterday, but really good communication from Jo Ward. As Lockery was going back to hit that Bahada, she gave her all the cues to know what type of shot she would be able to hit, and gave them positional cues as to how close the Yorkshire team were.
I suppose, as you say as well, about similarities to tennis make the opponent play an extra ball. As we're seeing with Lockery and Ward, you can squeeze the court. Suddenly, opponents will start overhitting if the ball keeps coming back. Oh, lovely hand skills from Ward.
That's twice now she's played a delicate cushion drop shot into the cage, which is really effective. You know, sometimes we see the drop shots overplayed without that kind of angle, and then it's easy to pick up, but there was no chance there. Cushioned it into the cage beautifully.
And that's a type of shot you actually don't see too often in tennis, particularly above shoulder height on top of the net. Beautifully played from Ward.
Yeah, it's soft hands, you know, you've got to kind of read that incoming ball and decide how you're going to play it, but it was cleverly done.
Trying it again, this time just overcooks it.
Yeah, I didn't feel she needed to do it there. She was playing nice volleys down the middle, set-up volleys, and maybe another one down the centre would have been the right decision. Almost just forced it. Is that frustration setting in slightly from Yorkshire, I wonder?
As we were just saying, as in the ball is coming back time and time again. The defence has been superb from Essex.
That's a great return as well. If you can get that return, decent pace, but dropping into that incoming net player.
And what's it like in terms of the spin on the ball there? In terms of if you're getting spin off the return, is it harder to play the volley off the racket?
It is, but really is well what we see is if you could get that ball dipping, what it means is that you have to, as the net player, switch to a defensive mindset, even though you're coming into an attacking position. So you have to almost say, anything below the height of the net, let's push it back up. Let's just regain the net. And Cousins almost just went for too much. She just needed to realise, right, I've got the net, push it back in. A few errors creeping in here now.
And Essex threatening a break. We are yet to see a break in this final. Could it happen here? 3 break points for Essex. Just drifts long.
Good point. And Yorkshire just need this. Like, even if they get broken, they just need to stay in and stay with Essex for as long as possible.
It was a very good serve, but once again, Lockry able to deal with it, made it tough for Wood. And you can hear the frustration for Yorkshire there, because it is a break of serve and it's gone Essex's way as they lead 3-2 first set.
Yeah, and I feel like Essex are settling into a rhythm now. They're backing each other up, playing really nicely as a pair. Yorkshire started strong, got some cheap early points, but I feel like Essex are just getting into the groove.
Paddle continuing over on court 2 as well. How's your weekend been throughout?
It's been sensational. Sat with a slight wry smile on my face, come to a paddle tournament and I've walked away with 0 victories for my county. I've won a few rubbers myself, which has been nice, but Suffolk has done similar to last year. We're on the wrong side of too many shootouts, but we've had fun and we've learnt a lot, and ultimately the whole weekend has been brilliant. You know, social aspect, the paddle is getting better and better, more people are hearing about it, seeing it. And already looking forward to next year, to be honest.
Yeah, let's hope we get even more counties, as I've said throughout the commentary. If you are watching and you're from a county that isn't represented here, get playing.
Absolutely, got to see Norfolk here next year. We need that Suffolk-Norfolk rivalry again. You know, currently East Anglia is blue with Ipswich Town, so there's Norwich fans out there. Please, you know, get your team in.
I like the goading. That is one way of getting the reaction.
Well, I think, you know, we've got to have it, and I could fancy a bit of needle next year.
Are there any paddle courts yet in Norfolk?
They're happening. They're coming. There's currently 2 not far from where I grew up in Diss. There's 2 that have just gone in outside of Norwich called Blazing Paddles, which might be the best name.
Yeah.
My company Hexa Paddle, we are having 2 courts delivered on Monday to Fakenham. So there's 2 courts going in there at a club called Paddle Norfolk. So it's happening. So I feel like next year there's no excuse, Norfolk.
I feel Blazing Paddles from Norfolk, it sounds like an Alan Partridge type. He's probably come up with something like that.
Absolutely, it's just absolutely classic. But it's a cool centre, and it's a very different centre, and that's what we like to see. You know, we like to see. We don't want to see traditional clubs. Paddle is different, and we want to see how it develops.
Yeah, it's in there. You know, I know a lot of people who've picked this sport up. A number have come to it from tennis. I remember in the COVID years, as in tennis, some clubs were a little bit slow to start up, whereas with paddle, they were very quick to get going, and they've kind of stolen tennis players. They've kept paddle.
They have a little bit, but actually what's so good is it's
not stolen, but you know, I know I don't like to use that word, but in terms of a lot of my friends have gone, actually, the accessibility, the fact you can have a beer right next to the court and all of that.
It's the social side, right? And that's what we want to see more of. But what is beautiful is a lot of people are getting into it not from tennis. So I think that's the key. It is a sport for all in terms of the accessibility of the game itself. I understand prices are sometimes high, and that will come down, I'm sure, as more and more courts get built. But anyone can play this, literally anyone, and that's what's so good about it.
That's something you were saying yesterday in terms of it's a real leveller. Talking of levellers, Yorkshire with 3 break points here to get that break back.
Yeah, they've played sensible in this game. And that's always key. Game before, you know, there was 3 or 4 unforced errors, and you just have to wipe it away and go again, and they have. But as I said, that an error from Cousins, I feel like I should never compliment a team. It is the curse, right?
There might have been a little bit of miscommunication there as well. It's pretty tight between Wood and Cousins. Oh, the Well, that's an error from Lockry, a rare error from Lockry.
I was
Haven't
just
said that
about
too
to
often.
say, that is a rare bird. We've not seen many of those this weekend.
And there is the break straight back for Yorkshire. So terrific reaction from Wood and Cousins. And it's 3 games apiece in this opening set.
That's so important. That really, I felt like it was going to slip away, but they reasserted themselves and played that game well.
Just feel the intensity of this final is pretty high already.
It's bubbling, isn't it? That's for sure. Such a strong Bahada there, and you could see Ward was setting up for it, and Crossley got into, Wood, correction, got into a great position, but it was almost just too much power for her. Lockry just soaking it up in that backhand corner again. Level fast lob, well retrieved from Wood though.
Oh, what a point again.
Beautiful rally.
Just amazing discipline from Yorkshire, as you say. Lockry so many times asking questions, but they didn't overplay, they just stuck to the task.
Yeah, and they did really well, Yorkshire, in holding the net for most of that rally. I felt like Essex, a couple of Chiquitas were played in there, and they decided to hold back, and I feel like they could have come in. You know, playing that low Chiquita defeat gives you that opportunity to come forward as a pair, and I would have liked to have seen that, and I think they would have won that if they had done so, but it might be a reason for not coming in. But
it might be interesting to see whether they adapt though, whether that's a tactic that they've decided to use.
Yeah, and sometimes staying back, you know, it's just, it could be conserving energy levels, or there might be a reason behind it, but I would have liked to have seen Chiquita and Ian. They're both such good volleyers, especially Ward, coming from the tennis background.
Oh, wonderful off backhand.
Beautiful shot.
Sensational play from Joe Ward. And it's a 3rd break of serve in a row. Essex in front once again. They lead 4-3 in this opening set.
That's a lovely backhand at the end there. And I just feel like that's just too easy for Ward. If you put that ball in front of her, she will just rock into it and punch through that ball. You know, you've got to put under more pressure there.
And she generates a fair amount of pace on the ball. So often it's all about timing. In terms of this sport, as in you know about centres being built all around the country, what are we looking at over the next year or so, as in how many more will pop up?
Well, I mean, depending on what you read, I feel like we're probably around the 500, 550 mark in terms of courts. I always maybe go too high, but you know, knowing the number that we've got in planning permissions and are being built currently, I think we could go another 300-400 next year to be built. So it's growing fast. You know, we're one of a few companies building courts out there, and you know, by no means we're not the biggest, and we're probably going to do 80 to 90, if not 100 next year alone. So it's all happening. Lucky bounce off the cage there for Essex. They needed it popped up, and now they've taken the net.
Oh, it's top tier paddle once again.
It's interesting. It's good, but the frustration there a little bit was they changed direction too early there, Essex. They went from the left side of the court to the right side, leaving the middle exposed, and Lockery couldn't get back into position. They needed to build the point slightly longer. We often see if you switch from left to right without going middle, creates an opening. That's a lucky bounce. Wow. A miss hit overhead.
A miss hit overhead, then off the cage.
Off cage,
yeah.
rocket to the floor. I mean, that's a frustration when that happens. So much consistency in this point.
I also can't remember the last time a lob was missed. The lobs have been right on the money.
Yeah, they're playing it really, really well. I feel Essex are just edging away now. And you felt that towards the end of that point, they looked a little bit more comfortable, and Cousins felt like she had to go for that Mahada and overcooked it. That's a great volley.
And just chiseling under the ball, it's staying low. Right down the middle once more.
It's that length we talked about, you know, one bounce. Can you then get it either that second bounce just on the glass or in front of the glass? Even if they get it, they set it up just like that. That's the set-up volley combo. Really nice.
And they stop the run of breaks. Really good hold that from Sarah Lockery. And this time they do back up the break for a 5-3 lead.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how Yorkshire play this game. As we said earlier, it is who can take that net, who can assert themselves, and they just haven't managed to stay there for long enough. Great communication for all four players.
Oh, too good. The call from Joe Ward, and it certainly was from Angie Wood.
Welcome to the party. What a shot. Come on.
Yeah, you can cut that one up later.
Absolutely. Put that on the highlights reel for this weekend. That was a beaut, and she enjoyed it, you can tell.
Well, they needed to respond here, Yorkshire. They did celebrate that previous point, which was right to do so.
Yeah, and you just have to back that up.
Yeah.
You can't miss opportunities like that. And will they rue that now? Such a calmness from Lockery in those situations. I've said it so many times this weekend, people panic on those tough, tight lobs into the corner, and well, she just played another one back beautifully.
Oh, again.
Great encouragement though from Ward. It's teamwork, top teamwork out there.
And now they have the net. Oh, would you believe it? Set the point up well.
They really did. But the angle of that ball to Lockery meant that she couldn't quite get around it, and it tucked her up a little bit. She probably would have been better just nudging it in and building for the next. They did so well to take it back from Yorkshire. It was hard work, and then frustratingly to miss that one. But this is what Yorkshire need. Hold in there. Can they stay in this set?
A lung-busting point. See what Locker is trying to do, just for once undercutting it.
Yeah, she wanted to go soft into cage or into Cousins' feet, and then maybe they could take the net after it, but almost tried to be too cute with it.
Did the job, and Yorkshire showing plenty of fight at the back end of this opening set. They've broken the Ward serve before, and if they can do it again, they will keep this opening set going even further. It is Essex, though, who lead by 5 games to 4.
Yeah, it's good to see. It's good to see them hanging in there. I felt, particularly in the beginning of that game, would it run away from them? But they really held their nerve nicely, and yeah, played some good points.
A reminder, this is the women's final. We've already seen Essex win the mixed last night. We've got the men's final still to come this evening as well. But this is a very tight opening set in this final. Yorkshire, who are the defending champions, Essex, who lost in the semi-finals last year. That was a theme throughout last year. Across all the age groups, they made 8 semi-finals. They only made 1 final out of that. And that was in the over 60s, which they ended up losing. But this year, they've already won the mixed. And they're hoping for the clean sweep because they're still involved in the men's as well. Wardo serving for the set here, 5-4.
That's a clever lob from Ward there to take the net. Fascinating point, this one.
Well, took over there, Ward, but just couldn't finish.
Yeah, she set it up well. She took the time away from Crossley with a fast, low volley to her feet. Saw the opportunity, but Ange did so well just to nudge it up higher. Seen that a few times, haven't we? You know, Yorkshire do so well to steal a point back, but they just couldn't quite back it up there. Intriguing game.
There's a wicked serve that started the point off for Ward, and this time the smash does do the damage.
That was strong play, and she enjoyed that, you could tell. Right in at Ange's feet, she had no chance.
All I'll say, by the way, I'm
that's
glad I'm commentating and not having to deal with these serves from Ward.
Absolutely, you know. And the shot there, though, from Lockery, slight Vibora start, it just kept so low.
Yeah,
Wood did so well to dig it out, and then Ward puts it away.
And again, another brilliant serve. These are 3 set points for Essex. Oh, would you believe it? On top of the net and hits the side. And so we still go on, and Yorkshire's still in this, just about.
Yeah, hanging in there. Will Lockery rue that? Let's see. Should have put it away, but it does happen.
Well, that's long as well.
Fascinating.
So it's going to be a deciding point.
Interesting. A lot of discussion here from Yorkshire. Who is going to take this? Okay.
Yes, it's going to be Cousins. Having just won that point. Really, Essex will feel this set should have been done, but here it is. It's a deciding point. It is still a set point.
Such a cross-court battle, this.
Well, she might have missed
That's
the first set point, Lockery, but she makes up for it there. Finds her A game and shows everyone just why she's the #1 ranked player in the country. And that secures the set for Essex. Couldn't have been much tighter. A point for Yorkshire to get back to 5-all, but as it is, it's Essex who take the opener 6-4 in 31 minutes.
Brilliant watch that. It really was a tight set, and that was brilliant at the end there. Such a cross-court battle there, and it was just a bit of a war of attrition. Gap was created, and Lockery played it in behind Wood, who couldn't dig it out. Fantastic paddle.
Just no panic again, though, from Lockery, isn't it? You know, snatched to the first smash on the first set point, and then there was no sign of okay, trying to make amends too much, if that makes sense.
Absolutely, and it's great to watch because it's just such a calmness. You know, in that rally, it's cross-court, cross-court. As we all know, that can be tough, forward, back, but just unfazed. It never really looks like she's running out of time or is rushing the ball, and I think that can be quite tough on an opponent. You know,
great for youngsters to see there
so
as well,
good.
in terms of the patience, as in not thinking, okay, I've missed one ball, right, I've got to make up for it, I've got to go for another ball. Just waited and waited. That ninja-like temperament.
Absolutely, stealth mode. It was good. It was really good, and I've got to say, Ward in the last 2-3 games has just increased the tempo of how she's hitting that ball, going for a few more smashes, taking more time away. And it's just such a good partnership, and you can almost feel Yorkshire are on the ropes. I mean, let's see how they start this set. But I feel like Essex got better and better and better as that set went on.
Yeah, we certainly saw that in the semi-finals from Joe Ward. Did the similar sort of thing, up the pace, up the power, up the aggression. So Yorkshire to get us underway in set 2 here. Reminder, this is the final. This is the top pairs playing. We've got the second pairs playing on court 2 as well.
Great turn in the corner there, but overcooked the smash. Almost had too much time there. So that's often the way, you know, off the glass. It's, you know, bounty courts here, and you do have time. Good comms there from Ward, and a really clever shot there though from Wood. And again, big smile on her face. She enjoyed that, and Ward knows it.
Magical hand skills. So just to know where to place the ball. Wondrous stuff from Wood.
Pace there from Ward.
That's good quality from Cousins as well, pinning Lockery.
That was nice. Had a long time to think about that ball, but set herself really well. Came down the back of it. Lockery knew she couldn't let it go to glass because it would have stayed so low. So it was a good shot.
Reminder, incidentally, is Yorkshire start the second set very well. Reminder, we are watching Wood, Cousins against Lockery and Ward, but just to mention a few other names in the Yorkshire team: Susie Azoulay, Natalie Gill, Ellie Marsh, and Abigail Omber-Turner. That's the full Yorkshire team. And then in the Essex team, Denise Negro, Louise Baker, and Helen Crook, all part of the Essex county team as well. So whoever goes on to win, I've got to say that they have certainly contributed as well to these counties trying to win this women's event.
Absolutely, it is a squad game, right? And you've seen different mixes and different pairs throughout the weekend. Some counties only bringing 4, possibly because they only have 4 players in the whole county. Whether it's that, or you know, others bringing a full complement of 6. And I think that's especially important if you've represented the mixed, and then either just the male and just the female events. I think it's important.
On that note, in terms of something I was asking you about Norfolk getting some courts, is the reason we've seen so many players from Essex, is that because there's more courts in Essex?
Yeah, and there's been courts in Essex for a long time. So I got into the sport coming up to 9-10 years ago now, and That's initially where I was working, and more clubs opened in that area. So you've had that kind of nucleus. Also, you know, you have Stratford Paddle Club, one of the most successful and busy clubs in the east of London. Now Ilford's opened up. You have Brentwood Paddle Club. You have a lot in the Essex area. And that's what you're going to see, you know, as these county championships go on and develop. Yes, teams like Essex and Yorkshire, again, I was speaking to someone recently, I think Yorkshire now have over 50 courts in the county, with more on the way. So those are going to be the stronger counties to begin with, but it's only 4 or 6 players in your squad, and you know, we talk about Cornwall and Devon, you know, they're starting to get more and more courts. Next year will be even stronger.
I like how you mentioned my 2 counties there as well.
I thought you might like that, mate. Hang on, 2 counties. You've
well,
got
I was
2,
born
have
in
you?
Cornwall. I was very much, you know, a wrong un, so to speak, playing for Devon all my junior days.
Yeah, okay, I'm not sure. I wouldn't allow that if it was Suffolk Norfolk, but you know, maybe down south.
Cornwall did try and get me to switch back,
Okay.
and I often said I would, but
Yeah.
But yeah, still Cornwall rugby fan. You have to be, you know, you're not allowed out the county if you don't support the
Fine,
Cornish rugby
saved
team,
it.
so, yeah.
That was a lovely shot there, again from Lockreed, but it was the pace and actually just often you see that just straight down the middle can be so effective. We actually caught the Yorkshire team out in terms of who should go for it. You know, you'll see a lot of balls like that down the middle, and that's a great play from Ward. You just feel like she's almost always got that in the locker, in her back pocket, just to, when she needs it, she can just step up that tempo. And it's so good to see, because I think when she first started playing, a lot of it was too fast, it was crash bang, it was that aggression. But now she's added that paddle spice, that kind of proper paddle to her game. But because she's got that pedigree from tennis and the aggression, she can turn it on when she wants. That's, you saw that there. Again, another great return, but faulted on the second ground straight.
Yeah, on Ward, isn't, you know, I've heard, you know, yourself as well as Jared Robinson, who's been with us throughout the week, the importance of mixing up the spins. Like, what does that do? Why is that so important, Pat?
Yeah, I think, look, spins and speeds, it is important, you know, particularly on the volleys. Often, you know, we see when people come from tennis, they push through their volleys a lot, and it doesn't create that spin that we need in paddle, because you want it to bite down off the glass. And she's really added that now with her overheads and also just her general volleys, knifing that ball to not give your opponent anything. You know, it's all about minimising the bounce off the glass in this game and minimising what your opponent can do with each shot.
And how rhythmic is this sport in terms of, you saying mixing up the speeds of it, in terms of, are you in the groove when you're playing, and so then someone's shifting speeds?
Yeah, you are, and you get a feel for it, right? And it's also about the idea of playing to someone's weaknesses as an opponent. So if you know that actually they can't defend that cricket ball, you're gonna just lull them in, slow, boom, then hit them with a fast one, right? And it's disrupting rhythm. That's what you want to try and do as well, because it is, like you say, it's a rhythmic game, and if you're in that groove, as the opposition, you need to disrupt. Yorkshire holding in here nicely. That's a lovely Chiquita. Great defence there from the net, though. That's a brilliant volley from Wood. Again, taking the pace out of the game, slowing it down. The lobs now probably being used to buy themselves time as well as these long rallies go on. It's tough. Well, that's a lovely shot.
How good was that? Talking about spin,
Yeah.
wrap the racket around the outside of the ball there and right into the corner.
Yeah, that was really good, and the length, and yeah, like you said, she came round it with that the Bora style overhead, which just meant if Ange had let it go to the glass, it would have died in the corner. So she had to half volley it, possibly. Wood should have come in and maybe played it as a volley, but not being critical, that's a long rally before.
And you mentioned Vibora there. We were talking off air. Vibora means snake. Is that, am I right with that?
Yes, correct. Yeah, so obviously so many of the words are Spanish and the shots are Spanish, and yeah, the Vibora. Beebs or Beebs, as a lot of the guys like to call it. You're hitting a Beebs. I'm not sure where that's come from, but yeah, it's a spitting snake. You know, you want to come around that ball, create lots of spin, then it kind of just dies off the glass.
Oh, we'll set the point up again, and maybe a little bit of confusion, a little bit of hesitation.
Set it up well, but it was really clever play from Cousins. It might not look that way, but she just pushed Lockery out of the hitting zone, and Lockery had to move 2 steps to her right. Feet aren't planted, then you see the mistake. Often we see that. You know, you have to be planted when you're playing an overhead or an aggressive overhead or aggressive volley. You need to have a set base. If you don't and you're moving, you're going to have a connection that's off. So I think she needed to just carry on building it.
So a big hold once again for Yorkshire, who lead 2-1 in this second set. Incidentally, an update from court 2. Yorkshire are a set up there against Essex. So Essex are set up here. We could be heading to a deciding match tiebreaker.
Come on.
Shootout could come, which we will of course bring you coverage of in this women's final. But we'll try and keep you up to date with what's going on over on court 2. And this match still very much in the balance, so both matches could flip, because that was a tight first set, because it's only just finished.
Yeah, they've been out there for a while, haven't they? Good serve there, change up to go down the tee, and I love that as well. Just little, it's all tactics often. You know, just change up, go down the tee. 2 errors here from unforced errors here from Yorkshire.
Maybe just a little bit of a misread there from Wood on the running back to the lob, got trapped on the grass.
Yeah, she had time there, as we see there, and it's one of those, do you wait for it a little bit longer so it hits the cage and comes off, or try and take it a bit earlier? And she sort of got stuck in between the two.
That's clever play.
That's really good, really positive play, and it's important, as I always say. We always talked a lot about momentum yesterday. I think we said it 375 times while we're on air. But it's important, even if you go in to possibly lose a game, can you steal a couple of points back, which they've just done there.
Yeah, this time Ward, a swing and a miss on the overhead. Did so well actually to get ready again. It was memories of Wimbledon in the Vets and where they do the trick shots.
Yeah, it was a bit Barami-esque, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You know, missed that ball and then managed to boast or contra it off the back glass. Great early preparation on these overheads, really good technique from Ward. Good lob there from Wood though, to just disrupt it a little bit.
It slightly. And always going to trick from there on in. The ninja pounces with the Vibora.
Slicing it up, beautiful. Knifed it down the middle and gave Yorkshire no chance. Again, the length, it just didn't get up at all, did it? So superb play.
So 2 games apiece, and it's looking rather relaxed as well. They're looking pretty cool, calm and collected in this final. One of the longer matches that we've seen this week. 2 very evenly matched sides. A lot of tight games, a lot of long rallies.
Nice high lob there.
So well to that overhead. The actions from Cousins. Oh, miscommunication, but a brilliant dig from Lockery.
Yeah, that's a tricky one. You could see the Yorkshire pair offset. Ange came in, Cousins didn't, and then as a result, there's a gap down the middle, and Lockery did really well to find it. But yeah, it's so important to move with your partner, and whether that was Wood not calling her up or... Oh, that's clutch. That was tight, probably tighter than she was hoping it was going to be, but that's an important deep smash for there from Wood.
You can see why all 4 players are in this final. They're all
really
so
good.
calm, aren't they, with how they're manoeuvring the ball around, and again, the accuracy there right into the corner. No chance really for Ward.
Really solid volleys there from Cousins throughout, actually. Especially that first one, they knifed it in a little bit more, which just helped set it up. But good lob there again. And Cousins was off balance with that overhead. Set it up well, clip the top of the net, bounce back. Tight points here, you can just sense it. I feel like there's a little bit of tension in this set, and
Well, we yet to see a break, are we?
yeah, and also in this team format, you know, will Essex or will Yorkshire know the score on the other court? Does that play a factor? You know, maybe it's pep Yorkshire up, you know, to know if actually they get back into it, they can win it before a shootout.
Oh, that's well played again from Cousins. And there really hasn't been too many momentum shifts in this one. It's been tight all the way. A reminder, in the first set, Yorkshire did have a point, a deciding point, to get to 5-all. Essex took the first set 6-4. We saw a number of breaks, but so far in the second set, no breaks. And it's Yorkshire who lead 3-2 on serve.
Yeah, big hold that. And they need it. They need to stay in front, and obviously they've got the initial serve, so that will help. And as I say, I just do wonder, have they got that call from the other court?
Would it affect you? Would you know if you're in a final and you know if you're losing and then you know your other team are winning? How would that make you feel?
It's tricky. I think having played a lot of team tennis, certainly when I was younger, yeah, I'd probably over-focus, particularly if you're captain. You shouldn't, but you're always looking on the other court. Hopefully they haven't been distracted, but you can see them talking in between change of ends. They want to know. So I think it definitely does have a bit of extra in your mind that actually, because Yorkshire now know they could win it outright. So it certainly, I think if they do know that, and the shootouts are just, it is a shootout at the end of the day, you know.
But as Jim Courier would say, control the controllables, and you can't affect what's going on over on the other court. So it really doesn't matter as far as they're concerned. But if it's going to lift their spirits, then use it that way.
Exactly, and it is team paddle, right?
So good, isn't it, from Ward? We were expecting something big, but instead spotted the space, and a nice deft touch to separate the two Yorkshire women.
Yeah, great disguise there. We were all expecting the big Ward smash to pop back over the net, and the Yorkshire ladies have come forward, and Ward delicately places it down the middle. Beautiful Chiquita, really great pace. Gave Ward nothing off the cage. There's that serve.
Yeah. honestly, I'm so glad to be sat in the commentary box and not having to try and return that.
But it's well read, you know, that, and
It's dealt with it very well. Throughout.
yeah, and this is the beautiful thing with paddle, is it's not serve dominated. So as long as you, that went for the killer shot. Probably didn't need to go in there.
Just wonder here, it was just so on top of the net, whether there was a little bit of worried of hitting
so.
into the net,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
it ended up adjusting.
Just opened up the racket face a
Yeah.
little bit.
What's the score? 5-30.
Yeah.
5-30. Sorry. I was all in.
No, good job we're here to help in many
Absolutely.
ways.
Yeah. Yeah, but that happens often in paddle. Even though you have 4 players on court, the rallies go on so long. You switch, you go forward, you go back, you go forward, you go back. You can get lost on the score quite easily.
But Ward keeping her focus there again, another really good serve.
Yeah, strong. Good high lob there. Yorkshire have done so well in this point.
Turn the rally
Did
around.
so well to take the net. Felt like Essex had a couple of chances with some overheads, which they decided to opt out of going for an aggressive shot, and it's the tight nature of the set, I think.
Yeah, Yorkshire just hanging in and turning the rally around, and now they've got the chance to get the first break of the second set. Couple of break points.
Good reach there from Lockgreen. Good volley down the
Such a good
middle.
volley.
That's so good. She created a little bit of space there, brought Cousins to the left, opened the space down the middle. The length was the key.
We were right down the line of that.
Yeah, we did have a good angle. I enjoyed that.
Undercut the ball, stayed very low. So deciding point here. Another vicious serve from Ward.
That's a beautiful lob. Well dug out from Ward. Good neutralising volley. Now they've taken the net. Good gancho. Essex have the net again.
Here the communication again as well of all 4 players talking to each other
Good deep
constantly.
volley chance. Great defence.
Still going. What a deciding point this is.
Essex still have the net though.
Oh, and it's been missed by Ward. And the deciding point goes Yorkshire's way.
That is a sensational point, and Sums paddle up. Lockery had the chance to put it away. All she needed to do was put it out by 4. It's clipped the mesh, it's stayed in. Wood has done so well to stay in that point. Fascinating stuff.
Yeah, what a time to see a point like that as well. One of the best points of the match. It comes on one of the biggest points of the match, so Yorkshire have the break in this second set. They lead 4-2.
I mean, talk about pressure, you know, golden point. And it now means you're 4-2 up with a chance to go 5-2 rather than being 3-all.
Some aggressive Chiquitas, but no way through Cousins' defence of the net.
Super solid there. And, you know, it is that key. Can they hold that net? Can they get to the net, hold it? And this is what they need to do now. They need to back up that break with a hold to put Essex really under pressure.
Swatted away, Cousins has hit a purple patch.
He really has, and just standing up to these volleys so well.
Reminder, incidentally, if it goes 1 set apiece here, it'll go to the match tiebreaker to decide this match. Reminder, if it's one match apiece between Yorkshire and Essex, with the other match going on over on court 2, then it will go to a super tiebreak, so a match tiebreaker to settle the tie and settle the final. There will be one player from each of the pairs that will play in that super tiebreak.
Good communication there. Ward was hoping to steal in and hit a killer shot. Finds himself on the left now. Strong paddle.
Hung in well though here, Yorkshire.
They really have. Really nice defence.
That one just
good point.
Hits the side wall. They were relentless, Essex. That is terrific.
It's beautiful hands.
Touch.
And really, it's the Lockery smash there, the overhead, just too fast, too bouncy. Wood reads it so well, clips to the fence.
Again, listening to the communication is so good, because we're seeing so many lobs go up, so often a player has the back to the court, and we're hearing both forward, both back, and communicating who's coming up and coming back from the opposing team.
Yeah, it's so important. It just helps for the player that's hitting the ball. It helps build a picture, and then we'll give you information that you need to play your shot, right? So you can then decide the correct tactical decision. You don't tell the player what shot to hit, but you build that picture. This is sliding away here from Essex.
Yeah, back up the break. Yorkshire, really good hold, and they're up 5-2 in the second set. A reminder that they are the defending champions, and they're right back in this final. And it's also very interesting over on court 2, incidentally. A reminder, Yorkshire took the first set there, but the second set has gone to a tiebreaker, so we'll keep you up to date with that one. 2 matches absolutely on a knife edge. We still don't know who will win this UK County Championships here at the Rocket Paddle Centre in Bristol. Second edition, incidentally, of the UK Paddle County Championships. Yorkshire desperately trying to hang on to their crown. Essex, who won the mixed last night, looking to add to their weekend. Men's semis are going on at the moment as well. We will tell you who wins that one as well. You will find out, because we will bring you the men's final live. And the volley just goes long. This time, Wood has overcooked. I haven't seen too many errors really in this second set from Yorkshire. They have been rock solid. So good on the defence.
Yeah, they've just tightened up, haven't they? Really, like, they've tightened up their skills and kept it super solid. Great lob back from Ward. Essex manages to hit the net again. Can they hold it here?
Gotta love that. The angled volley from Ward into the cage. Nearly picked up.
It's lovely, and it's great sportsmanship out here as well. You can see wry smiles between Ward and Wood there, who know each other so well. That's outrageous.
Oh, are they still in the point?
Wow.
Oh, hand skills from heaven as far as Sarah Lockridge is concerned. Lightning quick hands.
It was outrageous how she got some of those back. Superb reflexes. Well watched there from Ward. That was a tricky lob down the line.
Great aggression
Super
from Cousins. They have their tails up, Yorkshire.
Yeah, bit by bit, each one of those lobs from Essex got shorter and shorter, more pressure got applied, and then she put it away. Beautiful. Build that point, it's the key.
It's just wide though. And I have just realised something. I wanted to mention it actually after the first set, that your prediction was really on. It was just, you went 6-4, 6-4 Essex, and you know, first set was 6-4, but it's gone a little awry.
No, I know. I didn't want to get too excited first set, remind you of that. But yeah, this is it's nail biting now. It looks like, wow, what hands again, great hands. But beautiful shot.
Oh wow, that is sensational from Cousins. I mean, we had the 180 midway through the rally and then did not lose her bearings. What touch.
Cousins has stepped up this set massively.
Finally, they're able to find the ball past Cousins. Here, they're everywhere she's been. Incidentally, I can tell you that Essex have taken the second set over on court 2, so they're into a match tiebreaker on court 2. It looks like we could be heading for one here. Of course, Yorkshire's serving for this second set at 5-3.
What an overall match. I mean, I know we're here focusing on court 1, but this is sensational that we could have a situation in this final where we could go tiebreak, then shootout. That's what the fans want, right?
100%. I think got a feel for whichever county comes out on the losing side of this final, because both matches so tight, so evenly matched. Just the way we want it from a neutral's point of view.
Absolutely. Look, I don't want this to stop. This is just such good battle. I'm pleased it wasn't 6-4, 6-4, because I'm super intrigued to see how both these teams might, if we get there, play the match tiebreak, because Yorkshire have come back into this so well.
Oh, it's a little bit of a nasty bounce off the cage.
Really good direction there, and with that pace that you just knew it was never going to bounce up high. It's really, really smart play there from Ward. Good high lob there from Ward. Good for Harder, but nicely picked up by Cousins.
Oh, again, great length from Worden. Lockridge just getting caught in 2 or 3 minds.
Yeah, absolutely. She almost looked like she wanted to take that on the volley, decided to leave it. Again, the length of the volley means you almost have nothing off the back glass. It was such a cleverly weighted ball there from Wood.
So here are 2 set points for Yorkshire to take us into a match tiebreak. Well, that was a big chance to secure the set. Will she rue that missed opportunity, Wood?
I'm surprised she took that on. It was on the back foot, but I think almost I want to get this set finished, and she didn't need to do that. And
they've been so patient throughout this set, Yorkshire. Maybe we can allow them one shot of rashness.
That is true. But second serve here. Intriguing if Essex can nibble this one back.
Yeah, deciding point.
Great dig out, that lob, superb. Yorkshire get back to the net. And again, nice lob. Good rescue shot.
Oh,
that
sensational.
is brilliant.
What a pickup from Ward. And they stay alive in set 2. Absolutely amazing. I mean, that looked like it was almost behind her.
It was. To play that half volley and somehow keep it so low over the net, to jam Wood up in her feet, that was brilliant. I think it was almost an apology after the shot for Ward, because I think she thought, how have I just done that? That was brilliant.
Well, they have kept themselves alive. They get the break back in the second set, having been 5-2 down, back to 5-4. An hour and 7 minutes. A reminder, they are in a match tiebreaker over on court 2. They've split sets there. And Yorkshire have had 2 set points here, but well, there's a chance that Essex could still win this one in straight sets.
Yeah, and it could go that way, but it could go anyway. It has been so tight this whole match, and Yorkshire have done so well. But they need to put out of their minds that they've just had 2 set points, and they need to go again. Essex obviously serving. We know how important their serves have been so far, with the Ward fizzing it in.
They were able to break Ward, though, in the first set. Now they would love to break her again here. Serving to stay in the set once more, though, Essex, 4-5. Just as we were saying, fizzing those serves in, that one right into the corner.
And that was, you know, back of line. It was really tough. I think Wood looking down, hoping and willing it was out, but definitely caught the line. Oh,
and there's
wow.
another. Rising to the challenge, bit of pressure on Ward, serving to stay in the set, but what a start to the game.
That's nice. You don't often see that in paddle, and it's lovely from a service perspective if you do get a free point like that. But you know, it's a great technique, and knifes down on that ball, so it's got a heavy backspin. Great defence. Ooh, communication. Not sure who was going to take that, but they're back in it.
Oh, well, you could see exactly what Wood was trying to do and didn't miss it by much.
No, it was there. It was definitely the shot. Like you said, from our angle, we were looking right down the barrel of it, and it was the play, but couldn't quite get the elevation.
It's amazing, isn't it? Just having tight points here or there. Always talk about these sliding doors moments, but it feels like the bigger moments right now are going Essex's way. Oh no, Lockery can't back up. Ward, who'd set the point up so well.
She's covering her eyes, she doesn't want to look. That she had the whole of the court almost to go into, and managed to find the back glass.
And that goes against the glass, so confident hold for Essex, and
great
from
volley
5-2 down to 5-all.
Yeah, wow, steely. Really strong stuff there. And now pressure, I feel, is on Yorkshire.
It's never too much power, is it, from Lockery? It's just all about the accuracy,
no, and I think it's
where
just
to place the ball.
It's just percentage paddle, which is key there. And you know, it wasn't technically the most aesthetically looking shot there, but just nudged it back in to a length, and the pace, almost the slow pace, outdid Cousins. That's a beautiful backhand off the side glass though. Oh, that's nice. Both momentum and luck a little bit with Essex there, a clip of the top of the net. And another.
net cord. Brilliantly picked up by Cousins.
Yeah, it was great hands from Cousins to readjust. Essex now have the net though. Well played to take it back for Yorkshire. And Essex back in the net. This is going to be a big point.
And it's wide.
It's just a great shot there from Lockgreen to play down the centre with that pace, meaning all Wood could do was dig it, and digged it wide.
Well, this is bad news for Yorkshire right now, because all the momentum with Essex, they've got 4 break points. The better news is that they have one on court 2, so we could be going to that shootout. With Essex looking good here on centre court. A reminder, it'll be 1 player from the court 2 matchup and 1 player from the centre court match here, and they'll come together.
Just love this format.
Going right to the wire. It's looked that way right from the start in this semi-final.
That was a great pickup from Cousins. She just applied that little bit more pressure by dipping it down below the height of the net, and Lockley could quite angle the racket up. Great serve, but good pickup from Ward.
Lobs that have landed about 2 inches away from the backboard.
Yeah, it's
so impressive.
Been really impressive, and
Not sure seen a lob missed.
No, there's been so few short lobs that none of the ladies have. It's not been easy balls, right? There's so many overheads which are pushing them back, so they can't attack. Again, another one there. Consistency so impressive from all 4 ladies here. Essex managing to hold the net.
Oh, that's incredible hands from Lockgreen. Still we go on.
Wow. Now Yorkshire have momentum and they have the net. Oh,
they have the point too.
That was really, really strong paddle. Yorkshire soaked up so much pressure, and Wood with the put away.
You wonder whether that could be a turning point. Big point to win. They still are facing though 2 break points.
Good lob. Essex take the net. Give it straight back. There's that spin again from Ward. And
that
big.
does the job.
That is big.
Ward taking over with the power, with the finish, and they do break again. It's a 4th straight game for Essex, and they are a game away from winning this match, which would take us into a shootout. They lead 6-5. Talking of the shootout, I know we're not there yet, Toby, but what's the deal? As in, when do you decide who's playing? Is it just the hot hand? Do you just put your hand up and say, I'm feeling great, I'm going in, or is it something discussed before the matches even begin?
Yeah, I mean, I'm potentially not the right person to ask. Suffolk, 5 shootouts in 2 years. 5 losses.
Okay.
So perhaps whatever I suggest now.
Did you play in every one of them?
No, I played in 2.
Okay.
Last year, lost them both. Jack played in 2 this year, and he lost them both. So it's yeah, we're maybe not the best people to ask, but I think you get a feeling when you're out on there. There'll be one player that's feeling a little bit stronger. Maybe it's the last couple of games. You've hit a good winner, or you just feel a little bit more pumped. You know, in the case this morning, again. We lost it, so maybe it's not the right way to. But Jack was feeling it a little bit better. I was a little bit leggy, and decided to let him go on. And we just felt the pairing would work better. So that's also, I've spoken to a lot of players this tournament. Often, good pickup. Wow. So often players will also throw in players that have played together before. Sometimes that's the key.
I've also seen a few counties where they've split their best players as well in terms of team 1 and team 2, and so it's then the 2 best players come together for the shootout.
It's a gamble. It works, but if it doesn't work, it can look a little silly.
But here, when you consider Yorkshire have got number 3 and number 4 in the country, I think it's safe to say we've got the 4 better players.
Yeah, I was going to say
on the court for this one.
It will be interesting to see who they pick, though.
That's if we get there. They've still got time to turn this set around, Yorkshire.
They have.
But the momentum firmly with Essex right now.
Good volley down the middle again.
Oh, little net cord. Everything going Essex's way right now.
Wow.
Just took it away from Wood at the net, and here are 4 match points. A reminder, they saved 2 set points earlier on. This to take us into the shootout. This women's final is going the distance.
Is big.
We're going to the shootout. A wonderful recovery from Essex, who were down 5-2 in the second set. They were down 2 set points as well at one stage, but they raised their level when it mattered most. So Ward and Lockery come through 6-4, 7-5. It's a win for Essex. It means it's 1-1, and it'll go to the 10-point shootout to decide who is the UK Padel County Championships women's winner.
Fantastic. It was such a match, that, and clearly the other court was having a real battle as well, and this is the only way to decide it. The shootout is what the fans want, is what we want in the commentary box, and we cannot wait now to see who's going to take to the court, which pairing is it going to be. Interestingly, both Ward and Lockery are hitting a few balls now, so maybe they're just deciding, well, they're clearly trying to keep one warm, but also maybe it's a little cross-court battle to see who plays it. I don't know.
I was wondering that as well. Is it a one-point shootout? Is it?
Well, yeah, but it's interesting.
I would imagine, looking at the demeanour and looking at what they're doing, I think my guess would be that Ward is warming up Lockery at the net here and maybe testing out, maybe giving us something that she didn't feel overly confident and comfortable with in that match. And that's how I read it.
Yeah,
I might have read that wrong.
No, I think you're potentially reading it correctly, because Lockery is warming up here on the backhand side. Well, but then
she's been playing left hand, hasn't she?
Yeah, so
left side.
Yeah, I actually wonder if it's Lockery warming up Ward.
Okay. Well, we will find out.
Who's going to be?
As soon as we have players out onto centre court, we will be back with you. It's 1 apiece. Essex and Yorkshire, it couldn't be any tighter. It will be a 10-point shootout to decide who wins the women's UK Padel County Championships. So don't go anywhere too far. We'll be back in just a few moments' time. So welcome back to the second edition of the UK Padel County Championships. It's gone to the wire, this women's final. And, well, not for the first time in my life, I was wrong. I was thinking Sarah Lockery was getting warmed up, but it was the other way round. It was Jo Ward. She has been selected for Essex and will partner Helen Crook alongside her, another player who has played at Wimbledon before, and, well, is third in the country. Not bad, eh, when you can call on third in your country from your twos.
Yeah.
And it's not bad either for Yorkshire, because they're going to go with Sophie Cousins, and they call on Susie Azalea, who's 9th in the country.
It's just great. It's great to see this level of player turning out for this event. And even better that we're in a shootout. I can't control my excitement. I think it's just going to be fantastic. And anything can really happen in a shootout. And it's just, you just know there's going to be some tense moments.
Yeah, a reminder for everyone, it's first to 10. It's a 10-point tiebreaker, known as a shootout. It was one match apiece. It was Jo Ward and Sarah Lockery, who's the #1 player in the country, so she's not playing, which shows you how well Jo Ward is playing right now.
Yeah, and I think that's... Jo's had some injuries in the last 12 months, and then also, you know, is so busy travelling with work and clinics and workshops that actually probably hasn't had the chance to play so many tournaments. And, you know, it's your 6 best results in the LTA Tour that gives you that ranking. And I think you'll find, you know, had she have played the full complement, she would be much higher than her ranking.
But it's no surprises that we have these two counties in the final. When you look down the list of the players, as I say, Susie Azalea coming in as the 9th highest ranked player in the country. Helen Crook coming in as the 3rd highest ranked player in the country for Essex.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it? And this is what we want to see year on year, is the top players coming out and supporting these events, which you clearly have. And again, you know, speaking to a few sort of debutantes this year, everybody's loved it. And each year it's building that bigger and bigger momentum, word of the weekend. But I think next year will only be even bigger and better.
And a reminder, we've got the men's final to come after this one. But right now it is the conclusion of the women's. I'm going to throw you that question. You did call it right. You weren't far away, by the way. It was 6-4, 7-5. You said 6-4, 6-4. So, in this 10-point tiebreaker, who's going to come out on top between Essex and Yorkshire here?
It's tight. I think I'm going to go Essex for the victory. So that'll be 2 from 3, giving them the chance to triple crown this weekend. But yeah, 10-7 to Essex is my prediction.
So here we go then. 10-7 to Essex. It's going to be absolutely fascinating. Yorkshire very nearly took the #1 pairing to a match tiebreaker. They had set points, but they weren't able to do it. But here they are in this championship shootout. It's Cousins to get us underway. Oh, how about that?
Oh, wow.
Oh, what a way to start. Welcome to this court, Helen Crook.
Yeah, absolutely. Statement of intent, just followed her in, the ball in, and great hands to slide it down the wing. Retrieving out of the corner there.
Nice response straight away from Yorkshire. Of course, lots of people watching this final. Not as many as yesterday because, of course, it is Sunday. Lots of the counties having to travel back across the country.
There's that serve again from Ward. Volley down the middle. Nice one lob though. Good work from Crook to get there. And I think
Swatted away.
this is going to be the key now, as Ward is on her favoured side now on the backhand, and she can have a bit more aggression on this side. You see it, 2 right-handed players. The left-sided player obviously has the forehand volley down the middle, which means that she can go with a bit more power, and I just wonder if that's going to be the difference. Great return. Beautiful lob there. Level lob over the left side shoulder. Superb lob by Helen. Great smash, but well held. dig out. Good red hands.
And they're still in this, quite incredibly, Essex. And now they're on the front foot. And now they've won the point. What a way to turn it all around.
Really great paddle. Scrapping and fighting at the back. Managed to take the net. And again, it just looks like Ward's a bit more comfortable on this side. A bit more freedom to go for the overheads. Great put away.
Bit of improv. That touched the net. That's good honesty from
Fair
Azalea.
play award there.
Yeah,
you know.
because both Crook and Ward weren't aware.
Yeah, and with us on comms,
we saw it.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
we were going to be all over that. I think you can't hide with the cameras and the comms today. So, but it was good to see the players just sort it out amongst themselves, which is often the way in paddle.
Frustration for Azalea though, because Yorkshire were on top of that point. So the early running, everything going Essex's way.
That's another as well. And that's a strong start. 5-1 on the flip.
We've said it a few times. Jo Ward, what a serve she has, as in, how's she been able to develop that? How often do you practice the serve?
It's just the technique. It's the simple setup coming from above the height of the pool. I think often as well, coming from a tennis coach background where you're having to do a lot of feeding day in, day out, and be very precise. It gives you that action, Yes, it's not serve dominated, but it is nice to set up a point, and she's got that, and it builds the point early on.
Crook pretty much the same as Ward.
And it's
two players who played at Wimbledon doubles. You understand them being a little accurate.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it's that level of competition. To come from elite level sport, that's in these moments, it's shining through.
Well, the gap was there, but the tape getting in the way. And it's an important point for Yorkshire to win, because this shootout was just getting away from them.
Yeah, it is important. You just got to stay with it. 10-point tiebreak is a long game. It's still a fair bit aggressive. Oh, that's a beautiful shot. That is a beautiful forehand. We've talked about it a lot today. That forehand, or that ground stroke that can dip to the volleyer, and that was nasty.
This is going pretty quick. Yorkshire need to do something here to stop the rot.
There's that devilish serve again. Essex holding the net so well here. With a respite, good lob from Yorkshire.
Oh, what a dig that is. That's sensational from Cousins.
Great pick up.
How has she got that not only back, but also to kill it dead the way she did? Magnificent.
Yeah, it's great hands there.
Off the toes.
Bouncy though.
Oh, there's a big chance, and he did so well again to stay in the point. There's a chance to turn it around.
That was a chance. Crook's overhead was bouncy, gave Cousins an opportunity, and at this stage of the match you have to take those. Long way to go now.
It's a good serve though from Cousins, and he reduced the deficit to just the 4 points. But they haven't got much leeway to play with, Yorkshire. You can hear a lot of noise, incidentally, in and around this fabulous Rocket Paddle Centre here in Bristol. There's men's semi-final matches going on. And they're going to the wire as well. Lots of tight encounters. We still don't know who will be in the men's final, but we will bring it to you live. If you're Yorkshire here, what are the tactics?
I think you just have to stay positive. Keep going for the shots. Don't go too negative. They've started slowly, but they're still in it. If they can just Get these two now. Good hands. And that's a great overhead. And actually, it was a really good pickup off the first return because it popped up a lot off the net cord and really good hands to adjust.
Well, they've won both of their service points, so has to at least steal one of these from Crook. I think it did hit the sidewall first.
Definitely. Again, great sportsmanship. That's gone. It's in the commentary box.
Sadly didn't quite go long enough for Toby Tataska's reflexes, but
I thought I was more worried about landing on my cup of tea. But here we go.
Yeah, here we go indeed. 4 championship points for Essex. Remember, they've already won the mixed. This to win the women's as well.
Wow, I mean, that would be... Could they do the clean sweep?
It's double delight for Essex as they win the mixed last night, and they've backed it up by winning the women's as well here at the UK Padel County Championships. A thrilling final that went the distance, it went to the shootout, and in the end Essex able to outclass Yorkshire in that match tiebreaker, 10 points to 5. Jo Ward and Helen Crook delivering when it really mattered, and Essex win the tie 2-1, and they win the title for the first time in the women's here at the UK Padel County Championships. What a performance.
It was brilliant. It was a fantastic overall match. Court 2 also down to the wire, but the shootout was sensational, and you know, switching Jo Ward to the left side, that for me was the deciding factor. She started strong, backed up so well by Crook as well. You know, that first point, you know, Crook setting herself on the game, and Yorkshire just couldn't get a hold, and Essex deserved champions today.
Certainly were. Yeah, you certainly give credit to Yorkshire. They were the defending champions, couldn't quite defend their title. But Essex, who came in last year, lots of people thinking they would win multiple titles, they weren't able to do it. They were disappointed with losing in the semi-finals throughout the age groups and throughout the contests, but 2024 is their year.
Yeah, it seems that way. It seems that way, and I'm hearing as well the men have made the final.
Wow.
Essex, so they do have the chance
to do the treble. Well, that would be something very, very special, and we will be bringing you that live, but it's the women who will be celebrating. They are the winners. Essex are Women's Padel County Championships champions. Well, welcome back to the second edition of the UK Padel County Championships, and we've got a bit of a Brucey bonus for you. We were saying we're going to come back to the final of the men's. This is one of the semi-finals for the right to face Essex in the final. It's a championship shootout, Surrey versus East Scotland. It's going to be Surrey to get us underway. It's Ed Tandy alongside Chris Salisbury. Tandy, the man to serve first, taking on East Scotland of Ross Murdoch with the cap backwards, and Sam McNeil with the cap forwards.
This is going to be a fascinating match. You know, I'm so pumped. Another shootout is what we all want. And these four players are seriously talented, so we're in for a treat. And the first rally is already showing skills. Good from Chris. Fast pace at the net. It's beautiful from Tandy. That is so good from Tandy. We had the joy to watch him yesterday.
Yeah, we certainly did. I mean, he'll have the chance to maybe gain revenge. They lost a nail-biter in the semis of the mixed Surrey against Essex, so how desperate he will be for revenge in the final, if they can get there. They made a good start to this championship shootout.
I've got to say, Ed looks so focused right now. That's Tandy again with rock-solid volleys.
He's dialed in from the off. A reminder, East Scotland, by the way, are the defending champions in the men's as well. An early mini break for Surrey. Great Vivora from
McNeil there, showing his class there, and he's a steely competitor. Not a lot gets through him, and Chris and him, Salisbury and McNeil, have had many a battle over the years. So this is going to be a fascinating match-up on the cross, and I think we might end up seeing really the game come down to Tandy and Murdoch. And there we go. Tandy is winning that cross-court battle at the moment.
Yeah, a reminder everyone, if you haven't watched paddle before, we've got the UK's #1 player in Chris Salisbury in action right now. He's the man serving.
You just feel here, Scotland have taken the net back and they need this point. They don't. Oh, Tandy. That's well read though by McNeil. Surrey have the net. Great volley to set the point up. Good lob though from Salisbury. Surrey are in.
And the pressure got to East Scotland. They took over the net and they open up a 4-1 lead early on here, Surrey. Great start from Salisbury and Tandy.
Yeah, that's big. And it's that pressure, right? When you've got Salisbury coming in to the net, you're forced to not, you don't want to give him anything high, look. So there's that added pressure. You want to avoid him at the net, but Tandy's stepped up. That's nice though.
Rapid hand skills from McNeil.
Yeah,
it
it's
was
one
a
of his
vital
strengths.
point to win as well, otherwise they were down 5-1.
Absolutely, yeah, and that's surprising that Chris got into that battle, because we all know McNeil's hands at the net are rapid, and anything around waist height he's gonna put it away. So that was superb play.
Scotland been well represented here, by the way. They've got North Scotland as well, made the semi-finals, so paddle obviously growing.
And again has been there for a while. You know, it's one of these nucleuses. You know, Scotland have had paddle in a number of different venues for many years, but it's growing rapidly up there, and you know they're adding canopies and some indoor courts, which is good to see. So I think we're always going to see strong representation.
Yeah, the Celtic nations here, as in South Wales doing well as well. That we were fearing from an English point of view. There might not have been an English team in the final, but it could well be all English now if Surrey can win this one. But a couple of quick points there for East Scotland to get them right back into this championship shootout.
Yeah, neither team's going to let this go easily, but that is a good backhand volley. Waxing lyrical about his backhand ground stroke yesterday, but that is sublime.
Right into the corner. Yeah, well, that's a big apology from Chris Salisbury, maybe just taking the ball away from Tandy there. The mini break got back for East Scotland.
And that can happen when you don't see the ball. You sort of feel like you have to get involved, and Chris needed to leave it alone. But straight back, and Murdoch.
The two highest ranked players on the court, just making errors. Back to back, one from Salisbury, one from Murdoch.
Great hands there. I was worried for a moment Surrey had got into another battle with McNeil, but again, Tandy is stepping up here.
Yeah, fastest hands in the southwest. We are in Bristol, of course, and it was Tandy who was super sharp there.
I've got 6-3.
7-4.
7-4.
So 7-4 players so dialed in, they're losing track of the scores.
Well, you do, you know, you're getting dizzy in these points. It's fast, it's furious, pressure's on, crowd's bubbling. It's big from Tandy. Murdoch's there.
Oh, how's he pulled
wow.
that off? That is sensational
Wow.
from Murdoch. A little apology, but what a shot that was.
Just somehow clawing it over and clipping the net. Wow.
Oh, it's a huge point as well, isn't it? Just as they change ends, it would have been 8-4, instead it's 7-5, and he's gone right back into it. Little bit of luck, but how about the improvisation of that shot?
Yeah, it's sometimes it's hook or crook, you have to get it over, and he did so well there, just to reach around his head, aided by the net, but that, as you say, huge point. They put the pressure on the Salisbury serve here, or sorry, correction, Tandy serve. No, it is Salisbury serving, yeah. And it could be very interesting. It's a great return from Murdoch, but Tandy is just...
He's up for this, isn't he? You can tell.
So up for it.
He's getting pinned there, though, and was pinned.
And that's such good work from Murdoch, pouncing and getting Tandy out of position. You can see him falling back on that half volley. Maybe he needed to reset big.
Look at this, easily could have been 8-4. Instead, now it's 7-6 in the blink of an eye. And it's Scotland roaring back into this semi-final. Championship shootout. And
Wow.
it's 7 points apiece now.
That was big for McNeil.
Taking the ball away from Salisbury, peppering Tandy. That's a wonderful lob from him. Tandy stands up to the pressure.
Wow, that
it was all him.
That was
And he was able to win the
outrageous.
point.
It was such an unbelievable pick-up from McNeil, and you almost thought him getting that ball back is that pressure back on, but he's withstand it, Tandy, and he is really holding his nerve.
Well, they've been ahead the whole way through this shootout, Surrey, and they're now 2 points away from making the final.
Good hands from McNeil to stay in the point, off the cage, and now into the net.
Yeah! Oh, but he's missed it.
Murdoch has pushed it wide.
Pushed it wide. It was amazing defence early on, asking the questions. And in the end, Murdoch just putting it into the side cage. And here are 2 match points for Surrey to book their place and a meeting with Essex in the final.
Nice return. Oh, that's clever from Murdoch. Tandy had an opportunity to put it away. Did he need to go for it? Possibly not. And East Scotland are still in it.
Oh, will they root that miss? East Scotland stay alive, but it's still match point Surrey.
It's a good lob. Patient play from Murdoch. Good defence from Tandy.
And he's able to tag Tandy.
Great shot.
Just a clutch overhead from McNeil. And it's 9 points all. This would be such a steal if East Scotland were to win this. Surrey have been ahead the whole way through, but it's now both counties 2 points away from the final.
It's just really smart play there from Murdoch. He's just keeping Tandy back, and that last ball, less pace, just didn't come off the glass. And McNeil put it away. Does what he does best.
So who's going to have the next match point? Oh,
that's good.
Amazing 180. And right on top of the net, Tandy steps up when it really matters, and it will be another match point for Surrey.
Wow, and the crowd loved it. You could see the Surrey fans up on their feet, roaring Tandy and Salisbury on.
And you mentioned the Surrey fans. They've been the noise that you might have been hearing throughout this afternoon. Chris Salisbury with a match point, a 3rd match point for Surrey. And this one they take.
Yeah, that's well played.
As Surrey down the defending champions. It will be Surrey versus Essex in the final of the Men's Paddle County Championships. A brilliant end to what was a wonderful semi-final between Surrey and East Scotland. East Scotland hung around, they were behind the whole of the shootout. They got it to 9 points all, but Surrey stepped up when it really mattered. Tandy and Salisbury delivering for their county, and they win 2 matches to 1 to book that meeting in the final with Essex.
Awesome. What a match, and what a way to book yourself into the final. We will have a new champion this year of the men's event, and Essex have a chance for the clean sweep. It's going to be a noisy affair. Surrey are not going to hold back.
Well, we saw in the mix, didn't we, yesterday, it was a tight affair that Essex just pipped Surrey in 2 very close matches. So there's a chance for revenge here as well for Surrey. So it's all to come. We're going to have a quick break, but as soon as the players are out on centre court for this final, we'll be back with you. Make sure you are back with us as well. Welcome back to the second edition of the UK Padel County Championships. This the final match of what has been a simply fabulous weekend. Everyone's had a brilliant time here at the Rocket Padel in Bristol. We know the women's champions, that's Essex. We know the mixed champions, that's Essex. Can they complete the treble? It's Essex versus Surrey in the men's final, and this one should be absolutely fascinating and fantastic. Surrey trying to get revenge. They lost in the semi-finals to Essex, the mixed, yesterday. We're focusing on the wands here on centre court. It's Jake Bewley and Josh Gilbert representing Essex there at the far side, and then at the near side here we've got Chris Salisbury, the UK's #1 paddle player, alongside Gareth Nicol. And alongside myself is Toby once more. It's Peter Odgers. How are you doing, Toby? And how much are you looking forward to this one?
Thanks, Pete. It's been an absolute pleasure to witness so many games in the commentary box this weekend, but I am super excited for this one, right? I think a county with the opportunity to go clean sweep, that's impressive. You know, will another county be ever able to do that again? So, you know, that's quite a cool record second year in. Let's see. So there's extra on the table for Essex, but really it's just going to be a great match. I think it's going to toss and turn this way and that, and I can't wait to get the games going.
Yeah, in terms of Essex, I mean, last year everyone was expecting what they will do. People were thinking that might be a clean sweep. Last year they just weren't quite able to deliver, lost in the semis of the men's, women's and the mixed. They, out of the 8 different tournaments and different age groups, they were able to make the semis of all of them, only made the final of 1. And they lost that final, that was in the over 60s, but they've bounced back in 2024. It's been incredible. As for Surrey, well, this tournament in the men's has been, they've got the house's money right now, because they won the quarterfinals 12-10 in the championship shootout against South Wales, and then in the semi-finals, if you were with us a few moments ago, they won that one 11-9 in the championship shootout. So they have won some really tough battles to make it to the final. Yeah, Essex, it's been a little easier. Yeah, and I'm looking at the matchups on both courts, and I've got a sneaking suspicion I'm going to put my neck out early. It's going to be a shootout to finish. Well, I think you pretty much called it right in the previous contest in terms of the women's final, which was won by Essex, as they dramatically were able to come through in that final. That was against Yorkshire. Yorkshire unable to defend their title. East Scotland were the defending champions in the men's, and their run was ended a few moments ago by Surrey. What have we got to watch out for, though, in this final? What are the patterns of play we will see between these 4 men? I think it's going to be really intriguing to see what tactics both teams employ. I think it's going to be pretty obvious what Essex are going to do. They're going to avoid Chris at all costs. It's going to be as simple as that for them. And it's just how Surrey deal with that, and can they get Chris in the game? Can his partner set him up enough? He's got to hold very strong. We saw Tandy do it amazingly well in the shootout, but will Nicol be able to? Let's see. And it was very interesting as well, wasn't it? I mean, we were discussing after the championship shootout win that Surrey won 11-9. They targeted Tandy in that one. They kept it away from Salisbury, but that didn't work. Yeah, and that can sometimes happen when you're so key on going for one player. You kind of almost force it too much, and you can sometimes leave yourself exposed, and Tandy did so well at staying strong throughout that tiebreak. But let's see. It's a longer form, 2 sets at least here, but it's going to be a fascinating matchup. If you are just joining us for the men's final, just to explain the format once again, there are 2 matches going on at the same time. We are focusing on the ones, so this is the top doubles pairs. We've got the 2s over on court 2. And if it is 1 match apiece, so if Surrey win 1, Essex win the other, it goes to a championship shootout, which is first to 10 points, and it's 1 player from each of the pairs that will come together to decide it all. That was exactly what we saw in a wonderful women's final, where Yorkshire just came up a little short against Essex. Essex looking for the clean sweep, and I completely agree with you, Toby, as in that could be something that might not be done again if Essex were to win women's, men's and mixed. and doing it in year 2 would be mightily special.
Yeah, I think it would, and it's you know, get in there early, get that record, and hold on to it. But it's a long way to go. Obviously, court 1 hasn't started yet, and I can already see that Surrey are up on the second court, 1-love. So I think this is going to be a fascinating couple of matchups here.
Tough for Surrey as well, because as we were saying that they have had a couple of longer matches. They've had a couple of championship tie-breaks that they've had to play. One against East Scotland finishing just a few moments ago, but they're ready and raring to go here against Essex, who are looking to complete the treble here at the UK Padel County Championships 2024. It will be Surrey and Salisbury to get us underway in this final. Of course, for the tennis fans of you, you might be aware, you might not be aware, but Chris Salisbury is the brother of Joe Salisbury. I'm sure very proud parents. They've got someone who's reached #1 in the world in doubles, in tennis, and then the other brother, #1 in the country in padel. Don't know what they've done throughout the parenting career, but they've got it right.
Absolutely, and Chris is someone I know really well, and has really taken to padel in the last few years and stepped up and improved so much. Has represented GB now at World and European Championships, and you know, he takes his padel extremely seriously, and they've started strong here. Great defence from Gilbert. Yeah, and as we said yesterday, you cannot give Bewley that. It will be Bewley and Salisbury. Anything short, particularly at the beginning of this match with new balls, it's going out. And yeah, it's an intriguing matchup so far.
Yeah, Bewley ranked 7 in the country. Very good serve from Salisbury. But yeah, going back to the Salisbury parents, not only they did a great job in producing sports stars, but very well liked, both Chris and Joe, in terms of very well mannered.
Good timing there as Chris
and,
luckily gets the net cord and an easy win off that one. But yeah, no, Chris is, you know, I know Chris better than Joe, and he's well liked all over the tour, and you know, coaches a lot of padel and tennis still at Roehampton Club, and you know, he's so professional, and it's great to see him turning out at this event. You know, to have these high-profile players supporting the UK Padel Championships is amazing.
So 1-love Surrey, really good hold from Salisbury to kick us off in this final. Good communication, but they ended up a little scrunched together there.
Yeah, and that's where you can see it, which the natural play would have probably been going cross-court to Salisbury. Bewley has to change because he knows he doesn't want to hit it there, and as a result, overcompensates and pops it in the net. And that is my fear, is in almost trying to ice out Chris, you make errors. Although, an error for himself there. No, maybe at the beginning of this big final.
You can hear just Josh Bewley there, Jake Bewley just trying to pump himself up, get himself going.
Now, we've said it time and time again here, you know, whoever takes the net is going to decide it, and Surrey have counter-punched a couple of times nicely now.
Move back, in now, come.
Getting Bewley into all sorts of a tangle there. That's just pure class from Chris Salisbury.
Yeah, it really is. And again, it was so well built. It wasn't crash bang wallop until the end, and he built the point so nicely. All Bewley could do was serve up that one, and it's meat and drink for Salisbury there, and puts it out by 4. Good serve.
Saves the first of 3 break points. Well, despite the communication, there was a clash of rackets. Music to the Essex ears.
Absolutely.
It's a deciding point here.
Good lob there.
Well, that's gone just long.
Absolutely wrong.
Well, Essex with a big hold there. They were under real pressure at 15-40. It was a little bit scrappy from there on in from Essex. Sorry, from Surrey, I should say. And it's a game apiece.
Big hold, that one. Essex need to stay with Surrey, and that will do the confidence the world of good.
Surrey have had most of the support in terms of the noise off the court throughout the semis. I think it's because everyone's just sick of Essex winning this weekend.
It could be that. It could be. I think also, you know, a lot of the guys and girls train and play in London and all know each other so well. So everyone knows the Surrey players super well. So I think that could be part of it as well.
Oh, it's crafty. Salisbury able to get the ball back over, but Bewley right on top of the net to tag.
That's really clever play from Gilbert there as well, because you're going to see Salisbury wanting to get into the game at every opportunity, but in doing so he's got to cover the middle more. Gilbert's keeping him honest there by playing one down the line. Smart paddle.
Will that be something that they will have discussed? Because again, it's something in tennis you often say go up the line early and in doubles and you take the movement away from the net player.
I think you have to do it, yeah. And certainly when it is this funny format where, you know, you do have for Surrey one player a higher level, but it's a way to just Gilbert's down. Seems okay though. Yeah, I think it's just a way to keep that net player honest, as I said.
As Surrey secure that service game. Good solid service game from Gareth Nicol. And it's Surrey who lead 2-1 on serve so far. I didn't actually ask for a score prediction here, I'm afraid. I mean, I've given you a bit of a helping hand with it being 2-1, but I've got to ask for the score prediction right now in this one itself.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I'm going to go, I think, Surrey, but it's going to go 1 set Surrey, 1 set Essex, 6-4, 4-6, and then Surrey in the tiebreak.
So that's an interesting call as well, because Surrey have been dominant. Sorry, Essex have been dominant. So you're going Surrey in the match tiebreak?
Yeah.
Okay.
You back. Chris only. Yeah.
Great communication from Jake, but that's so classy from Chris. Yes, he has the height, but to be able to flick his wrist down on that shot, a beautiful rouleau into the cage, no chance for Essex there.
In now, both close.
Just got a little overexcited there to Gilbert.
Yeah, that's the battle. I feel like that is often going to be the forehand cross going at each other, and Nicol just stayed strong, and you could almost sense Gilbert getting a little bit possibly impatient and frustrated. This is a big game.
Well, we know those rockets from Bewley, and there's another.
And he knows he has to take it on, and he's clever there. He's gone down the line. Nicol's back, so he just knows if he can go straight back glass fast, he's going to get that one.
Early call there from Salisbury. Nicol under pressure here. And he's taken advantage of that, Bewley. Right across the net, made sure of it once more.
Yeah, that's clever play, pushing this way and that way. Just pulling Nicol left and right. Sensible play.
You can hear a lot of noise from Bewley in particular. This has been some performance from Gilbert. Back end of this game. Down love 30, but a chance to hold here. And what a lovely, delicate line ball that is from Nicol.
Really good, and we saw Gilbert do it early, where the stronger left-sided players they desperately want to get inside these points, and he saw the gap and took it.
Oh wow, what a way to finish the game and secure an early break for Surrey.
That was really strong, and you can just see the minute he got that opportunity to play that Bahada, he didn't overhit it, he just knew it's all about pace and direction and served it up beautifully.
Oh. And what a Bahada it was to end that game. So Surrey with the early advantage here. Reminder, they will feel like they're playing with the house's money. They've won the really tight battles to make the final. Essex have had a little more of an easier passage, but this no doubt the biggest test of the weekend for Essex.
Great call there as well. Again, we reinforce that communication is king and key here.
Good honesty there from Nicol.
That is
devilish.
beautiful hands from Gilbert. That is class. What a shot around the corner.
Didn't think that shot was on.
No.
Somehow found the angle. Chance then for Essex to get the break back. But that's just too good from Surrey.
Solid.
In fact, it wasn't a chance to get the break back. In fact, it was game point to Surrey, so they back up the break for a 4-1 lead. The bigger points at the moment going Salisbury and Nicol's way.
Yeah, it's a good game, but it just, at this stage, the tactics have just been super solid from Surrey, and I almost feel like Essex are possibly chopping and changing what they're up to. Oh, what a shot on court two. Boyan has just flicked one out the door. That was a brilliant shot.
Well, here we are, just sat with the angle of that shot. It was absolutely sublime. Little flick, little kiss off the net, landed in and then outside the gate. We'll try and keep you up to date with Essex versus Surrey on court 2. At the moment here on court 1, Essex trailing 1-4. The treble looking a little further away at the moment.
And again, we talk about momentum here. Essex need to keep a handle on this. They don't want to let this set run away. Win or lose it, you still want to nibble back a few games if you can.
That's clever from
That's so
Nicol.
good. That's so good.
We're seeing it a few times, aren't we? Where those top-ranked players are getting a little exposed with that line ball.
Yeah, they are. Nicol's dealt with it so well.
I have to say, I love Bewley's enthusiasm for this sport, though. You were telling me the story of it after last night. Went back, listened and watched all the previous matches on YouTube.
Yeah, he did, yeah. So much to his sort of his room partner who came and told me that he'd heard my voice all through the night, which was slightly worrying. But yeah, no, I think he's a good student of the game and wants to re-watch every moment that he's played, and that's why it's so good to have this commentary and live stream going, because it's good for the own players, but everyone else watching at home.
And as we've been saying throughout, he's got a real love for the sport, as everyone has here. But as we've always said, in terms of improvement, it's nice to hear that he's going back and watching his matches and seeing what he can do better. Obviously learning from a great coach like yourself as well, with the feedback.
Possibly, but I mean, you know, I've known Jake since he was very young, and you know, I was owned and ran a club out of Essex, Malden-on-Sea, and him and Ethan, who are both representing Essex today, they came on court with me for their first ever time. So it's great to see the boys in action at such a high-profile event.
Yeah, just to again, we mentioned all the players in the teams: Ethan Bardo, Elliot Selby, Sam Jones, and Paul Moncluse. All part of the Essex team. That is always going to be done and dusted as far as Jake Bewley is concerned. And
yeah, Chris was so far back in the court, and we know he's got a big smash, but it's cold in here. I'm wearing a huge puffer jacket just to keep warm, and that has a big effect on the rebound off the glass. You know, if he's playing that in Spain, that's popping out easily, but in a cold warehouse, which it is at the moment, it's not popping out as easily. So surprised that he went for that from there. That's what they need to do, and that's great movement together from Essex to stalk up the net in perfect motion. Created a gap. Nicol couldn't keep it low, and that's always the key. 4 players both at net, got to keep it low, and he didn't, and Gilbert put it away. Great return.
yeah, he's a double bounce. It's good honesty from Jake Bewley, but again, quality play from Chris Salisbury, pinging it off both of the glass boards.
Yeah, it gave him nothing to work with. It's really sensible play.
Still a break point here for Essex, but that's a nasty bounce off the cage. So it's going to be a deciding point. Big moments, as I said so far, just seemingly going Surrey's way, but will this big point go Essex's way? It's going to be Bewley off the return.
That's
devilish serve. Couldn't have hit a better serve in a bigger moment, and Surrey hold again, and they're a game away from taking this opening set. They lead 5-2.
That was really stone cold there. What a serve from Nicol, you know, to come back strong. And Essex need to find a reply here, just to hold in this set. As I said, even if they were to lose this set, keep the momentum going to start the second set strong, but we shall see.
Yeah, it has been a simply sublime weekend. If you've missed it this year, if you live near Bristol, even if you don't live near Bristol, make sure you come along for it next year, where we hope to have even more counties in action. But even if you're just a fan of this sport, or even if you're not and you just wanted to see what it's all about, they've got a lovely bar, a bit of food here. We had a hog roast last night as well. Terrific atmosphere, great thing to do on a Saturday night. And of course a lot of the teams staying in Bristol as well, and I'm sure a few of them, obviously they're all very professional, but I'm sure they all would have enjoyed.
Absolutely, as you heard, Bewley was tucked up in bed, listening to the commentary.
Well,
and
I mean, what better than listening to our dulcet tones on a Saturday night? I mean, you've got that as an option as well.
Absolutely, and it's always funny when the schedules come out, because no one wants the 9 AM on a Sunday, and I'm sure there was a couple of sore heads this morning. But it's just been a great weekend of paddle. The level has gone up and up and up from last year. More counties, more audience, live streaming, professional commentary from yourself has been top notch. And
I mean, professional's a loose term.
Ah, come on.
Oh, it's a lovely half volley from Salisbury.
That's just class, isn't it? He just leans on it. Again, possibly the serve not quite deep enough. Which gave him that opportunity to play line. Yeah, you can't hit to Bewley there, we know that. Too short, that's out by 3 all day long for him. Good comms there from Surrey. Nice pick up from Nickel.
That's a brilliant point all round.
Gilbert. That's a great pick up off his feet and then put it away.
Well, we're in a privileged position here, and this is why I was just talking about trying to get down if you're a fan and just come along and watch it close up, seeing how quick these hand skills are from all four players, how quick their brains work as well, where to place the ball. We saw that all throughout that point. Bewley can't get this one away though, and Salisbury lets him off it. A rare error from Chris Salisbury. You can't believe he's missed that, and well, they will ask the question of Chris Salisbury as to whether he can serve this opening set out. That's a good hold from Gilbert. Amazingly, we've only seen the one break in this opening set, which, the reason I say amazingly, is there's been so many chances to see more breaks.
Yeah, it's been tight throughout. Just a couple of errors here and there deciding it so far. But if Essex can get a couple of early points here. Beautiful shot from Gilbert.
You really can't believe he's missed it, as you say. Gilbert set it up well for his partner.
He set it up so well. Beautiful ball into Chris's feet, which you have to do. You know, you have to get him down there. He's a flexible man, keeps himself very supple with lots of yoga and Pilates, from what I'm hearing. But it's a long way down.
It is indeed. And there's a long levers, not quite coming in handy there. There's been a couple of errors from Salisbury, showing that he is human. And you can hear the noise from Essex. They're trying to generate a bit of momentum here themselves. Oh, great pick up.
Hands. Yeah, that's really clever play from Chris. Working the line, then changing up the middle, catching Jacob a little bit unawares.
It's been spirited, this opening set from Essex. But Surrey here with 3 set points. That is job done for Surrey in this opening set. Just the one break in it, a lot of tight games, a lot of opportunities and half chances for Essex, but the bigger moments going Surrey's way.
That's just such a good paddle move. You can see how well he's come in behind his serve, set up volley down the middle, nothing crazy, good length. All Bewley can do is flick it up, and boom, he's putting it away.
So it's Surrey who take the opening set here, 6-3. A reminder, this is the ones in the doubles. We are just trying to find out what the score is in the twos. Our Sandman has been here, there and everywhere, done a great job this weekend.
I'm going to call it early. From body language, from looking over, I think Surrey are up, but let's see.
All right. Well, if that is the case, Surrey will be edging closer to victory. Let's have a little listen. Surrey also taking the first set over there, 6-3 as well. So
wow.
If they win the next set in both of these courts, Surrey will stop the treble from happening.
Yeah, and we spoke about it earlier, you know. The Essex lads there looking over, wanting to know the score. A look down after we just told them from Jake Bewley. It's it's interesting. Do you want to know? Do you not want to know?
Control the controllables again, but or you want to try and lift your spirits, or you know, right, this is now or never for these two.
But that's it. Bewley is coming of age this tournament, I've got to say. You know, he's really...
You're only saying this because you know he's going to listen back.
Yeah, absolutely, that's it. Yeah, can I big him up 15 more times? But no, it's good to see he's trying to G up his teammate, but he's also trying to G up the other team. He knows that, you know, they've all played a lot of paddle. Essex have only a team of 4, so they've actually had to play a lot. Surrey have mixed up their teams a little bit. Chris just coming in for today. So, you know, they're probably a bit of fatigue there too.
And unlikely to be the hangover, more of the yoga last night for
Chris. Absolutely. Keeps himself fresh, like I said. You know, he knows he's not the youngest on the circuit at the moment, so he knows he needs to train hard in all aspects of his game, and he takes it so seriously, such a professional. He wants to keep representing GB at the highest level, and he will do for years to come, we hope. Such smart play, that Rouleau just flicking his wrist over the top of it, beautiful.
And he reaps the rewards for everything he does off the court, as you can see, the dexterity, the movement, the touch that he has. Just going long for Nickel. He's done a good job, Nickel, as well, as in backing up Salisbury.
Really well. he's done really well. He's someone that I've not seen play too much, and I had feared before the game, knowing the other three so well, that he might be a little out of his depth, but he's not at all. He's done super well.
So that is Essex who pick up the first game of the second set. They need to respond here. Certainly one of the pairs need to respond here. Otherwise this men's final is going Surrey's way. Incidentally, Surrey, the women's did win the over 40s this year, and they were runner-up in the women's and the mixed last year here in Bristol in what was the first UK Padel County Championships. So they're looking to try and win one of the three big ones for the first time. There's no disrespect to the over 40s, but the three open events that we have, the men's, women's and mixed, having come so close to picking up the women's and the mixed in 2023. And a reminder, they were very close to defeating Surrey in the semi-finals of the mixed last night. Surrey in the end getting the better of Hertfordshire in the mixed. Sorry, Essex in the end getting the better of Hertfordshire in the mixed final.
That's a great overhead there from Gilbert. He's moved back swiftly, set his base and ripped through it right in at Nichol's feet.
And the positive body language has been there for the Essex team the whole way through this final so far.
No, and that's so key. You've got to keep yourself dialed in. You've got to keep focused. No matter the scoreline, anything can really happen. It's been so tight, as you said, only one break in that first set. So, and that's another brilliant overhead. He's come around his Vibora so strongly there, and it was never getting up, was it? Look at that ball.
So a bit of pressure here on the Salisbury serve. Love 30. Surprisingly, Salisbury couldn't get it away, and he is made to pay. Bewley showing him how it's done.
Bewley. That's really good. I mean, it's fine margins here. If you go for that smash, if you don't put it out by 4 over the back fence, and it hits that fence, or you don't pop it out by 3, it's going to rebound, and it rebounded kindly, and Bewley put it away. Nice from Nicol.
First of 4 break points saved. Still a long way to go for Surrey in this game. What a dig that is from Salisbury.
And from Nicol. Great defence from both players. And
This
they
is some
take out the
rally.
net. It's great hands. They've got back to the net.
Oh, it's top-class paddle all round, and it's a point that goes Essex way.
That's big.
And it's a break that goes their way. What a reaction to start set 2 for Essex.
That's really strong from Essex, and like we said, only one break in the first set, so could that be decisive already?
Just to get the break in that sort of manner is Nicol again.
Oh,
with that line licker.
Beautiful, yes. He's done that 2 or 3 times tonight, and he loves it.
Pressure got there.
Good night.
It was relentless from Essex.
Just pushing and pushing and pushing, but not going for too much. And then you get that simple ball. You know, it is setting up the points, building it bit by bit to then finish.
Yeah, controlled aggression throughout from Essex. It's too hot to handle.
Yeah, that's a big Bahada there. You could just, and Bewley set himself well. He knew it was coming, but there was just too much heat behind that.
Gilbert charging forward. They just got their tails up. You just feel they're playing with a real vim and verve right now, Essex. And I heard a shout of yes as well from a an Essex player on court too, so they've generated a bit of momentum here, having dropped the first set on both courts.
No, we won the first point. They didn't count the line.
So they've lost track of the score. I think they've got there to 30 all.
Yeah, they have. They've worked it out. It's good to see as well. No contention throughout the weekend. It's been, the whole event has been played in such good spirits, I've got to say. Competitive, but fair.
Well, that's some defence. He's had to jump out of the way of it, allowing the nutmeg to happen.
Oh, good pick out. He's gone for that line tickle again.
Really alert to it this time, though. But a great lob. Yeah, and the lob does the damage, overcooking it. On that occasion,
just
Gilbert
set himself almost like the ball got on top of him a bit. Probably set himself a little too early for that Bahada.
So a deciding point. This is a big one.
Good serve.
Great lob again from Nicol, stepping up when it really matters and supporting Salisbury. And we've been saying about how he's just been quietly going about his business, quietly supporting the #1 player in the country, and he's done so again there as Surrey get the break back.
It was a tough lob to play. You know, he's almost half volleyed it, but he's played it so high, so deep, and at 40 all, no one wants to be hitting that overhead, and you could I feel a little bit for Gilbert there, because he's ripped a couple in that game so well, and you wanted him to do it again, and it just got tense, I think.
That will have stung Essex, because they had a bit of momentum there at 2-love. They were up in the game as well. They've been pegged back early on in this second set, but I feel it's such an even contest once again.
Got it!
Great hands from Bewley. Great running, superb athleticism.
Oh, he's picked that one up as well, and now they're in prime position. This is top-class paddle right here.
Good hands.
Oh, it's brilliant. All round,
played.
every player contributing. Bewley will feel a little hard done by. He's on the losing side of that point, but wonderful paddle from Surrey.
Just really great to watch. It's chopping and changing, and you say all four players heavily involved. It's not, the patterns of play have been interesting. It's not just been what I'd suspected would happen. All four players playing their part.
Well, as you said, in the semi-finals, when it was Surrey with Salisbury and Tandy, they targeted Tandy, but perhaps we're choosing the wrong ball too often, trying to play to the supposed weaker player. We haven't seen that as much here. All four players have been very much involved. It's an enthralling encounter. Surrey up 30-love here. We're just waiting for Nicol to tie the shoelaces. Try and get you an update as well from court 2 when we can. Big shout from court 2 for Surrey.
Yeah, I think it's only going one way on that second court.
So Essex need to respond here. They are up 2-1. But it's Surrey who lead 30-15 in this game.
Oh, that's so close to going out by 3 from Chris. And Gilbert. Tough one to boast that ball. So much spin from the shot before.
Yeah, that's nice sportsmanship again from Bewley, just applauding what we saw from Salisbury there. Too good from Surrey.
Yeah,
oh, it's a chiseler.
Yeah,
barely an inch off the ground.
He's not missing that ball, and you know, he spent years on the tennis court, coaching tennis as well, and that's not coming up. Great shot, Salisbury.
So it is 2 games apiece. They get back to level pegging to Surrey in this second set. And it's a big game, you feel, because that's 2 games have gone Surrey's way, so there has been a momentum shift at the start of this second set. And once
Good
again,
night.
combining so well. Nickel setting up the point once more, and Salisbury taking all the glory.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's paddle in its finest form. You know, he's played a beautiful Chiquita early on the point. Surrey guys have managed to come forward, and that's the key, and Essex could only serve up an easy put away for Salisbury. Although Bewley gets one now, doesn't put it away.
It's insane what we've just seen from Salisbury, and Bewley missing the overhead.
I just feel like the young team from Essex are feeling like they've got to force this now. Bewley didn't need to take either of those two on in the same way that he did. And 4 break points, if I'm not mistaken.
You are bang right. This is where you see the temperament key. I like the reaction there though for Bewley, as in keeping their spirits high here.
And you have to. It's so key. It's so key to keep each other up. You know, waves of emotion throughout the game. That's a good overhead again from Gilbert. He needs to keep going for that. That's good.
Nickel again, just scrapping so hard, although he can't make that one.
That's it. Gilbert needs to be positive like that on his overheads. Back to Gilbert, cramping for time, then allow Bewley to come across and put away, and that has to be their focus now.
We nearly got a nick on it, but couldn't make it, and well, they're on the comeback charge. That's 3 saved, and it's down to the deciding point.
This is big.
It's going to be Salisbury to take the return. Oh, somehow snuck over. Essex in the ascendancy.
This is a great rally. Gilbert, yes, he has to keep going for that.
Oh, he's found the corner of the court. Bit of confusion on the Surrey side.
Great lob with a bit of slice on it as well. It's interesting. This might be tough now with Salisbury at the net, but they've turned it back around.
Oh,
just
again.
in.
Just in, and they've done it.
That
what a
is
recovery in the
clutch.
game from Love 40 down. It's a massive hole for Bewley and Essex, and they edge in front again in the second set, 3-2.
You know, that is massive for a number of different reasons. To be 40 love down, to come back and take that is going to spur them on.
Wow. Well, just when you thought this final was getting away from Essex, having been up 2 love, pegged back, momentum with Surrey. But as we've been saying, that M word so key in this sport, and it might have just shifted back in Essex's favour.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because every time so far Surrey have responded. But let's see, can the Essex guys hold and break back?
Incredible rally, by the way, over on court 2.
Yeah.
That Essex have won.
That was beautiful from Bardo at the end there with a cheeky backhand clip, spins into the net.
Yeah, Surrey were doing some incredible defensive skills throughout that rally. And you could hear the applause on this court, applauding the fellow Essex teammates over on court 2. Both of them lost the first set, Essex on both courts, but they're up in this set, 3-2 here. And that's done and dusted as far as Nickel is concerned. So, important game this for Surrey, because they would have been a little wounded having had 4 break points and not taken any of them in the previous game.
Absolutely, that was a great put away from Nickel, showing that he's got weapons to show as well. Again, Salisbury doesn't go out by 4, but still puts it away at the second time of asking. Salisbury saw an opportunity to try and finish the point early there. Didn't need to finish it that early. I think he could have set up the point.
Not someone who shows too much emotion. We can clearly hear him mumble under his breath there. Wasn't happy with the miss. What a lob that is. I mean, that kissed the roof pretty much. And Bewley now in the ascendancy here. Oh,
That's a great get from Gilbert. Nice overhead there.
It's a brilliant dig as well there from Bewley. Chance to put the ball away. Can't do it. Brilliant reactions from Nicol. And there's the finish. What a point from Surrey. How have they won that point? Turning it around in fantastic fashion.
Fantastic point. It was good scrabbling from Salisbury in the corner there.
It's such a to and fro sport, isn't it? Like I say, it's a bit Russian doll-like in terms of, because you can talk about the momentum shifts in the matches, in the sets, in the games, and in the rallies.
Absolutely. It's fascinating to watch.
And that's why the weekend's been great as well, isn't it? Okay, here we've got two great teams coming together. It's really tight. It is very tough to tell who's going to win. But we were seeing earlier on Essex take on the likes of Devon, where it was one-sided. But we were still seeing some great rallies. It's a great leveller.
Absolutely. And speaking to some of the newbies this year, both players and county-wise, I think there's been so much learning.
Yeah,
you know,
that's what I heard as well.
A lot of the tennis players who maybe haven't competed too much in paddle or squash, or even as we saw Hilton yesterday with his football. You know, and you're learning, and it's such a good game for that because it's easy to pick up, incredibly hard to master.
And as we've been saying, you know, look, both of us are tennis backgrounds, so you work a lot on tennis, on your power and hitting bigger shots. But here, for a lot of the tennis players, they're so used to trying to smash the ball away, and there's so much more the touch, the tactics, where to place the ball. And
absolutely, and you know, one of the guys in our team played college tennis in the States, and he found it fascinating this weekend that, you know, he kept saying to me, there's just no 3 points in paddle. And obviously he's 6'7" and obviously had a monster serve, and you just don't have that in tennis. So it neutralises so many things, which is fascinating.
You've got to think things through. Frustration there from Salisbury, up love 15, having been able to hold in the previous game for 3-all.
Yeah, you can tell they feel close, and Chris has missed a couple of easier balls, which he's definitely been disappointed with. That's a great...
Oh, no, it's not.
It's not.
It's into the cage first, and again, he's just missed a couple of balls, hasn't he, in this second set, Salisbury.
Slightly rare, this, but Essex on the ascendancy again.
Shows you maybe what Essex have been doing, though, covering the court so well. The spirit that they've been playing with, they keep asking questions.
Absolutely, and staying positive. It's so good to see them fighting for every ball, geeing each other up. That's a really good volley there from Gilbert to rush Nicol. He came across that backhand volley, he just steely determination, didn't look like he was ever going to miss that ball. Great play.
Yeah, it's pretty tough to get it over the Salisbury head, those long levers coming in handy.
That's a great angle, it's so clever to go around Bewley like that, but with not enough power that Gilbert could get it either, so fantastic paddle shot.
Oh, is he okay? He is okay, Nicol, thankfully. Put away by Gilbert.
Oh, that looked sore.
Yeah, I was just hoping he hadn't gone over on the ankle there, but straight back up. But
lost his footing and hit the glass wall pretty hard. I think it seems to be holding his knee, so I think it's kind of knee on glass which causes the damage rather than ankle, which we'd all be worried about. It is a common injury.
Yeah, maybe just a little bit jarring. Hope it might have been just shaken up somewhat, but that's a good hold for Essex. They lead 4-3 second set. A reminder, they were a break-up. They were broken back straight away, though, but they've been able to edge in front time and time again. As we're seeing some frustration from Essex on court too. They're smashing the ball out.
Yeah, that's not kind of what you want to see at this level, and you want to sometimes keep those emotions in check, especially in this team environment. You have two matches going on at the same time. You don't really want to show maybe your teammates on court one how badly it might be going on court two. So
yeah, contrasting emotions right now, because Essex looking frustrated on court two, but they're certainly not looking frustrated here on centre court. They've got their tails up, Bewley and Gilbert.
Meat and drink for the big man. Again, great setup point. Going middle. Bewley can't get the smash high enough, and he knew. The minute he played that lob, he knew Chris was putting him out by 3 metres.
Again, Nicol holding up well. So I thought it was fence as well.
I thought it was fence.
Yeah.
I think, you know, you want the 4 players to decide themselves on court, but you saw...
You can understand what Bewley's saying, because he's saying it bounced up.
Yeah.
And the ball did go up, but it sounded like he hit the fence first.
He went cage first and went down and up. It's a tough to tell, but I think also you could see a few players in the crowd pointing to cage. They knew.
Yeah. And that's Surrey's point.
But it's good they sorted out on court. You know, you don't like to see players in the crowd saying this or that, and the right decision was made.
Yeah, I think Salisbury and Nicol as well, just saying that they saw it exactly the same at the same time. So, you know, it's 2v1 at the end of the day. On that, and also
Good
Surrey's
line.
call, wasn't it? 40-15 in this game. Big high lob. Again, so close to touching the roof. Nicol now in the ascendancy, again, just prodding the ball into the corner beautifully.
That's a good lob from Jake, though. Oh, that's big from Essex. You know, to win that point from not being at the net, fantastic. Bewley just geeing up Gilbert as well. These
are big moments.
Good serve though. Good hands.
Oh, they scrapped it back brilliantly. But they can't get to that one. And Surrey come through the game. Quality play once more.
Such clever play, and also it's simple, but Bewley did so well to get there, but Nicol just knew. He set himself in a position that...
You said you didn't know much about Nicol, but you certainly are learning quickly. Yeah. What a player he is.
Super impressed. You know, he's gone about his work, known his game plan, stayed strong throughout. You know, even there, just not missing any simple balls.
Yeah, frustration boiling over for Bewley. Big shouts in and around.
Yeah, a lot of emotions. Again, I can only assume big cheers from Surrey on court 2.
Just wonder whether that's job done for Surrey on court 2. Bewley having to apologise because the ball flew out here. We don't have an umpire, so there isn't any warnings for ball abuse.
Yeah, that was quite intriguing. Hit it
because he hit it very hard. Yeah. So just hope he hasn't hit anyone. I did hear the apology from Bewley, and again he's a young player, and again something to learn, especially in and around here. So it's love 15, bit of a delay between this point and the next. 4-all this second set on a knife edge.
Just had confirmation that nobody was hit.
That's good news.
Inside the bar area. I suppose the worry was also, did any beer get spilled?
Well, that's the bigger concern, isn't it? Thankfully, it was on a Sunday night rather than a Saturday. We were in real trouble last night.
Absolutely, but again, we've had confirmation no beers were spilled, which is good. Good news for the spectators.
Oh, again. Well, we've seen a few errors, haven't we, from Salisbury? He knows that that's a big one at love 30.
It wasn't, but Essex needed it. Essex do need it. This is a massive game, but an important point there.
He's recovered from love 40 down in his last game, did Bewley. That looked like it landed right on the junction. This time Surrey feel they've been hard done by. Bewley calling it hitting the cage first.
That is a tricky one.
So if it lands right on the junction, what's the call there in paddle?
For me, I see that ball as good in that one because it popped up. However, it sounded obviously out. So, and you know, having what happened before, the Essex boys are saying 100% out. Both of them saw it, as they say.
So it goes Essex's way that point, and they back it up. As I say, recovered from love 40 in his last service game. He likes to dig his way out of a hole. Can he do so again here, Bewley?
Good volleys from Gilbert. Good overhead. Oh, I love the communication from Nicol in this. Oh, he's pushed it long.
But it's Essex who are going here. There's Bewley. Recovers from love 40 down in the previous service game. This time from love 30. Likes to entertain as all the fans here.
Yeah.
And they're a game away from taking us to a match tiebreak, Essex. They lead 5-4 in this second set.
This is fascinating.
And Bewley just signalling to you whether or not it was in or out. Well, we've said we didn't know.
Yeah, and I've got to say, he's a cheeky chappy. There was a little wink
he said he was
to
100% sure, so
Yeah.
if he was 100% sure, he probably wouldn't be asking.
Quite, and the Ronaldo-esque wink as he takes the court back is interesting. But I think all four players are happy enough with the call.
Yeah, it was a big moment. Remember, it was 15-30, would have been 15-40 in 3 break points. As it is, Essex a game away from taking it to a match tiebreaker. Always going to get tight calls though, because everyone hitting so close, fine margins. With the quality that we've got with the 4 paddle players.
That has been the difference in this set for me. Gilbert, a bit more confidence in that overhead to go for it and rush Nicol of time, and you saw there pressure on Surrey here. Watch that nicely off the glass. Superb shot from Nicol.
He's the one being peppered here, but he's standing up to the test. What a point from Nicol.
Great shot from Nicol.
We saw his whole repertoire there on the defence and on the attack.
It's strong. It's really strong from the Surrey boys.
Thanks.
Ball is in the commentary box, so we've just had to retrieve that. 15 all.
It's my one moment.
You did well there, mate. I was impressed.
I felt the pressure.
Yeah. Good movement to the ball.
Notice how I use my right hand. I've got nothing on the left.
Potential of that. I like it. We'll see you competing here next year, mate.
Yeah. I think Devon lost all their matches, so maybe we could help them out a bit.
Absolutely.
There's only one way they can go, right?
Come on, put your hat in the ring. Get training.
That is the issue.
Bit of court time.
Bit of court time. Bit of any exercise is the issue these days. But meanwhile here, well, Surrey under a bit of pressure. 15-30, 2 points away, Essex. It's always dangerous though, trying to lob Salisbury. Yeah. Clinical from the number 1 player in the country.
If he's already set and you don't go high and deep, that's going to spell trouble.
That's into the cage.
Yeah, that was a strange move by Bewley, playing a 5% shot down the line off the backhand volley from deep in the court.
A couple of loose points from him in big moments, and again goes with the lob, and again it's mopped up by Salisbury. They are under pressure there, but Salisbury steps up, and it's 5-all.
Yeah, that's a couple of loose points, as you say, and those lobs just not deep enough to the big man. And he's thankful when he puts it away, but 5-5, still all to play for.
Good communication from Bewley.
Yeah, you can hear him telling his man.
It's lightning quick hand skills from Gilbert.
Super good, holding his nerve. It's impressive to see.
to the side. Proverbial Essex wall at the net from Gilbert and Bewley.
Solid volleys there and just keeping that pressure on Nicol. Yeah, and that's 3. And of course there is now momentum, Essex. Great defence from Chris. So impressive to get down there low. This could be it. Nicol.
Just scrapping and scrambling to keep the point alive, but finally
well
it's
played.
finished by Gilbert, and it's a love service hold by Gilbert as well. And as you say, a little bit of momentum for Essex. They're a game away again from taking us into a match tiebreaker. 6-5 they lead, second set.
Yeah, this is good. It's good from Essex. They're pumped. They know probably the other match is going Surrey's way, although they're still out there.
They're still out there, so it's still rumbling on.
Yeah.
2 tight matches in this men's final.
Well, just as we say that, it's done.
And did you see the final point? So
I
was it
did,
Surrey who won?
Indeed. Surrey have taken it.
So Surrey have secured the 2s. So if the 1s can deliver here, Surrey will be the men's champions for the first time.
So this is going to be interesting now, because also the team members, there's a bit of needle going on court 2, some debate about what happened or didn't happen on a certain point. But yeah, now really what you want is your team to sit on the benches and get you pumped. You can see Tandy staying warm because he's eyeing up another shootout if it goes there.
Yeah, and well, on this court, Surrey serving to stay in the set, so could be going to 1 tiebreaker, just to 7 points. And what, of course, Essex will hope for is that we see a couple of match tiebreakers in a row.
Yeah, it could be a long way to go for either team here. Or can Surrey hold their nerve and take both rubbers? Nicol's not happy with himself there, was he?
Yeah, apologies if you picked up some bad language. But makes up for it for a really good serve. Responding straight away.
Good
It's a
dig out
quality
from
volley
Gilbert,
that time.
but
And
we've
it's away.
seen it time and time and time again. You cannot give it to Chris Salisbury there.
Like clockwork.
The metronome, just out it goes.
Must be frustrating. You know it's coming as well.
Yeah, there's nothing
You can do about
There's no
it.
out of court play here at this event. So, you know, players of this level, Bewley would probably like to go out and hit it back through the door, as we know he can. But as not all courts have out of play, you can't have the whole competition with it. So that's a slight shame. But Nicol holding his nerve.
Incidentally, it's going to be a late finish. I've seen some really close battles today.
Oh, interesting.
I watched it so well, did Bewley.
Yeah, really nice there from Bewley. He waited, set himself and played. It was really nice.
And technically, they're 2 points away from winning this set now. But it is still game point for Surrey.
I mean, you've got to say, what is amazing is any time a court has been released from the championships, they're now full of locals playing.
Yeah. And it'll be late into the night as well, as Surrey are able to hold. Really good game that from Nicol, especially when you consider early on in the game he was cursing himself, but was able to react in exactly the right manner. So it's a second set tiebreaker. A reminder, if Surrey win this second set tiebreaker, they are the champions. And they will stop Essex from doing the treble. They've won the women's and the mixed, Essex. Hoping for the clean sweep, but
That's
Surrey
big
look like
from
they've
Nicol.
got something to say about that.
That is big. And first blood to the Surrey boys.
A couple of points in a row. Isolating Bewley at the net. Big cheers as well on the side of the court. We can still see Ed Tandy pacing, by the way.
Yeah.
Of course, he's got to prepare for the worst case scenario of having to play again. As Essex get themselves on the board in this second set tiebreaker. Reminder, this tiebreaker up to 7.
Essex are getting pumped. You know, the boys are geeing themselves up. They have both twos on the sidelines, geeing them on as well. Fascinating watch.
Yeah, the danger is Surrey have been very good on the match tiebreaker throughout this tournament as it's another meat and drink put away. Well, it's been called out there that the previous ball.
This is not what we want to see.
So there we go. So that's good honesty from Essex in the end. It was initially called out, but then they have.
Yeah,
I have to say that definitely looked into us.
Yeah, I'm pleased because you don't want to see such a brilliant final be marred by what was probably the wrong call from Bewley. So I'm pleased they got on with it. And wow.
Maybe a little bit of anger taken out on the ball there by Salisbury.
He hit that twice, I think. You know what I mean? He went through it so hard.
You don't want to poke the bear.
No, you don't. And that came in with an extra venom for sure.
Yeah, 4-1. Healthy lead here for Surrey.
Yeah, and this is...
Yeah, they're on a roll right now, and they're 2 points away from securing the title here at the UK Padel County Championships in Bristol. It has been all about Essex this weekend, but Surrey might have the last hurrah. Big noise on the side of the court as well.
You know,
I have to say again, Nicholas has stepped up so well, hasn't he, to support Salisbury throughout.
Absolutely, and you know, the Surrey guys are making a lot of noise, and it's been such a good event, and everyone supporting so well each county, and this could be tight now. Essex have got to do something special to stay in this.
Oh, missing that one though, Salisbury. So that will give Essex a little lift, a vital little lift.
That was much needed. They take these two Bewley serves. It could make for an interesting finale.
This one could be away. Oh, he somehow picked it up off his feet, Nicol. That's incredible.
How has he got that? Oh, this
Peppering
is such a point.
This time will it be away? No, Salisbury still getting it back. One of the rallies of the weekend, and it's come at such a pivotal moment. Big from Bewley, and too big this time.
Huge. What a point. As you just said, I think that was the rally of the weekend. Nicol, he scraped it off his toes. Salisbury scraped it off his toes. Bewley held his nerve.
Amazing. They're made to win the point 3 or 4 times, Essex, but they did just that. Back in this tiebreaker. Wicked serve from Bewley.
Serve. It's not gone up at all.
5-1 down to 5-4.
Wow.
They've got the tails up now, Essex. Still the chance for Salisbury.
Good comms.
Yeah,
Josh Gilbert is playing out of his skin.
Well, what next? Will it be a championship point, or will it be a set point for Essex? It's going to be a set point for Essex. Well, Surrey have just frozen a little with victory in sight. Up 5-1 in this second set tiebreaker, but 5 points in a row for Essex, and it's set point.
Wow,
Surrey is
that
still
is what a
alive.
reply.
Well, could Booley have done more with the overhead?
He could. I think he went safe. He should have just gone for it, unleashed. But what hands? Nicol is just outrageous.
Crafty.
Yeah. Another ninja.
Another ninja. We've got another ninja on the court. Stealth-like from Gareth Nicol.
Yeah,
And Surrey stay alive in this second set. It's 6 points all.
What a tiebreak this is. And I thought the Essex boys were done, but they're certainly not done. And here we go, 6-6.
Both teams will feel they probably should have won the break and out. What's going to happen next? It's going to be another set point for Essex. Really good serve from Gilbert.
Twists and turns. Fascinating.
It's a very good serve from Nicol, but he's overcooked
That's
the volley.
outrageous. They've done it.
Absolutely amazing. Back from the dead, Bewley and Gilbert. They were down 5 points to 1 in the second set tiebreaker. Looked done and dusted, but they have somehow pulled it out of the bag, and we go to the match tiebreak to settle this number one doubles. A match that they have to win. Essex have to win to stay alive after Surrey have won the number two doubles. Oh, wow. Did you see that coming? I don't think anyone did.
No. I'm so impressed with the two young Essex players to hold nerve, to be that far down, tasting the defeat for the whole championship, but now they're still in it. It's a long way to go. You know, they've got to win 20 points at least.
Just got to wonder, though, what's going through the mind of Chris Salisbury, because, look, he's been brilliant throughout. That's why he's the number one player in the country. But that started 5-1. He was the one who missed, to someone of his calibre, relatively routine volley on top of the net. And that was the big moment where it shifted.
It did shift, and it gave them hope, right? It gave the Essex boys hope, and they took it.
We're just waiting here because Josh Gilbert has just gone to the bathroom. So lots of time for the Surrey boys to think about what has just happened.
Yeah, they won't mind that. You know, I think they're steely competitors, as we've seen. Nicol has stepped up beautifully throughout this final. It's only 1 or 2 points here and there. Effectively, it's a shootout to see whether Surrey take it or push for the deciding shootout. So fascinating paddle here, and well, you can't ask for a better conclusion to, in my opinion, the best weekend in paddle this year.
Yeah, 100%. Well, we said Essex needed to win 3 tiebreakers in a row. They've won 1. Now they need to win 2 match tiebreakers in a row. Remind, if they do win this match tiebreaker, it goes to a shootout. It'll be one player from each of the pairs who will play in that one match shootout. But it's the match tiebreak they've got to win first of all. Surrey get us underway. Here we go again. There's no doubt it's Essex with the momentum. And we come back from 5 points to 1 down in the previous tiebreak.
Great pick up off the cage.
Touch
Nice
as well,
from
though,
Bewley.
Salisbury.
Good comms. It's a good lob from there. Gilbert was off balance and has managed to push Salisbury all the way back.
I just feel the way this point has gone, there's a lot on it.
Oh, that's going to be a tricky one if it bounces in. Great defence from Bewley. Good hands there. Essex taking the net, which is important, as we know.
Oh, it's come back off the top of the tape, back on Surrey's side.
Wow.
And an epic point goes Essex's way. We've been saying throughout this contest, the big moments early on were going Surrey's way. It feels like it's turned.
It's definitely turning, isn't it? But to remind viewers at home, this is a 10-point tiebreak, and that's a long way.
And a reminder as well, Surrey are 1 up in this final after the twos got the win. So this is a must-win match tiebreaker for Essex, and they've gone 2 up themselves. Bit of a tag.
Yeah, and it's fair. It's fair, and he needed to go for it. And I honestly think that has been the change, the shift in tactics. Is Gilbert's going for those overheads more and more.
Silky hand skills from Josh Gilbert.
Really tidy paddle racket. Just re-angled his racket, opened it up to find the line. Beautiful pace.
It's just the way he was able to, as you say, open up the racket face. 3-love Essex. They've won 9. In fact, more than that.
Good overhead again. There's that overhead that he's working on so well at the moment. Interesting decision to let it bounce there, but they're still in the ascendancy on this point. That's good. Great commentary. Not commentary, that's us commentating. It's
no, yeah, there's great, more question marks about that.
Yeah, there is, but it's great comms from Bewley, really assisting Gilbert at this point.
Just can't miss right now, Essex. They've won 11 of the last 13 points.
This is outrageous.
Are in the zone right now.
Hot streak.
They have the ascendancy as well, and remind everyone, Surrey have won all of their matches tight in the quarters, in the semis. They beat South Wales 12-10 in the super tie-break to decide it. They beat East Scotland, the defending champions, in the semis 11-9, and they're going to go to this shootout once more. They really don't want to this time around, but as I say, they've lost 11 of the last 13 points. And they've lost that one as well. I mean, what's got to change here, Toby? Because, I mean, they're right up against it.
Yeah, look, as I've said, it's a 10-point tie-break, so it's a long way to go still. Yes, they're 5 up, but if they can just reset a little bit, I think they need to get Chris in the game somehow. Just maybe it's a case of going for a little bit more on the overheads, taking it on. But the Essex boys are just too solid right now. And I think what they're doing, which is really clever, is any time they're finding themselves both pairs at net, they're going into the feet, which is just so good and what you need to do, but they're doing it in such a way that Nicol is forcing shots that he doesn't need to do.
Just from a body language and communication point of view, I mean, the Essex boys, what they've done really well in this match, they've never dropped their heads. No. They've been so spirited throughout, whereas the communication between Salisbury and Nicol, there hasn't seemingly been a lot, but you kind of feel surely with the run that they're on, there needs to be a little more communication in between the points.
Great athleticism there from Gilbert. There's one.
They finally get themselves on the board. There's a large applause courtside from the Surrey fans.
But you're so right. The body language is just gone. Even the fans, Surrey fans are quieter. There's definitely a change, considering. Ooh, it's just slid out. Talking of changes, Chris Salisbury's also changed his racket. Interesting.
Does the job there. The racket doing the talking. So 3 points in a row for Surrey. Another momentum shift in this final.
Good volley. Great lob though from Salisbury. Good hands to his feet. Yeah, wow.
4 points in a row.
Now the Surrey boys are coming alive on the sidelines. This is toss. This is twisting and turning. It's brilliant to watch.
I think I've said what next about 4 times.
I know.
It's the beauty of this final. The UK Padel County Championships in the balance. We saw the women's event go to the wire, and the men's event could go to the wire as well. Surrey roaring back in this match, tiebreaker, 5 points in a row. A reminder, incredibly, I mean, Essex won 13 out of 14 points. Now it's Surrey winning 5 points in a row. Just a little bit of confusion who's serving next. It's going to be Nicol.
Big points. Every point is big. That's a great overhead from Nicol.
Something about far side? The sun maybe getting in their eyes here?
The sun,
we are
wind.
Indoors, yeah.
Yeah, interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah, all 12 points in this match tiebreaker have been won by the far side.
The bar side.
The bar side, yeah. I mean, maybe that's it.
That could be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That victory beer is that much closer when you're the far side. The bar side.
Getting a little bit of encouragement there from the Surrey corner.
So 6 points all, 6 points in a row for Essex to start, 6 points in a row now for Surrey. Can they make it 7? Yes, they can. Gilbert a whisker away from completing the 180 there.
And those moments, you know, that was do or die. Good volleys here from Bewley. Good overhead. Nice from Gilbert. I've talked about it.
Stop
all
the rot.
set.
Essex stopped the rot. It's a first point in 8.
Yeah, that's that strong overhead that he has to keep going for into the nickel corner, and he does, and puts him under pressure. 7-7. It's anyone still. It's a great return. Nervy Bahada.
Oh no!
Oh,
Just trying to drop it short.
nervy overhead there from Salisbury.
You just see what it means to these players. He stuttered and stumbled close to the finish line in the previous tiebreak. It's a little bit further away, that finish line now for Surrey. Brilliant. Chiselled Vibora.
Yeah, he just waited that little bit longer, focused on spin rather than power, knowing that even if Bewley had got that up, he would have to go high.
So who's going to have the next match point? It's going to be Essex. Once again, Surrey 2 points away. They just cannot get to championship point.
It's clever play again, and Gilbert's ended up setting up for his partner, which he's done so well. I keep talking about it, but he's upped his level in set 2, and certainly in this tiebreak as well.
Extraordinary. How on earth Essex have done this, don't quite know. But they've got a chance to win this match and take us into a championship shootout. Oh, my word.
Oh, wow.
Well, the luck on Surrey's side, I'm not sure how it crept over, but the funky spin bamboozled Gilbert, and we go on in this match tiebreaker. Match point saved.
That was fascinating, and I think it ended up being, I think, a boast off the glass, which generated that spin. As it hit the floor, it was like a googly. Do you know what I mean? And it like you said, it did bamboozle Gilbert, and unbelievable stuff here.
Well, it's similar to what we saw in the previous tiebreaker. A reminder, Surrey were 5-1 up in net, so they were 2 points away for a long time. It then did go 6-all. They saved it, the set point wondrously well, but they were stuck from here on in. Who's got the next match point? It's a good serve from Bewley.
Good volley too, but
Nickel keeps the point alive, but he's a bit
so
pinned
well.
here.
He is penned in.
Oh,
he's
but
done
there.
so well.
Essex now have the net. So Surrey have the net, I should say.
Good pick up from Bewley.
Oh, he finds the back of the
Essex
court. What
do
a
have the net
low
now.
volley that is from Gilbert.
Good solid volley there. That might be out.
Long it is.
It is out.
Epic point goes the way of Essex, and it will be another match point for Essex to level this final. Surrey just cannot get to championship point.
Great serve.
Oh. We still go on again. Another match point saved.
Yeah, set up by a really tough serve, and Bewley just didn't do enough with the return, and as a result, Nickel could pin in Gilbert.
Can Surrey finally get to championship point? A little bit of hesitation and confusion there, but that's well watched by Nickel. But coolness personified from Jake Bewley. No panic there, just caressing the ball into the open space.
Yeah, he used that time that he had off the higher ball, but here we go.
So third match point for Essex. Oh, very nearly was long, finds the court.
That's a great lob from Bewley. Essex have taken the net again.
Oh, what a pick up from Nicol. Is that enough height on the lobs? Again, Nicol picking it up. How many times can he survive? Still they can't get the ball away. Still we go on.
Is ridiculous for Bewley. It is absolutely ridiculous.
The star power from Jake Bewley gets it done for Essex.
Wow.
An amazing match. How on earth have Essex won that one? Surrey 2 points away on multiple occasions. They were up 5 points to 1 in the second set tiebreaker, but Essex roared back and we go to the shootout.
Shootout! Yes, what a match. I'm actually speechless.
Bewley and Gilbert, what a performance. 3-6, 7-6, 12-10 in the match tiebreaker. And it's still on for Essex to complete the treble. Is it meant to be?
They just did not know when they were beaten. What a performance.
Well, you've got to think they are the favourites now from here on in, just in terms of how that has transpired.
Yeah, and interesting scenes going on between the courts. It seems like players are cramping up from Surrey.
Well, Ed Tandy's been on the deck. And the good news is, of course, they don't have to play Ed Tandy.
No, of course. It's, interesting to see. So, wow. I'm still just kind of a bit shook. What a match that was. It was, and Bewley's last two shots, breathtaking. So much pressure, long rallies, and to get it past Salisbury, something special.
Yeah, I mean, it looked done, didn't it? At 5-1 in the second set tiebreaker, but it isn't done. It's one apiece. It goes to the championship shootout. As soon as the players are back out on the court, we will be back with you. But for now, we're just going to take a little break and we'll speak to you again shortly. So here we go then. It is the championship shootout. You have to love the format of this sport. Here at the second edition of the UK Padel County Championships. We saw the women's event go right to the wire earlier on, Essex pipping Yorkshire to the title. They also won the mixed, so they're looking for the treble. It didn't look likely. It looked like Surrey were going to secure the men's title. They're up 5 points to 1 in the second set tiebreaker, having won the first set. Essex looks down and out, but they somehow turned that tiebreaker around and then won a dramatic match tiebreaker as well. Surrey 2 points away from the title on multiple occasions, but it's gone to this championship shootout. So it now comes down to Jake Bewley and Ethan Bardo for Essex as they take on Chris Salisbury, the top player for paddle in the nation, alongside Bojan Jelovats, who I hope I pronounced his name right, because I know he did have a little bit of a go at me earlier on for getting it wrong.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
But he didn't actually tell me exactly what his first name was. But anyway, Jelovats is the second name, I believe.
Jelovats, perfect. I only know his Bojan, so
okay,
there we go. But this is going to be a fascinating affair. I thought Tandy was going to play in this.
Yeah, of course, let's remind everyone, Surrey beat East Scotland 11-9 in this championship shootout, and it was Salisbury and Tandy on that occasion. But we've been watching Tandy at the side of the court with his feet up, not because he's lazy and he's done the job already.
Not.
We believe it looks like he's got a bit of cramp or some sort of injury, so he's clearly not maybe feeling fit enough to play. And so Bojan Jelovats is the man to step in.
Yeah, and I think also Essex haven't always gone for this partnership in their shootouts at this event. I believe Elliot Selby has put himself in with Jake before, so Bardo and Bewley, the chance is theirs.
So what's going to happen here? A reminder, by the way, Surrey won the quarterfinals in the championship shootout 12-10. They won the semi-finals. That was against South Wales, by the way, against East Scotland, the defending champions, 11-9. So they feel good in the championship shootouts, but with the turnaround in the previous match, do you go with Essex in this final one?
It's so long ago at the beginning of, I'm not quite sure.
I can't even remember what you went for.
Yeah, I think I went Surrey in this shootout, I think, but
okay.
I have a sneaking suspicion that Essex might do this.
The belief has got to be there, especially with this weekend. Everything has gone
Started
their
strong.
way, and it's a start that they would have wanted. Bewley will certainly have his tail up the way he finished in the previous match.
Yeah, Bewley's just so pumped. Wonder, might that be the difference from the young Essex boys? Such a smart leave there.
Certainly on this court, we've seen that the noise and the spirit be that much higher.
Brilliant return, but what a get from Salisbury. Surrey take the net.
Jelovats can't make the volley.
Yeah, that
Essex have continued the momentum from the previous match.
Wow.
It's understandable for Surrey to feel a little wounded, having been so close.
Yeah.
It's amazing, isn't it, what a difference a year makes as well, because all the chatter last year was about Essex and how close they came to making finals, and they just couldn't get over the line in so many semi-finals. But they are a very different county this time around as they race into a 4-love lead.
And I think it's that, you know, they've been out, a lot of them, competing on the circuit, playing FIPS, travelling abroad, and maybe that competition edge has improved. I mean, 5 up already. It's only going one way at the moment.
Blink and you miss it. Type of a start from Essex. Bewley is pumped alongside Bardo. And it's all very quiet on the Surrey side.
Great hands from Bardo there.
Everything
And
going
that is
Essex's way.
Big from the young boys from Essex. Fantastic paddle, backing each other up. Brilliant athleticism.
But to give anyone watching from Surrey a bit of hope, a reminder in the previous match
we've been
time,
there,
they
haven't we?
went 6-love down and then they were all back. They won the next 7 points. So they're going to need to try and do the same here, Yellowhats and Salisbury. At the back is firmly against the wall. Essex smell blood. And they also smell the treble.
They do, and that is such a historical moment. Given, of course, it's only second year, but I can't see many other counties doing a triple. Oh, good bounce.
And that stops the rot. First point in 7 for Surrey. Just a nice little clench of the fist from Salisbury.
Yeah.
They still know this is still on.
Good volley from Bardo. Bewley nearly lost his balance, he's done well to regain it.
Yeah, it's smart though from Yellowhats. They dissect the two.
They can just claw point by point back into this. It could be interesting. Great overhead though.
A little
Bewley
bit of
takes it
confusion.
on.
Oh, what a pickup that is though from Salisbury.
But it's put away. Is it?
Oh, just about.
I feel like that could have been the moment.
3 more is the shout from Essex.
Wow. Great serve, better return.
They're just in the zone right now, aren't they?
Great hands
The
from
two
Bardo.
Bs, Bewley and Bardo. Oh, but not that time from Bardo, just a little short.
It was on. Had that have nibbled over, it was a great drop shot, it was a good attempt.
Well, they're getting a little confused here because, of course, you change at 12 points played. They've only played 10 points here.
Yep. Great backhand return from Bardo.
Oh, what length though off the volley from Salisbury. That's really good.
Big.
With the Chiquita powerfully struck down to the toes of Yellowhats. And Essex
Here we
2
go.
points away. Surrey have been 2 points away so often, but now it's their opponent's turn.
Good second serve from Bardo.
Oh, wow.
but loose.
A little maybe overexcited there from Bardo. So
Yeah.
close to victory.
Just went through that volley almost too early and got it all wrong. But
Well, it all-
Essex still up.
I mean, we were saying just a few moments ago that the comeback for Essex all started with an error from Salisbury at 5-1 in the second set tiebreaker. Will that be the flip side?
Could be, couldn't it? Yeah, you're right. But it's amazing how that momentum has slipped from that Salisbury miss. But you're right, it could be a little turning point. But that's a good volley from Bardo there. Nice from Brian.
Oh, he somehow dug it out.
Good hands to feet there. And again, they're neutralising, keeping Salisbury out of it. But
it's great
that's a
from Bardo.
lovely shot from Bardo. Opened the racket face and the length just meant that's not coming up off the glass, and Salisbury couldn't dig it out.
Well, just from an emotional point of view, they have looked like they fully believed they were destined to win this match tiebreaker, Essex. And here they are, they have 5 championship points.
And they've done it! What a finish!
It's the treble for Essex. They win the women's, the mixed and the men's, and they've won the men's in the most extraordinary of circumstances. They looked down and out. They were a match down, they were a set down, they were 5 points to 1 down in a tiebreaker, but somehow they have pulled the rabbit out of the hat. They have shocked Surrey, and they have won the men's paddle county championships for the first time. And it means they have the clean sweep here in Bristol. Quite astonishing, a feat that might never be repeated. They win the women's, they win the mixed, they win the men's. The treble complete for Essex.
Just amazing. To come from that far behind They were out, but they were never beaten. What a match. What a weekend.
What a weekend. What a way to finish the weekend as well. I mean, the women's was fantastic as well earlier on today, if you weren't with us for that, where Essex were able to get the better of Yorkshire. Again, that went to the championship shootout. But I don't think we can see a better final than that. We've got Bardo celebrating. I know you've coached him in the past.
Yeah, no, it's great to see Bewley and Bardo take this. You know, it's a special moment for these two, growing up in Maldon-on-Sea, taking up the sport in their teens, mid-teens, and now they're both carving out brilliant playing and coaching careers within the sport, and you can see how much it means to the guys.
You might say the two Bs with an A-star performance in the championship shootout.
Couldn't say fairer than that.
So there you have it. That completes the second edition of the UK PADEL County Championships here in Bristol. What a weekend it's been. Make sure you join us next year where we should see even more counties, but it's certainly safe to say it has been Essex's weekend. They win across the board. They win the mixed, the women's and the men's. We hope you've enjoyed our coverage throughout the weekend. And, well, we hope you stay tuned to more UK PADEL events throughout the year. And get on the paddle court if you haven't, because it's an amazing sport and one that absolutely everyone can play. Hope you enjoyed it all. Goodbye.